Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected,
Fixerbot
I'm
says.
about to go live.
Welcome.
You know what
Stream
I mean.
starts in
Got
5
high
minutes.
expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
Yay! Ah, feels very odd to be back home. So I've been like, um, they built a new roof on a barn, and I've been like cleaning up around it because they just threw all the old roof bits around. So that's what I've been doing last week. Uh, so yeah, like fixing other stuff. Very different. I've been like on a cybersecurity break, I guess, right? I didn't have even a Windows computer with me. I had my Kali laptop though, but I didn't use it a lot. Uh, so very odd, right? So I started playing this game again. I played it before, and it's an idle game. So we'll see. It's playing there idly in the background. We'll see if I'll maybe at the end of today I will play it actually on stream, but on my other account. We'll see. And then I have like a lot of stuff in my browser that's like from before my vacation then. So I know there's AI stuff. So maybe we'll set up an AI local. Um yeah, those are all AI stuff. So what's this? That's my old video. Why is that here? Was I looking for something? I don't know. We can close that tab. So, all right. I was looking for messages and stuff. Was there a message on that video and I missed it now? No comments? No? So I can look at that later. Oh, calendar. Calendar. What's this? I think I clicked something from somewhere and I don't. How can you be gift stuff you don't even know what it is, you know? It would be much nicer if it prioritized people who actually. Oh, this is probably why, because they had a link. So I was trying to log in there. This is AI stuff. It's all connected here. Bronwyn stuff. And also, she was on Breaks Extreme. So let's see. So I'll be cleaning out some stuff to start with her. Oh, probably jobs. Let's open a few ones here. Yeah, this, I can see what that is. What's this? Where did I get this link? There's an AI for that. Yeah, it's the AI stuff too, right? AI stuff. Mm. So a lot of links from AI, like talks. It was a YouTube video. Okay, yeah. And this is the same one that I had here, right? So, and this is in a few days. But there's a OWASP event at the same time. But this is a new group that's starting. Might be fun. Meetups. I'm so happy I found the meetup site because even though they
Benny
seem to
says,
have
hey,
been
I don't
free
know if you remember
before.
me.
Hi. I'm sorry, but I don't remember everybody. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. My memory is not perfect on that thing, unfortunately. I should make like people notes on people who chat with me. Welcome back. So I'll probably go to this thing on Thursday. Just 2 days. So what's this? Oh right, this is the link with all the ransomware. Yeah. So if you need motivation for someone with holding the money in the company, these are today. Ransomwares today.
Benny says it's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. But please remind me if we were talking about something. Um, so all of these people got ransomware today, at least yesterday, and so on. So I want to keep this link somewhere. Should we put it on here? Like, do I have any ransomware? It's such a mess that I need to clean this up. So put it under economy. Motivators for people to understand you need cybersecurity. Um, so let's put that one there. Yeah, I've been thinking I should like sort my links and make them part of my notes. Or rather, just make them part of my notes. This is a thing that I got a tip about on stream, and we actually installed it on stream. I'll actually do this for now because it didn't seem to be doing what I wanted. Then I installed VSL, but it needed a reboot, and that's why we didn't continue on that stream. So we can continue VSL, making sure that we have it running. It should be possible to install actual Kali here now, and it should be already downloaded though. So we should be able to have Ubuntu and Kali VSL on the machine. That's nice. So I reinstalled my computer. That's why I have to do these basic things. um, so yeah, the AI, the VSL stuff. I don't remember the basic VSL command to just list everything. List online. So VSL list. My god, can't even type anymore. No install distributions. Yeah, it actually said here, right? I was just not reading. So we're gonna install VSL2 stuff. Uh, let's clear out some tabs first, and then we'll start with that, and then we'll do maybe some AI stuff. So we'll be working on like the Windows command line maybe today, or maybe Kali. I started the Proxmox server too, so it's up. Hopefully, it's audible. uh, yeah, so we searched a bit on that because yeah, it needed a reboot. So this one, that's what I was making notes on. So I wanted to make a few notes from this video. We could do that now. Let's see. Yes, I probably have it up here.
It installs and manages Python versions.
So it starts when you hop into the middle of the video. That's not nice. Yeah, that's UV. So this seems to be a very nice way of managing installations of Python versions and, you know, all the things you usually use pip for. Seemed very nice. So if you haven't watched this video, let me send a link here. There. So, a single tool to replace pip, pip tools, pipex, poetry, pyenv, twine, virtual env, and more. So it seems very, very nice and simple here in this. Yeah, so here's where it starts doing stuff. Yeah, so we already had it installed, so it didn't install it. Let's do this. Let's put this one in my notes. And when I feel like I wanna check that out, which we might actually like need to do soon. Oh, oh yeah, this is his link too. UV. Right, I remember. There was like stuff added to the start of this actual script file, which just tells the dependencies instead of having a like dependency text file with a list. This might be the new standard to put it at the start of the script. It's a very nice thing to have stuff automated. Okay, my YouTube chat said it disconnected for some reason. I will see. Everything seems to be working. Anyway, this would be, it would take space in the file, right? And also they're running it with UV here instead of running it with Python. So I don't like this as a way to do stuff. If you're sharing a script, you know, you don't want people to have to install something. So, but if it later becomes like a standard, then it would probably be in Python that it works with those installation. So what's this? Octa for red teamers. Why do I have this up? So this is something to read, right? So let's put it in my read. Let's put it at the top there. I don't remember exactly where it came from. I think it was recommendation. Oh yeah, these guys reminded me that I don't even know if I have like a free tech thingy. I think. So the Proxmox server. Let's log in. Yeah, I can feel my throat being not used to talking this much, right? Or maybe I'm still a bit. It's a bit odd with allergies, you know. So they're annoying. All right. So why is the TTS not reading? I don't know. I can read. So Benny says, "Hi, 64 love your content. Thank you very much." I'm trying to get into hacking and coding like you, but I don't have a PC. If you ever have an old one or any help to offer, I'd be super grateful. Much love. So, where are you in the world? Um, so, if you don't have a PC, but do you have something that you watch YouTube on? Is it your phone, maybe? Um, so depending on the size of the screen you have, you know, there are limitations. But I'm just about to put this, let's see here, article on installing Kali on AWS. It's in my notes already, so you can go and look on GitHub. So if you have to create an AWS account, and then you can give a free Kali. It's like during the first 6 months, maybe, or something, or year. First year? Yeah, I think it was that long. Who said 6 months? Anyway, you can run free instances of
Benny says I live
VMs.
in Ethiopia. Yes, I use my phone.
Yeah, so a possibility would be to actually install a machine on, like, on the cloud and for free. As it's, if you only have the phone screen, it could be a bit tough, maybe to do stuff. Um, but that's the closest thing I would think of. Um, so, do you have any experience with computers? Uh, and like, are you like young in school? Are you working in some other area where you don't use computers, or do you have a lot of computer experience but don't have your own computer? Uh, it all depends. So, yeah, we should redo this too. I'm going to make a video and like some kind of blog posts. I haven't decided where to do it though, because I thought of a site, but it seems to be that it sometimes doesn't show full content to everybody that's not paying, and I don't want people to have to pay. So maybe I'll put it on my own site. I don't know.
Benny says yes, I'm good with computers and I'm 25.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe you have access to some computer. One thing you could do is also to check for companies that use computers. Maybe they like throw old ones away. Maybe you can get one of those. And if you have money, you can always buy one, of course. But that's a way to get very cheap ones. I usually buy stuff on Facebook Market. I don't know how big it is in Ethiopia though. But over here in Sweden, if you go to Facebook Market, you will get like cheap computers and stuff. They don't have to be the newest ones. So Market. This is my street where I live. So yeah, at once this is not a very cheap one though. But you can get like laptop. Laptop could always be nice because you get it all in one, right? And you can get cheap old ones. This one's probably newer than my the one that I use with Kali. It's $80. This one is $69 ish. Um, oh, there's an old Chromebook. I don't think you should get a Chromebook if you. But something with a bigger screen is nice, right? So there's probably some way, but you can always talk to companies if they're like throwing stuff
Benny
out.
says I can't afford anything, that's why I'm asking your help.
Yeah, yeah. So check with computer, like companies that use computers, if they're throwing old stuff out. Companies usually throw stuff out when it's getting old. Depending on the company, it could be very old, but I think my Kali laptop is probably at least 15 years or something. It's probably trash to most people. So I'm sure you could, yeah. Um, this is actually a computer that my Proxmox server I found in the trash, and I put a little more RAM in it that I had from another computer that I like got for free too. And now it's running like several virtual machines, and this is the one we're going to start, which is my Kali machine here. So, as this computer is not very good, it's not good enough to run VM stream. Like, I can't run two VMs on stream, then it crashes OBS. So, sometimes we need more than one VM. So now we have try and like use stuff together. And so, but checking with companies, that's what I would do.
Benny says, so you don't have any that you don't using it right now.
So I'm a bit too far from Ethiopia, so I couldn't send and the ones I have that I'm not using, they're very, very, very old. So like, might not even start. We're talking Windows XP and things. So, but it's very far to Ethiopia, so it would be much more expensive to send it than to buy something. And I don't have that much money to post stuff with either. So let's see what I have uploaded. Oh, what did it say? Where did this come from? All right, these were from the rooms we did on Drag Me. So, but let's hop back where we were here. Kelly, VSL2, VSL2, yeah, and then we have the Praxmax. It's starting. And did we install Spice? Yeah, we did, right? Of course we did. So here we have the virtual machine on the trash computer. We'll see. What's that username I used? So let's put it on the other screen. Yeah, it's logging in. PCAPs. Yeah, there was a room also on Wireshark. Wireshark. What
Benny says, I really
page
want
is
to thank you
this?
for your kindness.
Oh yeah, no problem. Did I do something? So thank you for being here, keeping company. That's nice. Let's suppose assumes you have a DFR analyst station ready to analyze a PCAP from the case of stolen session source. Understanding the advantages and goals of PCAP analysis. Yeah, this is definitely to put in read too, right? I better read these things too. So a lot of them are from Hack Me rooms in like links. And this is not as much read as do when we want to dig more into Wireshark. So maybe I should have put it under here instead. Let's see if I have anything like this. This is very old stuff, but I'm trying to like start using this instead of just putting links in random places. Nothing like Wireshark there. So let's make a new folder called Wireshark. PCAP. We could also put all other tools that have in the same area there. And let's actually move this from read to Yeah, and let's put that one in there too. So if I'm looking for Wireshark stuff, I will find it hopefully. Because I can't just, it keeps just
Benny
adding up
says, do you
on the
came out
read pile.
Ethiopia before?
Uh, yeah, so I've known people from Ethiopia before, but I've never been like outside Europe even. Right, this is just a link from the tracking room, and it's in the path we're doing anyway. So what about this one? Uh, so, but tell me, what are the greatest things about Ethiopia? Why is it a nice place to live? One thing I'd say is it's warmer than Sweden, right? Though I guess heat is not always a plus. It depends on the season. I don't like the winter here in Sweden. I don't like
Benny
snow.
says, what you know about Ethiopia?
I don't know a lot. Um, so why did I search for this? For some reason I wanted to check it out, and I left myself a tab to remember checking it out. Uh, NetWitness, Network Threat Detection and Cybersecurity Monitoring Company, revolutionary. Let's see, threat detection, investigation, and response with a new NetWitness defense accelerated. Uh, from web shell to C2, evolution of post exploitation and covert operation.
Benny says, yes, it's warmer.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, we can go to the maps again. So, oh well.
Benny says, why don't you come to Ethiopia for vacation?
Oh, I couldn't afford that. I think if I scroll out far enough. No? Yeah, so we didn't get. We're supposed to go to Earth, right? Not to maps. I think they're kind of the same, right? No, I don't want to do anything. What? What's this? Okay, what about this? So we were there the other day, last week. Well, the week before last, I guess. So here's Sweden. Here. And here's Ethiopia. Yeah, I was kinda knew where it was. So you're there and I'm here. So it's not that far, I mean. It's probably further to the US than, oh, maybe the same distance. Like, just so we can see the spots on the globe like this. Hmm. So here it is. I'm waiting for names to appear. So we're in Ethiopia. Where do you live? In the north, south, East, west.
Benny says I know there are so many thing I can learn from you if you mentor me.
Well, just ask a question, and if I know the answer, I will tell you. Otherwise, we can find it out, right? Together and learn together. So, what are these characters? Tell me.
Benny says I live in Addis Ababa, capital city.
Ah, okay, here. So if I click this, it will tell me, oh, look, there's an image. Ethiopia's sprawling capital in the highlands bordering to Great Rift Valley. In the country's commercial and cultural hub, its National Museum exhibits Ethiopian art, traditional crafts, and prehistoric fossils, including replicas of the famous early humanoid Lucy. Birthplace of the 20th century emperor Selassie covered known Holy Trinity Cathedral and New Barak architectural landmark. Can we see more images here? Oh, so what if we click these? Oh, nice. So let's look at the first one. So, a big city. So I'm sure you have companies then where they have like computers they're not using anymore. Hmm? A lot of people. Is it like running or something? Like cool building. Oh, this building looked so like my kid's school.
Benny says sometimes I don't get Wi Fi, so if I was with you, we can meet and learn from you so many things.
Oh yeah, but I couldn't go there. I'm sorry. uh, it's too far. So those all images. Can we go back? Yeah, that so cool. So
Benny
the
says you should visit Ethiopia.
yeah, I'd love to visit a lot of places, but it's expensive traveling, you know. So do you have the angling here? Can I angle it? No? Oh, I managed to hit the airport here in the middle of it. Coolly you can zoom like this, right? What about like some quite deserted place? Hmm. Yeah, I saw a streamer from Iceland, and it was like, oh, our water went out. The lava cut through the lines of the water. I'm like, oh my god, what a place to live. So you have, uh, I think Sweden is quite a safe place, you know. We don't have any nature catastrophes. We don't have any like. It's quite a calm place to live and quite green. Why is stuff not appearing? Because I'm not looking at the right place. What's this? Like green? This is like water, right? Yeah. So I was at our country house, which is here, over here. So we went by car for hours and hours. So like
Benny says your internet
this.
speed is so fast.
Oh, is it? It's quite good. So the road doesn't update though. I know the road is here, but this should be a line here. Come on, line. Oh, we can see the road there. So we went through here. So my grandparents used to live here in this place. Uh, so I'm looking for the road. It's not updating for some reason. So here's the road. Where is it going? Here? Yeah, yeah. This is the place you drive through. And then you have a bit of a bigger road. Oh, this is I think this is like a shop there, maybe. I don't know. This name. Anyway, this is close to where we were. Now I'm curious to find it. Yeah, let's see if I can find the house. Oh, look. Here, this is Deserted Village is the name of the place. Um, yeah, this is the road in the woods here. I drove here. It's kind of like
Benny says your
lots of
country
up
is so
and
beautiful.
down. Well, thank you. Yeah, and then we go over. There's a stream here, and this way. And this is the house. This place now has a black roof, and this is like the barn where it was trash all around this. So we've been picking it up and putting it in piles here. There's like a road here, and this road is not like there's like trees in the middle of the road now, so you can't use it. And this is the house where we like sleep when we're there. It's very like old. It's made of logs, the base of it. And there's some neighbors. These guys have horses. So yeah. And here we have like some tools and stuff in that one. So that's like my hubby's families used to live there long ago. So it's quite far on the map here, from all the way over here to Stockholm. So from Stockholm to over here in distance, we were very close to Oslo in Norway. It's like as long as the whole of Norway or Denmark. By the way, I used to live in Ireland. Here, Dunleary, where is it? Come on, it's so slow. I'm going crazy here. Come on, city names. That's supposed to be Dublin. I'm just zooming in a little to make it not go crazy with the names. Shankill. I remember that name. Yeah, it was so long since I lived there. Oh my goodness, it's so slow. Why is it so slow? Klein Hill Park. Yeah, I think this is probably Dunleary. Yeah, this is. So I lived somewhere here then? This is the furthest I've been from Sweden. I've been to Portugal once too. So it's not that far compared, I guess. Let's see. From here to here. Yeah, the little planet.
Benny says I would love to study computer science, but I can't afford and to get full scholarship it's hard too.
Okay, so you have a job where you work? So you could just like study on the nights and stuff. You know, you don't have to do anything special. You could just uh there's a lot of also since you only have your phone, there's a lot of podcasts and so much YouTube videos, but I realize it can be hard to see YouTube videos on the phone, all the details. But podcasts are great to listen to learn stuff too. Maybe your libraries where you can borrow books, and hopefully they wouldn't be too old. I know books here are usually old in the libraries. Um, mm. Oh, sorry. Oh, so I'm gonna go check on my kid and make sure that he doesn't miss his meeting that he has in 15 minutes. Bubben, är du uppe? Ah, jag tänkte att det var 15 möten, men det var 15:30. Var du säker på det? Det är 15:30. Hur mår du gubben? Mår du bra? Okej, du är på väg upp lite. Mm. Ska jag tända i taket åt dig? Jag vet inte. Jag tänkte att du har varit vaken ett tag och så. Ah, ja. Jag ska inte störa dig om du ska komma ut. Good luck. He said he thinks his meeting is at 15:30. So we'll see. What's this? Securing the digital world. Yeah, so just read a lot of things, right? So for people with no money, there's something called LibGen, right? So if you Google LibGen, you will get links that you can click and you can search for books. and you can have a reader, PDF reader, or ebook reader on your, come on your computer. There's also Reddit libgen here. So if you don't have any money, you can still read stuff, you know. It's not maybe 100% legal. I don't know what on earth everything is, but it's largest free library in history, giving the world free access to 84 million scholarly journal articles, 6.6 million academic and general interest books, 2.2 million comics, 308,000 magazines. And this group is not affiliated. Libgen. So, so you can always read stuff, and you can read on your phone for sure, right? So you can get your own. Oh, there's a Libgen app. Mm, there's a Libgen app even. Right, and I have a another app that's good. That's called at Voice. So you can even listen to books while you work, for example, and learn constantly. Like if you're taking a walk or jog or making food or whatever you do, if you have a job that don't require 100% of your brain all the time, you can start a bit of a book in your ears while you work. Uh, this is not what I wanted. It is called at Voice. Here. So this one converts a PDF, EPUB, lots of formats to into this app, and it can read it. So if you're like not able to look at the phone at the moment, you can still read stuff. Um, so those two combined, you can get like all the knowledge in the world, even without having to read on a tiny phone screen. And that's an old app, so I had it quite a few years ago, so it should work on all phones, I'm sure. As long as it's Android, otherwise I'm sure there's probably something for iPhones too. So this thing, let's put it in the notes. Cuttlefish. Weaponized multi-user browser in the middle for penetration testers. This attack can be used to bypass multi-factor authentication and many high-value web applications. It even works for applications that don't use session tokens and therefore would not be exploitable using traditional tokens in attacks. This is a social engineering tool and does not exploit any technical flaws. It's a web server. So where should we put this in the notes? Maybe we'll go programming later. Maybe we'll do the AI stuff first, but tools and info. Do we have like phishing? I should have. Yeah, so let's add it. Let's do like 40 or something. I'm hopping a bit. Let's do 45. So 45. How come I don't have anything on fishing? Mm, so just reading what how we do it. Yeah, node and stuff. So not for my PC. I don't want it back on this one. It's reinstalled and fresh the computer now. AWS also, I don't think I have any real actual notes on AWS, like a specific one, which we need to. I have cloud here, I see. And there's the SIR in here, and there's about the cloud shell here. So I guess we do a new folder called AWS here too. And this is where the one we were in here should actually be, I guess. But I think this is more important. I'm gonna go and check on my kid and quit coffee break, so leave this here. So right, yeah, I'm just reading Lost Checkmate. I would love to study computer science, but I can't afford get a full scholarship. It's hard to yeah. So I think reading a lot of books that are available on the internet. If you don't have any money, you can still get knowledge. If you have a phone, you can get a lot of knowledge. So it only costs the power of the phone. Um, that's the only thing. Uh, so many different things. So they kind of look similar. The Microsoft page and the AWS one, right? The little everything, nothing more in the corner. So I had tea that was warm. Now it's cold tea. Sorry. Yeah, my throat is feeling a bit off, but it might just be the allergies. So, oh, like, look, you can download this web page as a PDF, and then you could even read that on your phone or RSS. Now I'm curious, what happens if I click the RSS? Then it asks me to open it in a program. This makes me curious. Yeah, I'm thinking ChatGPT for this because I don't want to read a lot of text, but I want a short explanation. I'm logged in. Okay, good. So, um, explain RSS. Let's see what it says. With only that, no hints on what I mean. I don't like when it gives us two responses. So, allows user to receive automatic updates from websites. Yeah, and this is why I'm curious why we get it as a download format in RSS. Instead of visiting a site manually, you can subscribe to RSS feed and an RSS reader, which collects and displays new content from all your chosen sources in one place. Now I want to make my own RSS reader. The feed is an XML file containing titles, summaries, or actually included into my assistant, which I haven't built on for a bit, like since I started streaming actually. Because I can't have an audio assistant answering what I say running when I'm talking to people in stream, right? Can't talk to something else. Feed is an XML file containing titles, summaries, and links to full content. Yeah. It collects and displays new content from all chosen sources. It's a web feed format used to publish frequently updated content like blog posts, news, headlines, or podcasts. Podcasts in the standardized XML format. Users subscribe to RSS feeds using a reader which checks for new content displays. Yeah, I like this one best. um, what about when there's a PDF and a RSS download on a knowledge base web page? So how would this RSS work? Static snapshot of content, dynamic auto-updating link. Subscribing to it lets you get notified new updated content is published on the knowledge base. Yeah, that's a good reason to have it. So I'd like a list of good ways to read RSS feeds. And so we had this up the other week, a tool for this. Like came from Breaks actually again. But generally, and also I've seen GoPro use like a site for these kind of things. And it's like an old thing, you know. I remember from when internet was new. So it's an old thing. And let me choose what to check out, I guess. I can't read the speed it goes, but I can't read it aloud, but I can read it. So sorry, it's not reading everything aloud. Maybe I want it on my phone. Nah, I don't think so. I don't use my phone that much. Cleaning my group feeds. Thunderbird. I don't love the GUI of Thunderbird though, but I have it in my mail there now because I got annoyed at Outlook. Linux, yeah, but I don't have Linux as my main OS. I would prefer to do that really, but maybe I should go Linux. But it's not, it doesn't work for the streaming. Fuelboat? Nah. So what about making my own reader? First, actually, are these free? Free tier works as well. Yeah, I kind of thought so. There are free tiers. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So the thing that I already have is a free Newsboat was also for Linux, right? Am I scrolling too far? No, web-based, just not web-based. There is no such thing even. I have a Python assistant that talks to me and reads stuff. It could read the RSS feeds while I work. That's a perfect use case. Your Python assistant can totally read RSS feeds aloud while you work. Here's how you could approach it. Feed parser. Yeah, so checked all of the TTS stuff up. So I think this one was old. So if you check the packages stuff didn't work. Some stuff didn't work. Let your assistant skip or summarize entries based on keyword source. Run it every X minutes and by current using schedule at time sleep. You can trigger it with a hotkey voice command or everything now 3 new items from X. Wait in order like reader or skip. Yeah. So let's do feed parser code example, please. So what we need most is sources, RSS fields about cybersecurity. And maybe I should make it in Go and do a phone app too. Now when we're learning Go, right? Maybe that's where the stream will end up. Here's a simple feed parse example. Feed parser parse URL. So I don't have enough information about RSS feeds yet. I need more knowledge about how they work, right? Print title link of latest entries. Title link. It can plug into assistant's logic feed. Yeah. More info on. Also, this feed parser could be outdated and not work anymore. You know, this is ChatGPT, but let's test it. Test it out. More info on how to get all the info available in the RSS feed, please. So let's open code. And I don't think it even can run stuff yet. We haven't installed a lot in it. It's kind of empty. Yeah, so it wanted to install when I installed VSL. I did VSL stuff. So we want to open our Obsidian public. Yeah, it's kind of in the right place. Not Git though. So Suite buffer overflow generator was what it wanted for some reason. So the assistant is here. Let's see, not the AI assistant, just assistant with the uppercase A. Where are you? Did I move it? I started reorganizing, but it's not finished. Yeah, so Python, the good thing with Python is you just run it, and there are so many great libraries. That's the good thing with Python. It is not quick though, and I don't even know if you can run it on your phone, you know? So now when I thought about having this like run on the phone too, there's probably something like it. But let's check out, where is my assistant? So where did I put it? Maybe straight in Obsidian, because I wanted the ones that have separate actual repos. It has its own. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, so it is in GitHub repos move out. Okay, yeah, sure. That's logical. And I didn't see that this existed, right? So assistant is here because it's its own Git, and it won't be synced with my other stuff. So that's why I'm thinking these two shouldn't be in my other repo. So I'll show you what I mean. Okay, just one more. Oh gosh. Public, and this is it. So let's get status, and here you can see these repos. Oh, this one too. StreamerBot's supposed to be moved in there. So let's do that now. So it's done. Right. The new sort. Can't find stuff. So StreamerBot scripts. This one goes in there too, because it's also a separate repo. So now we have all three deleted. Untracked files. Okay, we need to do get that, and then we get it renamed instead. So now it's modified. The StreamerBot and stuff. Yeah, we created the cuttlefish in UV environment and we moved this. That's all. So I don't wanna. Should we just commit this to get it clean? Or should these won't be synced, you know, to the repo? So these are public ones. Quite sure. Let's confirm it because I want them to be public. So I would like to my default be to be all repos, like my main list instead. But I think you can go to it. Oh no, your repos here. This is the one I want to be default. So we have assistant is public. Streamer is private. Chrononym is public too. And the StreamerBot scripts is here, public. So they're all three are public. Um, right. I need to change something in my settings. Plain text. Why does it drop the extensions? I don't know. PyTXT Go C CPP H. For now, that's enough. I don't know why it drops them. So now you can see the Python files there too. Assistant Py. So it is very simple. It's not AI. It's just a very basic thing. Let's see. Let's run it, right? Nah, I'm gonna move it first. So move out. let's actually do it. We can't do it here. Let's close it down. And let's up over here. Yeah, same thing here. There it is. So programming, Python, and these three. And we're actually going to move them into the Obsidian directory, which I might rename to repos. And then we can delete that one. And this will look odd. So we need to go get that again. And we have 3 deleted there. And it's actually not red for the first time ever since I started this thing, because we always had other gits in there. So let's these never actually were in there. They were never synced up to GitHub, as they have their own git in there. And I would like them to have been in there. That's why they were here, but that's not how Git works apparently, which is annoying. But so Git commits moving other Git repos out. I always just have updates in the date, but this one is special. Or should I just do updates? It's not like we're actually moving it out, because it's not in there. Let's do updates. So it is the 22nd, 2025 or 22nd. So let's just push it. And the branch up to date will remain not until to meet clean. I've never seen this on my Obsidian. Never. Quite nice. The thing is that we now have other ones. Will it do that? Yeah. So now we have in Obsidian here, assistant. It's so hard not to do LSLA. So let's do git status here. Okay. So inconvertible, yeah, because we have a new computer it's installed. But I've moved the file directories. So we just need to do the thing it suggests here. Git config global add safe. There. And now we can do status. And now we see that there's changes. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I deleted things I did not want to upload. I probably noticed that when I was checking stuff out. yr.py. Okay. I can see why I added that. That's a weather thing. I made a script for weather. It's a separate thing though. So let's actually rm yr. Oh, can I do that? Yeah, I can. Because I think there's an alias. No. No. Ah. No. So how do you delete stuff in PowerShell? Okay, okay, okay. PowerShell. We need to learn this. I shouldn't have tried to cheat. PowerShell delete file. Remove item. Okay. So uh, uh, okay. So what's that? That's what I got. So all the aliases worked that I tried, but now I learned it. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so it's supposed to be in IDS. IDS. YRPy. So there's a new version of YRPy. That's why I wanted to delete it. Maybe it's okay to have it in IDS. We learned remove item. I should have remembered it though. Let's just we don't need to update anything. It's okay as it is. Yeah, it's okay. So let's cd dot ls cd streamer.scripts, and here we have backups and all of those things. So I just want to check the git status of this, and we have the same problem here, so we need to do this for all three, which is quickly done. And this one has a modified code, and it has untracked files. And I think these are supposed to be untracked. So I don't add all, it's just one file, this one. Yeah, it's okay. So cd Chroninum is the last one. And it's only one file too. So let's do the same thing here. And this is not because I moved the files. This is because I reinstalled Windows and I have a new sed in Windows, so it doesn't recognize it, which is quite annoying because I'm using my Microsoft account, so it should be like smart, I think. No. So the Cronin NumPy file is modified, so I don't care really. It's okay. So, oh look, they've done their thing. So first of all, can you see this? No. Trying to click the button on my control thing. There, now you can see. So I noticed that these guys have a little thing up here. So we're going to click little thing and let this game continue to idle in the background. It's an idle game. We're playing the idle champions, so I'm doing all of these little green thingies. So these are all, almost all of them are not working, so we'll just do something else, like anything. It's very simple for them to do this, so. Oh, I don't have to think about it. I don't even remember these. I played this game like 3 years ago. Oh, the turn undead, that one was cool. So they will end up turning and with this purple circle and actually fight for us. That's nice. So we have a few dudes there now. That's all I really care about. This is a new one I've never used ever. This one is new too. Let's just see how many dudes do we have? It's like 2 missing. Oh, this one doesn't have a little familiar on it. So Artemis, hello there. And you'll also, yeah, this the form, the way they're standing, but they're just going to like 425. They will do that without me doing anything. You only use champion with dexterity of 17 or higher. That's why we couldn't use all that. So now they'll be doing that for an hour or like that. And if I happen to look at it again, we will see there. So let's go back. So I remembered remove item. I don't know why this mouse has started right clicking sometimes when I click left click. So, let's close that. Let's actually make this, right? So we'll play with the assistant. I close this down because, I don't know, when I move the files out. So, yeah, it's not even in here anymore now. So let's do open folder. And this time we want assistant. So, well, sure, update yourself. I don't think it ever asked me before. So I have the PDF as an example now. It is, I think it's Python file. It's in the README. So here, Python org. Sofia? Sorry, I got a phone call about my kid. Set up a meeting. Let's see. Let's continue. Um, all right, yeah. So it actually works. It can read PDF files for us, for example, here. Ideas is where we had a file that was not. Uh, okay. Oh, this is old. So I tried to install this, but it didn't work. So they have web API now. So this is old. That's why I put the YR script in here, which is new. This is the one I did to check time, and this is a separate repo too. So we can just get the but we just okay, let's do that. It can restart. I'm like, this is Sadie, I wanna update again when we just did it. So let's actually run this one. Let's try and see if F5 works. Python. You need select a Python interpreter. So we need, we need to install Python. Now, don't we have Python installed? I probably don't because it's like reinstalled computer, right? So Python. Yeah, that's what it did. Oh gosh, I've never installed Python this way before. Should we go with this way? This is what Windows wants us to do. Nah, I don't like it. I wanna do it the normal way. So um yeah, I just moved this because I had so Python and let's download. So two menus. I was reading for download in this one, and then we have downloads here. So let's go with this one. 13.3. So it's the same as this one. So let's just run that. Yeah. So use admin privileges and Python exe. Cancel? Want an OK button. I don't want that. So I realized that if you don't do it for everybody, you get it in your user directory, which is very crazy. Very crazy. So my kid's meeting is now. Cool to have him handle everything himself. Of course, we want Python in the path. But it's even a question. But maybe if you install an old version, you don't want it to be in the path. So, now we do Python again. Haha, it said it did the same thing. That's probably because let's Let's close this. And let's run it again. Python debugger file. And this time it found Python. So, yeah, we need to install stuff. We don't have requests installed. We need to install some things. I want a terminal. This is a terminal. Why do I have stuff here? Come on, give me a normal thing where I can type. So, terminal. Install. Should we do? Yeah, I think in Windows it's just pip install. Requests. I kind of thought it was a base one. Pprint. It's not squiggly. Oh well. So click there, F5 again. So now we get the data. So we can add this to this distant, like we ask, so what will the weather be tomorrow? Right? Or something. And it can answer for it. I think there's also information about rain and other things. Precipitation. Can't I say precipitation amount? Cloud area fraction. Relative humidity. Wind from direction, wind speed. Yeah, so we can do cool stuff with this, but right now I just have checking the temperature, right? So we can see, by the way, what temperature we will have here. So it will be kind of okay-ish temperature. Right now it says it's 11 actually. So it's not 8.9. So here tomorrow. Right, also I removed today and tomorrow in one version. Because maybe it's nicer to just have the days instead of today and tomorrow. Thursday. So Thursday, yeah, we want to see more information, right, for the assistant. But this is anyway useful. And this is what we wanted. We want to add this to the assistant, but right now we want to add RSS, right? So, I don't know if you should make it here or if you should make it somewhere else. So wire is a separate repo. So open recent public. Why do these keep popping up? Show welcome and start there. Do I want it there? I'm thinking if I want to like check out the VSL and stuff. Let's keep it for a little bit more. Now I know where to remove it. Yeah, I need to sort these files. February. Time's quick. It's almost May now. So, new file. RSS.py. Control I to ask code to do something. Oh. Okay, okay. I've never used this, you know. We tried once when we installed it. That's the only time. So, give me a basic example of Python RSS feed info gathering. Feed parser, yeah. So this is exactly the same code we got from ChatGPT with a title and link, right? So I guess we close it. Oh, it didn't want it. Oh well, we already have this. So close was not the right thing to do. So we need to pip install feed parser. So we get rid of the squiggly. So then we run it, of course, right? Right. So why does it think it's Go? Where is this file, by the way? I had to add this bit to make the Go files run. As I have several in the same Git repo. So, oh, launch JSON. No, this is a Python file. Run. So we run the other one without any problems, right? It's because we're in this repo now, so it's not that Python doesn't work. I'm just doing it once more. So, suspected ban. yeah, he wanted to sell stuff, but it was like a normal company, like wanted to sell sun panels or something, you know. So didn't seem like well, yeah, definition of spam though. Um, so oh, definitely this is not right. What? So the easiest way to check this is just doing it in a normal. So yeah. There we have it, rss.py. So Python rss.py. So obviously this works, right? So my Go thing is messed everything up. Now it worked. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess we fixed it. Um. Yeah. Let's just close this and start it again and check if it works with its fresh start here. Okay, I tried clicking twice. That's why this is slow. So it works. Hack your way in. Windows Defender antivirus bypass. So NetSec RSS. So it gave me something that I'm interested in. Isn't that cool? Right? Um, but its example, it choose something that's actually subsecurity related. That's because it checked its memory that I'm a cybersecurity student. Must be so that it actually once checked it. They didn't check my. I am asking for short answers. That I didn't listen to well. So one top three. Yeah, this was an example or suggestion. That's nice. Keys. Fields you often find. Also, we can list the keys. There. Also need to list the keys too. So maybe not at the same time. Okay. This is pretty. Pretty. Oh, right, and this one is on here now. That's why I can't see it. I usually have it on top, so I can like pull it out, I guess. So now we got all the information here. Oh, that's so tiny. So we have authors, author, href. Content. Information security hiring. Let's link. So what's the actual title for this one? Title. Information security hiring thread. So we got some hiring thread. So what if we do one instead here? Because I want something that's information, right? Let's see if we get some other data here. And we also have information about time. So we can only get the newest things. And the title of this one is NetSec monthly discussion and tool thread. This is an old RSS feed. Well, let's grab something else. Did I say please, please? I don't think it minds. Well, maybe it doesn't work because I said please twice. Please do this, please. So it's not hard to find sources here, right? I think this is the one we were looking for, but this is a tool, not right, not a. So many tabs. Enter Storm Center. Cyber alerts. Seriously.
Kato says, meow.
Meow meow.
Wanna talk about GDPR? Lol.
So, something special with GDPR? So, this one stops with .rss. This one is HTTPS. So, what's different in these two? We have squigglies. Oh, I didn't put an end on. That's quite an obvious error, right? So, let's grab some news here. Oh, wrong character. Commenting with a double quote. Limit to 5 lines. Okay, okay. Oh, look, it's destroyed the. Hmm. So it's not even one.
Yeah, the ISP of my parents is probably violating it. Like sending traffic to non-EU, USA,
Ah,
also keeping the router at their facilities and only giving access via peer-to-peer 5 GHz link, which is then connected to Wi-Fi apps. There is no actual router at the customer's end.
okay. Yeah, I guess it depends a lot on how desperate people are for internet, if anyone complains, right? Mhm. But I think there was this deal with the US, at least before Trump. If you didn't break it, it's supposed to still work. So GDPR is supposed to be okay. US is okay for stuff. Um,
So in theory the ISP can see every connected device, could manipulate traffic, etc.
do you think that would violate GDPR? I mean, that's more like if you're the customer, you decide if you want to buy it or not, right? So obviously this is not a RSS feed in this way, is it? So let's try the link that
It's only
works.
okay if the customer is okay with it, but we never got asked.
Um, you probably were in some tiny contract thingy. What do you think? Oh, so this is like a download. Um, So let's set the options for the settings. Ask. Open with. I just want it opened. So this is file type atom plus XML. And this one was what? Nothing like that. It's
We asked
under
to get a second
SAS.
AP installed, not to give them potentially more access to the network than needed.
Okay. Yeah. So I imagine they're just trying to do the most like simple way of earning as much money as possible, right? um, so if you really want your data safe, maybe you should do something yourself for making it not as readable. But I guess the ISPs will still always see. Knock on the door. Hej gubben! Hur gick det med mötet? Bra. Jag kommer. Jag ska bara lägga den här örgrejen. I'll be back. I'll just... My kid knocked on the door.
That's the plan. Getting my own router and APs up and to get the old config back. I want to have as much control over it as possible, no random configurations causing the public IP to constantly switch to some third party IP in the US.
Just getting something for my kid. these up and get the old config back without as much as control as possible. The random configuration causing the public IP to constantly switch to the third-party IP in the US. Okay, so your internet it goes out in the US then?
Yes. Multiple times a day for about a minute each.
That's funny. I'd like check the network out and talk to the people, but it sounds very odd. Do you know anything about RSS feeds?
Nope, but lurk for a second.
So, let's look at this file. So, RSS, XML. So this is interesting too. I can href link. So, subtitle, title. So this is a hiring thread that we got as number 1 before, or 0, right? So there's a new one now that's newer. So I'm thinking, should we do all of it ourselves? Should we use, for example, the the Thunderbird one? Maybe we can connect to its data. Because we would need to check that we didn't already read news, right? But it would check every 5 minutes and see if anything is that new, because there are dates on them. But this is just one source, right? This is the one that we had. Now let's just try any other one. All. Okay, okay. These will at once save them. So let's check the link is all news, blog posts. And we just googled for cybersecurity RSS feeds. That's how we got these links. So I guess we copy the link and we try it in the script. And this one works. So this one happens to be called .rss and this is called this. But this one doesn't work. It's different and it says RSS. Hmm. HTTPS www.rss news trends. This is the same that we entered. Oh, so here we actually have data. The other one didn't have any data. So maybe it wasn't a problem, just that it didn't have any news. So what if we try this one? So maybe it wasn't the format of the site, but actually there was nothing to get. So yeah. Um, oh gosh, so many things to install. I guess I should make like a requirements, right? Yeah. I remember names being messy here. If I remember right, that's odd. Yeah, that's one. Okay, so let's grab the names of the ones that we find. I have an idea. How did you make the thingy thing do stuff here? Ha! Let's see how this works. Ha! It got the right name there too. That's nice. Copy. So Cloud Speech. It wants to add stuff. Why Cloud Speech? So can we do this? Or do we need to do anything else? Nah. Uh, oh, whatever. No, that one's already done too, right? Why did I miss the P? P and Pip. I don't know. Hmm. Or say wolf. Yeah, so this one we don't need anymore. So we're going to need requests instead. Because we use internet to do this library thingy. So I don't remember. I don't remember this. It was so long since I won it. Mm-hmm. Pi audio. Oh, so we need also Pi audio. Yeah, I remember there was something like that.
I failed to refresh my permissions to your calendar and your tasks. A browser window will pop up so that you can renew these. Thank you.
So Google hasn't verified this app, which is me.
Welcome, I'm listening to your commands.
Hi. Hi there. It stopped? No, this is not the right one. Here. Can you understand me? That won't get any response. This is why I don't have this on when I'm streaming. Right. Should have answered hi. Let's restart it.
Welcome, I'm listening to your commands.
Good morning. Hello. So I haven't run this for so now the date got updated, right? Since we changed stuff. The readme from it's from November, but I think it's much older than that, 2023. So yeah, it's probably from like this first start of creds. Didn't it save the creds? Hmm. So it apparently worked, the authentication bit there. That worked. But oh, so or didn't it? When I'm not getting any errors, because it did send me to a correct auth file page. I just saw a message. So I'm officially organizer of Hack the Box events in Stockholm. Hmm, I'm trying to read. I'll have to ask her. And the bird outside the window. So, yeah, if we say self-destruct, we have a kidding thing here. So this used to work, and it says listening, but nothing is happening, right? So, I can still boot into my old machine. Could try and run it there, but I can't do it while I'm streaming, of course. Um, so the annoying thing with debugging something that's giving you no error messages and says it's working, we'll have to put some debug messages. Let's go to where the code starts. Sleep. Maybe I'm just talking too much. Do you think I can be quiet? So, assistant listener, listen. Here it says listening. Right. Hmm. We'll look up error. Could you repeat that, please? Unknown value error. A request error. I couldn't reach Google. Mic is SR microphone. So, let's actually search for this thing. So it might be that I have problems with my mic. So this might not be at all a problem with this. It might just not get any data in because I have problems with my mics, and that's the reason I reinstalled them. I'm still using this mic now because they worked for a little bit, but there's something odd with my USB. And I really should look at it, but vacation for a little more than a week. I realized that 11th was the last time I streamed, so it's a long time. I don't think it hears me. That's a problem. So where does it say what mic to listen to? Speech recognition SSR. The speech worked. It asked us to log in again, because it was a long time ago. And that second time it didn't ask, which is correct. Like then it worked. The creds it had, but it's not getting any data. It's not getting the audio. I don't think it's a problem with it actually. Oh gosh, that's so annoying. So self mic is source. This I can't do anything with the assistant until I have my mics fixed. So I'm going to do a quick test and actually change my settings in OBS, not to use this mic. And oh gosh, don't scroll. You don't know what setting you're changing, right? I tried to scroll and this snap sensitivity was changed. So audio and this doesn't work first. I don't know why. And yeah,
Decibel Blockeye. Translated from
okay,
Finnish.
yeah. So the audio in this is bad. Okay. But I'm going to, it's going to be muted quickly, and we will see if this one will be able to use the microphone if I don't use it, right? So I'm going to remove this to disabled, meaning when I click apply, you won't hear anything, and we'll do a quick test and see if it works.
Welcome, I'm listening to your commands.
Okay, it didn't help. I didn't think it would, but so this is running. It can't hear me, right? So it's not a problem with the program. It's a problem with my USB stuff. That's so annoying. So this usually, if I say like, it's not AI. It's just simple ifs. Well, I'll show you here. So if I'm impressed, it says thank you. If I say thanks, it will say you're welcome. If I say hi, it says the same greeting back. So then it can do stuff like making notes, audio notes, other notes, and so it can record audio and save the files. It can make it can say what time it is. It can like check what's in the calendar, read the calendar. But if I can't give it commands and it's only voice, then it doesn't work. So the mic problem is a big problem for this. So if I want to add something to the calendar here, we can open websites like we want to do Messenger. And here is what I was probably working on with the weather. And then I fixed that, but it's not here yet. So we need to add weather here. But I can't test anything right now because it can't hear me because of my mic problems. And that's why I'm using the bad mic here. So I'm thinking I'll have to call
seems to be on my end. Voicemeeter did crazy shit.
Okay. Anyway, this mic is quite okay, so it's not horrible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming but I'll probably have to call Microsoft and ask them, whoa, WTF did you do to my computer, kind of thing. And then we can pause it, not to listen, we just say sleep. And then it will sleep until I say listen again. And we can stop it and self-destruct. It's kind of funny to hear it saying counting down to self-destruct. So I was like doing one with AI first, but it costs money,
Switch the
and
two inputs to one and reroute the output to use the new port, and now it will work again.
okay. So here I had the AI assistant that I started with, but then my test API key from OpenAI kind of expired, right? So I didn't do much, and I don't want to pay for it. So then I'm like, nah, let's just do something better. So this one was AI, was chatting with ChatGPT, with audio. How long ago? 2023, 10/19. We chatted with ChatGPT and audio. That's long ago. So, and the gray files are not synced. Mm. So that kind of, yeah, so I copied something. Let's not paste it here. Let's paste it here because this is a file where, yeah, this is what I want to search for in all of this programming here. So find in folder. So AI assistant uses it. Nothing else. Because I was thinking this is an easier place to grab the talking from. It's shorter code, very much shorter. Alright, so they're almost the same. Yeah, and this is the old one. Yeah, the PyTTS X3 was bad. SR is good though. So let's just copy this and I don't want to search there. And then we close that down. And let's make this one speak to us. Speak RSS feeds to us, right? Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's want to add a comment here. This script uses OpenAI's GPT-3 to generate responses for you. So this is new to me. I don't even know how you get the text. Can I like right click? No. Yeah, that's what it did. So we don't want these though. We don't want time. We just want this. So feed parser, and it's gonna. No, we don't need speech recognition. Why did I do that? Let's undo it all. So how do I get it to actually use this? Can I see tab? Oh, tab. Tab, and it does the line. So I don't want it. I just wanted to see how to do it. So
Panda Town
um,
says.
Vacation? I didn't even know you were gone.
you didn't notice? You didn't notice, Panda? Huh. It's just a week.
Ha 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 ha.
Translated from
How are
Tagalog.
you?
How was it? Where'd you all go?
So I've been like at the country house. There was a barn with a roof that was like, yeah, I think the building is from 1912, and the roof was about that age too. So it was like going bad, the roof. So we had someone fix the roof, and they just threw everything around the house. So all around the barn, which is quite big, we had to go in and collect all the trash, like metal plates, like kind of heavy, and a lot of like wood pieces. And the under the metal there was like thin wooden shavings. That was the old roof. So all of that all over the ground. That's what I've been doing. Also digging some stuff, and just no computers, you know. Let's see if I can get back the tab that we were on. I can show you where. We just have all RSS stuff. Google Earth. What do you think? We'll remember where we were. Oh, that's like nowhere. Hello, planet. Are we like upside down and everything now? Oh my goodness. I'm like, where is everything? So talk about your like dependent on the world being the right direction to find stuff, especially when there was like clouds on top, right? The clouds, it's not easy to see. So I'm like here, right? Close to Stockholm. Let's see if it actually I'm here. So when I went walking, from home, we went up here, we went here. This is a lake we were at. Here were all the cool carved things in the woods. Maybe here on this path. Anyway, this is where I live. That's where I live. And then we travel like by this E18 road there, all the way here. Do 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 do. Somewhere here.
Wow,
See
that's a
if we can
huge lake.
find it again. This one. Yeah, it's quite big. So between these two somewhere.
I need to come over and go on vacation with you all and Johannes.
Yeah. do that. Let's see if I can find it again. Sillebotten. That's like a, we go swimming there sometimes. Oh, here. So this lake looks bigger now too. So this is Deserted Village is the name of the place. Yeah, so this is the road. Let me go this way. And this is the barn. So this one
Too
is
much green.
this
Remote
one
view.
okay. This one is actually a log house. You know, it's big logs and they're attached to the end like in cross like this with stuff sticking out. That's this one. And also the middle here. And the main part of this is also like logs. It's old.
Log cabin. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. But this is like a modernized. This little extra building here is with a shower and stuff, you know. Oh gosh, where did it go? Um, there. So all around this,
That's awesome.
here's a little road here. But so we all around here there was like just stuff from this roof. It's black now, and like modern metal like this, you know, kind of thing. Uh, and this was just very rusty metal plates, like giant metal plates. And under that, all the wood pieces. So all over here, it was like just lots of dirt and things. And yeah. Also, this is like steep, so this is much higher up than this. I wonder if you can add like some curves. That would be cool. Ah, you can measure how far it is. So that's where we went. Also, this is like a peak you can go up and you can see quite far from there. We used to do that before the kids, but the kids don't like it. So over there, keeping the mouse on the spot so we can see. So it's quite far to go. It's quite a few hours, but the road is getting better and better. So it used to take like 2 hours here. Now it takes 50 minutes from Stockholm. So now we have like 4 hours to all the way over there. With like top speed is 120, I think, and then at some point it's like 50. So yeah, before we had someone from Ethiopia in here. So that's when I opened this up, and yeah. So where are you? Tell me, Panda. How far is it? So that's where I am.
Somerset, KY.
Oh, should I type? So over here. Cool. Let's zoom out so I can see where we're at. So
I'm right next to the red pointer.
so somewhere here. It's quite green too, right?
My office. House is just a block away.
Oh, from this one. Cool. So do you have the angle thing?
Yeah.
Can you do the angle thing here? No.
Nope, no 3D.
No 3D here. Okay.
tallest building is maybe 5 floors high.
Okay, okay. So it's a bit annoying where I live. We have a like a border just very close by, but the 3D ends. So right here, there's no 3D. So that's annoying. Cool. So parking lots. Houses are
Where I
just
grew up is
mostly
Jabez,
roofs.
KY. Middle of nowhere.
Okay, let's type it. Oh, that's quite far away. Oh, this is green. Okay. Oh, Silent Meadow Farm. Oh, that looks really. Is this mountains? Huh? Is it like in a river here?
Lake.
Oh, it's a lake. So if I zoom here, Hollow, it's called. It's like a tree. It looks like a tree. Very cool. Right, I noticed this one too. We can like look at images.
They dammed it in the 50s? I can't remember when.
Okay. And then you moved a little bit, like to the closest city.
About 30
Look
miles
here.
to where I am now.
Miles. How many
Check out Cumberland
kilometers?
Falls, KY.
Uh, Give me kilometers. In Sweden, 1 mile is 10 kilometers, so it's confusing.
48 km.
Okay,
Live in
okay.
the
That's
BC.
5 miles in Swedish. So that's why it's confusing on miles. Uh, False. Looks white. Oh, there's an image. Nice.
I believe it has the only moonbows in the northern hemisphere.
Moonbows. What's that?
Rainbow at night.
Oh, okay, okay, because of all the water falling there. This
It's
could have
definitely
been in
sunny in the
Sweden, you
summer.
know. Yeah, nice, nice. Mining Co. Oh, that's
I'll
cool.
have to send you some of the pics I've taken.
That's cool. Yeah, do that. Send it in the Discord. Hmm? We should have like a
So much
random
hiking for
stuff.
you.
Oh yeah, yeah, I noticed. But it's in miles again. My brain is like, um. So it's like 1 mile. Is it 2 kilometers? Is it 1.5, 2.5? I don't know. I have to Google.
1.6 miles to km.
Oh, 1.6. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks. So if I go back now. No? Back? Back? You can't do it. Oh, well.
The first KFC isn't far from there.
Okay. I've never eaten KFC actually, but it's on the way there to the country house there. I think the first one in Sweden was like here. Not in Stockholm, but in this like, I don't know if this is like the fifth largest city or something. So we have Stockholm, then we have Gothenburg here, then we have like these. Then we go north for Johannes. Here, like somewhere here, right? That's far north. Yeah, that's like far, far. So many hours. So yeah, how come I exactly hit where I'm at? So the annoying thing here is that we have one golf court here and one here. So everything is just golf course everywhere. Then we have the little farm here where you can buy like their own eggs and stuff and sheep and stuff. And we have lots of beavers in this little wood here. But where I was walking the other day, let's see, it's here. Let's see if we can find the. It won't go better than this, will it? So if I zoom out now, we can see a line here, right? You see this line? This is a 3D line. So south of this, it's 3D, and north, it's not. So we could go to my job.
Ah,
So like here's like a water tower. You can go 3D on it. You can kind of see over there, but here it goes flat. But here we have the houses. Like you can see the houses. That's kind of cool, right? But here it goes flat. So this is our food store. That's where we buy food. These actually make, what do you call that in, like when you bake bread? This factory makes it for everybody in the country, like, so it smells like new baked bread all the time.
bakery?
No, yeast, maybe yeast, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, this is like I live over here. So we're just flat. Our houses are flat here. It's all flat. Boring. It's just on the edge too. We could have had it so close. So if we turn around there, like here's the train station here, and here's the train. So if we, you can go to like Arlanda. You see here, Arlanda. It's over there, and here's the main road. So we have lots of like planes going over. But if we turn towards Stockholm there, so all right, yeah. So were we in Kista? Because they got a kind of cool houses there. Maybe we can see the cool houses. Yeah, they're quite tall houses here. This is just all glass, just by the road. Come on. It's so tough for the computer to make all the 3D, right? So now we're at Stockholm. This is Stockholm here.
Would like to visit.
So it's kind of cool where you can really see stuff. So this is like Stockholm. Here's where the government thing is. Can't you zoom on this? This is like the old city. Why is it like flat? I don't know. No 3D on there. Oh, is this like a security thing? Is that like a security thing? They don't want the government thingies to be 3D. What? Let's turn around again. That's too bad because this is a city, Stockholm City here, you know, and it's all just flat. So here's the main train station. So when I was a kid, I used to go to the station here, and I used to go rollerblading over here, over here, over here. And let's see if I can find. Yeah, this is where we turn. This is like a theater. Yeah, that's like a theater. So what's the road's names? I'm looking for a road name. This is like nostalgic now. It's nostalgic. Yeah, so here there are lots of boats going. And here we have like museums and stuff. And like roller coasters and stuff. Let's see if we can see those. Oh, that's kind of cool, right? We can like see them.
Whoa.
The 3D thing is kind of cool, right? And then there's like for kids and stuff here too. So let's see. Oh, I actually saw like my kid's school over there.
Too bad you can't click on a ride and experience it like in Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool. So let's see if I can find this place that I was looking for. Oh, this is a lot of embassies and stuff here, by the way. All the buildings and stuff here. So let's see. Let's go back to the theater. There. So imagine little me going with rollerblades here instead. See if I can find the way. Do you think I can? I need like the road names. So maybe if I go the other way around. Hmm. It was too many years ago for me to find it without street names. Yeah, let's check out the roof where I used to sit and eat lunch before when I worked at the company close by. So let's check that out. This is kind of fun. So here we have Kungsholmen. So here, let's see if we can see where people sit eating. So second house on this side. Eh. Yeah, so like here, with this side, I think. Probably here, I was sitting eating lunch. That's quite fun. This is Kungsholmen. Östermalm, Gamla stan. Oh, right, the HB meetups. Let's see if we can find that. Because I just walked by this building, right? So it was like there. Yeah, exactly here. So you go into this door. Into here somewhere. So the funny thing was that there's a train station right here. So I just had to walk like this. But since I never gone to this train station again before, so I kind of went out this way, and I went like it was so windy, and I walked. I didn't know what direction really to go in because I was like, oh, the GPS, well, no, it kind of wants you to go, all over the place. I was like, but what direction? What's the street? And the streets name were like very similar, like just a few extra letters and one. But I found it, but it was so windy. It was crazy. And then when I was going back, I was carrying a pizza box because I had too much pizza. So then I just walked like that into the station here. Yeah, you can see here, South Station. So, and it's far underground. So now I'm curious to see if I can see the other side of it. If we do this, how far could it be? It was definitely this far away at least. I didn't have the best walking shoes either. But I ended up walking like, yeah, I think, yeah, this way. Yeah, so I walked down here and I walked this green area over here. And then I went like up here, or maybe here. Yeah. So, mm, so it's kind of cool just to look at stuff. What else could you possibly find? Yeah, so I used to work here too. Let's see. Here. So this, let's see. Uh, let's see, if I look at it from the top, it's easier to try to kind of find stuff. Also, it's spinning, you know? So where's the big roads? I could always do like, my god, it didn't remove what I had before. So it kept that. So now it hopped back. So that's the big building I was looking for. Oh, right, images too. Oh, so let's see now. Can I? Come on. Wrong angle. So this is like the trade fair place thingy. And if you just go beside it, and yeah, yeah, this house. I used to work here, and that was the coolest place because we had a gym, we had a tiny pool where we had like water gymnastics, and I was pregnant then, so it was kind of nice. We also had the kick and box stuff and like African dancing and stuff, you know, in the lunch break. That was kind of cool. So that's like the coolest place that I worked. But that job has moved.
Cool.
Cool. I like the 3D thing. I hope they move it out a bit so I can see where I went to, you know. Yeah, I've spent too much time on this now, right? It's really cool to, you can really see how places look, right? Yeah, so let's see if we can find the place where I go into the forest, you know? So, so the highway, yeah, directions E18 here. So we we live here, right? So we go like a tiny road over here. And then we go this road. So we pass by this forested area here. This is where I'm running. And then we go like, I'll drop my kid here. We go this way. And then here's where the running area like passes over into the by the lake. So let's actually go the same way we usually drive. That could be fun. In 3D. And with little Lego houses. Oh, this is funny. So here I drive on my way there, right? We drive here, and this is where we came up once, and we went over here and went over here. There was some little rocks to climb there. So, here's where the road split, so you can easy to remember place. And then we go here, and I'm like, don't go too far now. So I don't think these roads are really much visible. Is this really where I turn? I don't think so, because it's up here. So this road is not visible at all. So we go here, here, here they're building a bigger pile. And then we park over here by the train station. It would be fun to see a train, right? Or our car. And we can see Altorpsskogens motionsspår, this exercise tracks. Yeah, let's go into the forest. I can't really see. There's too much stuff, right? So, but then you go like all the way over to the E18 over here. And then if you go all the way around, you go past this road and go a little bit like this by the lake over here. And then we go up back through this. And then we end up by this road here. And through this forest. Back up here to the parking lot. Gosh, I have to change the angle. So through this on that. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we go there tomorrow. So there's feels like it's much
Road
more
trip.
golf courts than this.
Everybody on the bus.
Yeah. So it's really the place my kid goes to school is like here. So I really go around the whole thing. So I tried once going this way, but it wasn't very efficient. It was like a road construction extra red light thingy there. But the view was kind of nice here by the water, you know. Lots of water everywhere. So this is all water.
What's the temp up there today?
10 degrees. It was, I think it was 11 something before. Now it's 9.4, up to 9.3 actually. So, so what's your temperature? So, yeah, let's see if I can find. So I live in Rotebro, which is there.
17
And
C currently.
okay, cool, nice. And I grew up here, so it's not that far, but it's I grew up here, and here's Mälaren too, with the water and everything. So let's see if we can find. I was like when I was born, we lived here in this house. It's kind of fun to see it all in 3D. This is 3D too, you know. And let's see, there somewhere. There's my mom's house. There I lived there when I was a kid. Let's see. And then if you walk this road there, it's quite far. It's probably more than a kilometer. You go to this big foresty thingy. And over here is I think it's probably here, Arla. Uh, like the milk company in Sweden. So I used to my dad got me a job there when I was a teenager. So I don't know if it's still that. But one of these things. Yeah. So I walked through the forest, like in the middle of it. Instead of, you know, you could go to the train station here and grab the train and go there. It's like not the best thing. Let's see if I can switch gears. But then we have like sailing boats and the kayaks. So we had there's a castle there, Jörgen Slott here, and in this house there's kayaks, and we had like sailing here, like from school we had even, and in the summer, and here's where we go in with the kayaks. Let's see if I can shake the angle of that.
I'm ready. Let's go. But once it warms up more.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see if I can get the angles because it's kind of nice here. Spin around. So it's very, very. Even though it's like 17 minutes to Stockholm, you know, by train. Oh gosh. I think we have the line there where it goes flat, by the way. Yeah, and here, so some crazy people, they went with their kayaks and they like, this is much steeper than it looks here. And then they put a kayak on top and then they went in there with like kayaks for um, yeah, and in me and a friend, yeah, it
I'm
goes
building
flat
with
here.
broken arm.
Oh, you broke your arm. Careful when you're kayaking. So there's actually an island a bit out here. I don't think we can see it, can we? Let's see if I can go like zoom out here again. Yeah, so we have the 3D line here again, right? So the island is, we kayaked over here and we put up a tent when we were teenagers, me and a friend. And then when we woke up, there was a nude dude bathing on the beach, and there was like, it's an empty island, there's nothing there. We were like, okay. I don't know what we were, like 40? I was like, okay, this was odd. Uh, so you can bike like all along this here. And there's a little bathing spot, and this you can actually go skiing here on the winter. They have let's see if you can see it. Come on, it's slow. I can shift the angle. I can't move it. No, I could move it. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so this is like the ski. It's just one thing up here. So that will pull you up the hill. And also, there's quite a view here from onto Stockholm there. And let's see if we have. Yeah, right. I went with a friend had his boat. We were like guarding it or whatever. You know, they have like people. I'm looking for the mountains here on the edge. People climb here. Here. So let's see. So I'm thinking of going here. So this is like an official spot where they have like climbing thingies. Hmm. And then you would fall in the water if you fall, right? That's as zoomed in as it goes. So this is quite high then. Yeah, we used to have orienteering here when I was a kid. It was quite far because the school is over here. So, all right. These we call these the banana houses. Somewhere here I had football practice when I was a kid. Uh, all right. Yeah. So I used to live here in that house. Did I tell you that I had like people walking up straight up to my window and people on the path they were like looking into the kitchen window. Oh wow.
Creeping and walking by?
Yes, I'm gonna go put some chicken in the oven into for frozen chicken for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So got stuck in the curtain there. So yeah, so this was my kitchen window. But let's see, do you know any cool places we could see if they have 3D? This was my kitchen window, I think. Bedroom, kitchen, and then like living room, but there was like an outside place there too. So everybody walking here, they were like, "Hi!" It was a bit funny. My hobby is very like shy, and yeah, we already had met then, so it was close to. So let's zoom out there. Like here is where I grew up, and in this house too. Yeah, so there was like when I was little, there was like a big wooden thing you could climb on here, a giant, you know. But now they don't think those are safe anymore, right? Yeah, football, ice, swimming, school. Yeah, so here I was in school like from first to sixth grade, and this is like seventh to ninth, and then there, this place. So it's all like in a big line there. So yeah, you can see the 3D line here, where 3D stops. What cool place could we check out that is 3D? I mean, like internationally cool place. Can we go like? By the way, what if we aim for like a desert? What does it look like? This is sand? We have sand. Sand, sand, sand. Everywhere. It's just sand. That's a bit cool. Where else could we go? I guess I should do some coding or something. Yeah, and also this gets like rotated. So what cool places exist here? For example, I'm thinking I read something about uh, the Panama Channel. Where is that really? Must be somewhere here where it's thin, right? Like how much dirt they actually moved when they dug that thing. Yeah, so where is actually Canada and where is the US? I know nothing about the American geography really, but here it's like the limit, right? Uh, and then you have like up here. And I watched this Netflix series when they were like in very northy places. Where's that? So that's like here? Oh gosh. Zooming out when you're like outside of it kind of made everything go funny. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna stop this random looking. Though I want to check out if there's 3D in Norway first. So what if we go to some cool? I mean, it's fixed at 42, right? So we need to check out the Norwegian fjords here. Are they not 3D? No, not 3D. Are they 3D? Am I like in the water now? Come on. Yeah, this is not flat. Then we have a bit up here. Here's a fjord. Yeah, I'd like to go to Norway. I've been like to Norway only twice, which is funny. Okay, twice when it's not work. Okay, it's fairly cloudy here right now. Let's see if I try and have it spot on. You can see the clouds. Is this current? What would they have cloud if they weren't current? Yeah, let's hop back to the actual thing, right? Oh, I didn't hop it back, did I? So my background game, it kinda they failed. So maybe I should put them somewhere else. Oh well, they're going to 420 something. You can always do some potions. Uh, we don't have a lot of people. Let's see if that helps. Okay, so he's not out there. Uh, I'm hungry. So what do I want to do? This is not good. Let's undo this. Let's go to this instead. And what do I use for speaking here? I know I made a clause here. So pipes. Time zones. Yeah, I have it next to this. Okay. Um, speaking speed. Speaker. Yeah, that was quite. Alright, so use Sappy voice. That's what we use for speech. Okay. So I can just steal this bit of my own code. And here it's in another class, in the assistant. That's what we wanted then. And then we need to remove the parent. Mm, no. No. Shift tab. I don't know why I failed that so many times. Speed and speed. So, speaker.speak, I think it is. Speak. And assistant is made here. There. So we need to make a speaker. Yeah. Let me tab. That's the first time ever I did that. Code hopping up. Though we actually going to fix this. I should have typed it myself there. So why does it keep insisting on wanting to change it? So speaker, let's test this now, and let's put an exit here. It keeps hopping up stuff. It's confusing. I'll have to start actually looking at what it says. Hello? Ah! This is crazy! It actually knows what I want to do, right? Okay. I didn't have to type a test text. It did it for me. Mm, yeah, we didn't remove the parent because it was in another class. So, yeah, and this. Bye bye. So,
Hello, I am your assistant. I can read RSS feeds for you.
but. And sorry, it's my allergies that makes my throat annoying. And that's not a good parent. Yeah, so where is the parent? Self parent file log. Yeah. So this is going bye bye too. There. So I logged the conversation with the assistant that was in voice, So as we
Hello,
stole
I am
my
your
function.
assistant. I can read RSS feeds for you.
So, as we can't use voice control now, let's just make it read. We can also speed it up.
Hello, I am your assistant. I can read RSS feeds for you.
Maybe a little quick if it's interesting and like fact-filled information we're reading. Let's grab something to actually read and say something useful there. I'm your RSS reader, it says this time. I will read the latest news articles. Yeah, that's what it wants. That's what I want. So, tab. Please will I fetch? Okay. I'm curious to see what it will do. So we won't have only one URL, of course, right? Okay. It says really nothing, right? So it's got our own code there back. Hmm. I'm just playing now. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought it would. OS too. Why does it want OS? Well. Let's see if it can add inform read the article. This is new to me. It's kind of cool. The article contents. So if I want this now, how do I do this? What do I click? Accept, I guess. And it's green. Let's F5 and see what happens. Will it use this as code? Oh, I didn't actually read it, you know. BS4. Beautiful soap. What I'm thinking is, I didn't add that. Oh, it put these up here. So let's see. Yeah, it uses. Okay, okay. Yeah, sure, let's try it. Let's accept that. And let's. Does that exist? Yes. You never know. I have never before had it hop up code for me like this. This is a new test. We'll see if I like it or if I'll just get annoyed. Like when stuff pops up like that too quickly. So why just a 501st character? That's stupid. That's not a lot. I just
Hello,
wanted
I
an
am your
example
RSS
from the
reader.
start.
I will read the latest news articles for you. Please wait while I fetch the latest articles. Fetch 12 articles from the feed. Here are the latest articles. Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Link: https://www.kshub.com/security strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context. UTM_medium equals RSS. Published on WED, April 16, 2025, 10 hours 44 minutes and 8 seconds plus 0000.
That's not interesting.
I could not fetch or read the article content. I could not fetch or read the article content. I could not fetch or read the article content. I could not fetch or read the article content. I could not fetch or read the.
Yeah, so its code is buggy. Let's start with we don't want it to speak stuff. Let's So all those places it's speaking, yeah, right? This is not me. It's just it's. Oh, this is so very odd for me. Uh, parse. So this is meaningless. I would never do this. First of all, have variable just for something you use once. What on earth happened there? So I copy this, copy. I select this because I want to replace it there. And I paste it. Now it worked. But if I delete it first and then I pasted it. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, it's okay that it print that, but we just want it to speak the title. We don't care about hearing the other stuff. This is just me testing the tabs for the first time. Let's pause for 1 second. Why? For entry in feed articles, we're already in a loop, right? We're already in a loop. So this is odd of it. There. The response gets what? This is not what I want. It's not good. It's bad. So what I want is dots. Nothing. Yeah, right. I asked for a list of them, and before I asked for this summary or description, but summary, that's not what we want. Content, value, It's funny how it comments the lines. We already have the enter link up there, not spoken. Let's add summary too. And I'm just curious, experimenting here. Yes, I think I'm off there. Why? Title link summary content. So we need to have ifs for these, but let's try it. We can do without the one.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 12 articles from the feed. Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Title: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers.
And then it didn't have a content. And summary was the same as title. So let's just remove that one. Or maybe we use that instead of title and check if it's the same or whatever. So no, first. Oh gosh, how did it end up doing that? I was tabbing. I will be annoyed at this. Kinda what I want, but I want. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Kinda. Yeah, there you go. So I don't still know how the RSS feeds work, and they are different. So
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 12 articles from the feed. Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Title: Navigating the rising tide of AI attacks. Summary: Daniel Shepard discusses what is needed for AI to reach its full potential to improve cybersecurity against a backdrop of attacks. Title: 6 major cyber attacks and AMP data breaches in March 2025. Summary: Cyber attacks and data breaches are wreaking havoc on organizations and users around the globe. Title: How cybersecurity experts are fighting AI-generated threats. Summary: As AI-powered cyber threats grow more sophisticated, cybersecurity teams must implement proactive security measures to counter emerging risks. Title: Are you PCI compliant yet? Summary: Explore the compliance requirements of PCI DSS 4.0 ahead of the looming deadline. Title: How to protect operational technology from targeted cyber attacks. Summary: A cyber attack on operational technology can have devastating real-world consequences, far surpassing the impact of a typical data breach. Title: 9 major cyber attacks and AMP data breaches in February 2025. Summary: Cybersecurity Hub highlights 9 significant cyber attacks and data breaches in February 2025. Title: Ransomware Defense, moving beyond payment bans to true cybersecurity. Summary:
that's
To
not a
combat
good
ransomware,
way.
organizations must take proactive steps that make stolen data worthless to attackers. Title: Digital Certificates and AMP, PKI, Cybersecurity Lessons and AMP, Emerging Challenges. Summary: Expired digital certificates expose businesses to operational outages, confidence erosion, and questions about their ability to track and manage security. Title: Cybersecurity Implications of DeepSeek's open-source AI model. Summary: DeepSeek security vulnerabilities could be turned into a dangerous tool that cybercriminals can exploit. Title: Ensuring quality and DORA compliance. Summary: As regulatory frameworks begin to shape cybersecurity practices, it is imperative that organizations integrate quality assurance measures to mitigate risk. Title: 4 benefits of security testing in agile environments. Summary: Security teams require efficient, cost-effective solutions to mitigate the risk of a successful cyber attack.
I don't know if this works, but we can try. I don't think input works like that. It grabbed this. Its own example was 500 characters.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 12 articles from the feed. Title: Viewing Cybersecurity Events in Context. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers.
Yeah, I
Now
had
let's
to
read the article content.
new line.
Title: Navigating the Rising Tide of AI Attacks. Summary: Daniel Shepard discusses what is needed for AI.
So, its code here doesn't work, right? Oh, so what happened is my little thingy hopped up that it had completed its thing. So let's just see if there's some dudes that can do this. My. Okay, okay. This is so annoying. Can't click things because they hop up constantly. Sorry for the pause. So this is an idle game. I thought why not do it, right? I don't remember this game. I used to play it like 3 years ago, but no one there. This new dude here. No one there either. So we can't even get a full team. Yeah, we can. No memory of this game. But that's a tank. She has 35 overall. So there's some dudes they're like going for only 225. They will do that for sure. They can do that. And then if I happen to notice it's winning again. So let's actually check this out for reals. Um, so this is not what I intended. If content. So first of all, this is what we want here. So if it already has the content in there, we don't have to download anything or whatever, right? Yeah, else is what I want. No. So request get entry link. Response. So first What error did we get? For 3 forbidden URL. I don't want to paste, I want to copy or do it. So obviously this worked. So probably the site checks that it's actually a browser that's requesting. So we'll have to put something in there. So this is the same link that we had, right? If I paste, no, didn't actually copy it. Oh, that's so annoying. Not go up by mistake. Yeah, so it was identical. It's selected, I paste, it's the same, right? So it should work. So add client to the request. Will it save me a Google, right? Oh gosh, it's redoing more. Now it just moved other lines down so we can see what's green. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So let's see. Can it fetch it now?
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 12 articles from the feed. Title, Viewing Cybersecurity Events in Context. Summary, red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers.
And do you want to see the full thing? Yes, enter. I don't want that. I
Here
want
is the
just
content of the
yes.
article. Audio conversion provided by OpenAI. Automated security tools are invaluable in managing the vast number of alerts generated in modern networks, but there is a risk they will lead to complacency. Security responders may feel tempted to let these tools handle everything, which can lead to missed opportunities for catching sophisticated attacks. It is vital that responders don't become reliant on these tools. They also need to ensure they cultivate an attacker's mindset and act accordingly. In the cybersecurity world, red teaming is an essential exercise that pits a group of ethical hackers, the red team, against a company's security team, the blue team, in a controlled environment. This method tests the effectiveness of a company's security posture by simulating an attack scenario that mimics the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, of real-life adversaries. At Cyberus, my colleagues and I engage in these simulations to challenge and enhance the defensive strategies of our clients. Red team exercises offer several benefits. Primarily, they help organizations identify weaknesses in their detection capabilities and in the methods responders use to contain breaches and resolve incidents. During post-exercise analysis, we often discuss with the blue team where their responses could have been improved. An alert might have been triggered by our actions, but it was disregarded or not escalated properly due to the assumption that the security controls had already mitigated the threat. In the early stages of an attack, specifically during initial attempts to breach a target's defenses, it is common for alerts from endpoint detection and response (EDR) systems to be inadequately investigated. For instance, if we attempt to deliver a malicious...
So let's stop that for now and let's see what this does.
Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Reliance on automated systems to resolve security alerts can be a double-edged sword. Listen to this content. Automated security tools are invaluable.
So it did not read this.
In modern networks, but there is a risk they will lead to complacency. Security responders
So,
feel tempted to
oh
let these
shit.
tools handle everything, which can lead to missed opportunities.
There, so, what I was thinking that, are we grabbing the right bit? Do we want the full thing? Find all P, yeah. So, so I see a lot of repetition here. Let's compare it to the article. So it's not even in there? Yeah, I think I know what problem this. No, I don't want that. That's why I removed it. Why does it think I want a bit of a dark? Yeah. I'm curious what the what read aloud does to grab the text of it. So this is of course not the one answer is correct one. This was quite a short article. Let's see if it's the same one. Oh, I messed something up. Hmm. No.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 12 articles from the feed. Title: Viewing Cybersecurity Events in Context. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers.
This just annoys me.
Here is the content of the article. Audio conversion provided by OpenAI. Automated security tools are invaluable in managing the vast number of alerts generated in modern networks, but there is a risk they will lead to complacency. Security responders may feel tempted to let these tools handle everything, which can lead to missed opportunities for catching sophisticated attacks. It is vital that responders don't become reliant on these tools. They also need to ensure they cultivate an attacker's mindset and act accordingly. In the cybersecurity world, red teaming is an essential exercise that pits a group of ethical hackers, the red team, against a company's security team, the blue team, in a controlled environment. This method tests the effectiveness of a company's security posture by simulating an attack scenario that mimics the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, of real-life adversaries. At Cyberus, my colleagues and I engage in these simulations to challenge and enhance the defensive strategies of our clients. Red team exercises offer several benefits. Primarily, they help organizations identify weaknesses in their detection capabilities and in the methods responders use to contain breaches and resolve incidents. During post-exercise analysis, we often discuss with the blue team where their responses could have been improved. An alert might have been triggered by our actions, but it was disregarded or not escalated properly due to the assumption that the security controls had already mitigated the threat. In the early stages of an attack, specifically during initial attempts to breach a target's defenses, it is common for alerts from endpoint detection and response (EDR) systems to be inadequately investigated. For instance, if we attempt to deliver a malicious payload via email, web or direct to a workstation and the security systems flag and block this payload, the alert that follows might not be further examined. The prevailing assumption is that since the security control blocked the threat, no further action is needed. However, a deeper analysis of the blocked payload could reveal significant details about the attack techniques and the infrastructure used, such as the domains involved in the attack. The challenge arises from the volume of alerts that security teams receive. Investigating every phishing email or every alert is practically impossible. This limitation often works in favor of the red team in the initial stages of an attack, allowing us to remain undetected as we attempt to gain a foothold within the target environment. Once inside, as we attempt to move laterally through the network, different controls might trip us up. For example, we might access a server from an unusual endpoint or attempt to use credentials that turn out to be invalid. Such actions might trigger further alerts within an extended detection and response (XDR) system. Occasionally, our actions might even trigger a block event from an antivirus product. However, the reliance on automated systems to resolve these alerts can sometimes be a double-edged sword. For example, during one simulation, we uploaded a Trojanized document to a server, which was automatically detected as malware and deleted, with an alert sent to the security team. When we uploaded a modified version of the payload that bypassed the detection mechanisms, it passed through because the initial alert had been closed after the automated deletion of the first document. The second, successful upload did not raise any alarms, demonstrating a critical gap in the security process. The fundamental issue is that automated systems and the responders operating them don't always think like attackers. If a document is flagged and removed, the threat isn't necessarily neutralized. The threat is not the document, it's the adversary behind it, who doesn't stop after one failed attempt and will often continue to adapt their tactics until they succeed. We've observed scenarios where activities such as the creation of new users and sensitive groups like domain admins failed to raise sufficient suspicion. For instance, in one test, we added a user to the domain admins group, expecting it to trigger an immediate response. However, the alert generated was dismissed because the account used to create the new user was itself an authorized domain admin. The responder handling the alert assumed the activity was legitimate and closed the alert without further investigation. This points to a critical gap in security training, the ability to think like an attacker. Effective security response requires not just an understanding of what each alert signifies, but also an appreciation of how seemingly isolated events might be linked in a broader campaign. It requires substantial intelligence about the business, excellent situational awareness and a healthy dose of skepticism. So red teaming exercises serve a dual purpose. They not only test an organization's security framework, but also train responders to think more like attackers, linking disparate events to form a coherent narrative. Cultivating this adversarial mindset is crucial as it helps analyze security events in the context of an ongoing, sophisticated cyber attack. This approach is fundamental in evolving from a reactive security posture to a more proactive, strategic one. Reach cyber.
So let's make sure that if there are no, we don't get an error, okay? So let's try this. Because I
The
think
latest
it's
articles from the
empty.
RSS feed. Fetched 0 articles from the feed.
Good, good. So it works with nothing. Print the feed title and link. it's removing. Print key. For key and entry keys. Right. Yeah, let's do that again. So title and link, those we have.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
Yeah, and now we did it with this one with 0. So right. So let's keep the exit, but let's make this a loop too. We don't need this line because we have entry already there now. That's what it should have been from the start, but that was ChatGPT code, I think. Yeah. So now it's not speaking it. Let's actually add a speak. Yeah, I thought so. It got what I wanted. Uncomment the next line to print all keys and their values. Uncomment the next line. Yeah, so why on earth?
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
Of course, there's nothing there, so that's correct. And then we do this one instead. It will only read what's in the RSS now. It won't fetch the articles. This is just test.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Title underscore detail, type, text slash plain, language, none, base, https://www.kshav.com/rss/articles, value, viewing cybersecurity events in context. Links, rel, alternate, type, text slash HTML, ref, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Link, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Summary underscore detail, type, text slash HTML, language, none, base, https://www.kshav.com/rss/articles.
So I'm restarting it. I'm sorry.
Here are the latest articles
I
from the
want the
RSS feed.
text first.
Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Title underscore detail, type, text slash plain, language, none, base, https://www.kshav.com/rss/articles, value, viewing cybersecurity events in context. Links, rel, alternate, type, text slash HTML, ref, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Link, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium
It's a bit
equals
loud
RSS.
for me.
Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Summary underscore detail, type, text slash HTML, language, none, base, https://www.kshav.com/rss/articles, value, red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Authors, name, Gemma Moore, email, gemma.moore@cyberus.com. Author, gemma.moore@cyberus.com, Gemma Moore. Author underscore detail, name, Gemma Moore, email, gemma.moore@cyberus.com. ID, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Geddes link, false. Published, WED, April 16, 2025, 10 hours 44 minutes and 8 seconds plus 0000. Published underscore parsed, time.struct_time, tm_year equals 2025, tm_Monday equals 4, tm_day equals 16, tm_hour equals 10, tm_min equals 44,
So let's see what they do.
tm_day equals 2, tm_day equals 106,
If it's a dictionary. Yeah, that's good.
Title, Navigating the Rising Tide of AI Attacks. Title underscore detail, type, text slash plain, language, none, base, https://www.kshav.com/rss/articles, value, navigating the rising tide of AI attacks. Links, rel, alternate, type, text slash HTML, ref, https://www.kshav.com/attacks/.
So I guess we have to restart it again.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Title, Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Links, rel, alternate, type, text slash HTML, ref, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Link, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity context,
I didn't know I was gonna add lists.
Summary: Red teaming exercises
That
not
was
only test
cool.
an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers.
Interesting,
Here are the
interesting.
latest articles from the RSS feed. Title, Viewing cybersecurity events in context. Link, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Author, Gemma.moore@cyberus.com, Gemma Moore. ID, https://www.kshav.com/security-strategy/articles/viewing cybersecurity events in context, UTM_medium equals RSS. Geddes link, false. Published, WED, April 16th, 2025, 10 hours 44 minutes and 8 seconds plus 0000. Published underscore parsed. Time dot struct underscore time. TM underscore year equals 2025. TM underscore Monday equals 4. TM underscore day equals 16. TM underscore hour
Yeah,
equals 10. TM
exactly.
underscore min equals 44. TM underscore SEC equals 8. TM underscore day equals 2. TM underscore day equals 106. TM underscore ist equals 0. Title, Navigating the Rising Tide of AI Attacks. Link, https://www.gshub.com/attacks/article/navigating the rising tide of AI attacks. UTM underscore medium equals RSS.
Yeah, I can
Summary,
use
Daniel
this.
Shepard discusses what is needed for AI to reach its full potential to improve cybersecurity against a backdrop of attacks. Author, DSH@csis.com, Daniel Shepard. ID, https://www.gshub.com/attacks/article/navigating the rising tide of AI attacks. UTM underscore medium equals RSS. Giddys link, false. Published, WED, April 9th, 2025, 7 hours 44 minutes and 53 seconds plus 0000. Published underscore parsed, time dot struct underscore time, TM underscore year equals 2025, TM underscore Monday equals 4, TM underscore day equals 9, TM underscore hour equals 7, TM
I'm thinking about the output format too, but I want to add the time on here.
equals 2, TM underscore day equals 99,
Yeah,
TM
time
underscore
struct.
equals 0. Title, 6 major cyber attacks and AMP, data breaches in March 2025. Link, https://www.gshub.com/attacks/article/cyberattacks data breaches March 2025, UTM underscore medium equals RSS. Summary, cyber attacks and data breaches are wreaking havoc on organizations and users
Let's
around the
let
globe.
it do it
Author,
again.
Michael.hill@iqpc.com, Michael Hill.
Also
Link,
explode.
https://www.gshub.com/attacks/article/cyberattacks data breaches March 2025, UTM underscore medium equals RSS. Giddys link, false. Published, Friday, March 28th, 2025, 15 hours 45 minutes.
So there's probably this. Yeah, that's
Time
good.
struct underscore time.
Nice
TM underscore
job.
year equals 2025. TM underscore equals 3. TM underscore day equals 28. TM underscore hour equals 15. TM
Very
underscore min
nice.
equals 45. TM underscore SEC equals 44. Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Title, Viewing Cybersecurity Events in Context. Summary, red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Author, Gemma.Moore@cyberiz.com, Gemma Moore. Giddys link, false. Published, WED, April 16th, 2025, 10 hours 44 minutes and 8 seconds plus 0000. Title, Navigating the Rising Tide of AI Attacks. Summary, Daniel Shepard discusses what is needed for AI to reach its full potential to improve cybersecurity against a backdrop of attacks. Author, DSH@csis.com, Daniel Shepard. Giddys link, false. Published, WED, April 9th, 2025, 7 hours 44 minutes and 53 seconds plus 0000. Title, 6 major cyber attacks and AMP, data breaches in March 2025. Summary, cyber attacks and data breaches are wreaking havoc on organizations and users around the globe. Author, Michael.Hill@iqpc.com, Michael Hill. Giddys link, false. Published, Friday, March 28th, 2025, 15 hours 45 minutes and 44 seconds plus 0000. Title, How Cybersecurity Experts Are Fighting AI-Generated Threats. Summary, as AI
I thought it might do it some smarter way.
implement proactive security measures to counter emerging risks. Author, Office at Alex
But if I try
Alex Vakulov.
rerun,
False. Published, Friday, March 28th, 2025.
it does it the way I should have done. Would have done it.
0000. Title, Are you PCI compliant?
I was thinking maybe we could do
Explore
a
the compliance
regex
requirements of
instead of
PCI
just a
DSS
character.
4.0 ahead of the looming deadline. Author,
What if the
SHackett.penguin.com.
article has one of those?
link, false.
Nah, we can't have that.
Friday, March 13th,
Also, HTTP can
2025,
be in there,
14
of
hours and
course.
28 seconds plus 0000. Title, How to Protect Operational Technology from Targeted Cyber
Yeah.
Attacks. Summary, a cyber attack on operational technology can have devastating consequences, far surpassing the impact of a typical data breach. Author, L. Lethbridge at positivemarketing.com, Mark Wren. Giddys link, false. Published, Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, 15 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds plus 0000. Title, 9 Major Cyber Attacks and AMP, Data Breaches in February 2025. Summary, Cybersecurity Hub highlights 9 significant cyber attacks and data breaches in February 2025. Author, Michael.Hill@iqpc.com, Michael Hill. Giddys link, false. Published, Thursday, February 27th, 2025, 8 hours 38 minutes and 59 seconds plus 0000. Title, Ransomware Defense.
Let's see if we can ask it like this.
Summary, to combat ransomware, organizations must take proactive steps that make stolen data worthless to attackers. Author, Krista at kerconsulting.co.uk, Simon Pamplin. Giddys link, false.
We don't want
Published,
that.
Friday, March 28th, 2025, 15 hours 48 minutes and 44 seconds plus 0000. Title, Digital Certificates and AMP, PKI, Cybersecurity Lessons and AMP, Emerging Challenges. Summary. Expired digital
Might
certificates expose
exclude too
businesses to operational
much.
outages, confidence erosion, and questions about their ability
Right?
to track and manage security. Author, S. Graham at MarketBridge.com, Chris Hickman. Giddys link, false. Published, Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, 9 hours 20 minutes
So
and
we can
55
also
seconds
use
plus
this to just
0000.
check out.
Title, Cybersecurity Implications of DeepSeek's Open Source AI Model. Summary, DeepSeek security
So
vulnerabilities could
if
be
we
turned into a
use
dangerous tool that
this
cybercriminals can exploit.
on the
Author,
first one,
Michael Hill at IQPC.com, Michael Hill. Giddys link,
let's
false.
see how this
Published,
works.
Monday, February 3rd,
What is
2025,
it?
13 hours 47
Control
minutes
Shift
and
F5.
46 seconds plus 0.
Restart. So we're doing the Reddit one.
Speed. Author, /u/netsec _burn. Giddys link, true. Updated, 2025-04-01T19:09:06 plus 00:00. Published,
So it hopped over this because it had the thing that I was talking about, right? So it excluded too much.
Author,
So my ears are starting to get annoyed by this constant chatter. I'm sorry. So we can't have this. It's not good. Actually, we could have just made a new line there, I guess. What? If key equals to link. Okay, so what is it thinking? That's so good. Yeah, I guess I should have, but instead I want it to be similar to it. Because there were so many fields that had similar things, right? Link and links. But it's links is already excluded because it's a list or a dictionary. So author detail. All the details will be this. I don't really care about the author either. href author. So now we have bird wings. And let's actually... I wonder if this works first. So I was like, why speak mark? That's why.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Summary, -sc underscore off -div class equals MDP strong overview /strong /pp. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the ref equals https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/r/netsec/a user base.
So we need to prettify this with it got what I wanted. Does it know what I copied?
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Summary, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. ID.
Or a file handle? Um. Okay, it's a boolean. So if it's a string, we do this. Boolean doesn't work, of course. Yeah, I was thinking of what to if on, but now we know we can do a string. We don't have to have special characters who can handle it. almost want to type random stuff. Title, summary, content. Yeah, that's not what I want. But the start of it is okay. So, there. I don't know why it thinks I want that. What happened? Undo, undo, undo. And here I thought it was adding one line, and it was adding so much more, so I was so confused there. So it added here all of this. Published. Can it see the data? This is like, what? Yeah, this is really WTF. So where is my, how local is my coding right now? That's what I'm thinking. Right? So it prints it. If key is published, speak. Published, enter key Y, else. Yeah. So we already have this here, right? So changing what enter key is here. That's not pretty. So it saves me a bit of typing, definitely.
From the RSS feed. Summary. Overview.
And
If you
some
have open
Googling
positions at
too,
your company for
probably.
information security professionals and would like to hire r/r user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education.
Right.
Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company
I'm
name.
sorry for the rereading of the same article. So we want to so here's the exit, right? So let's make this yes. So further than this, we never go because we're testing a new style of this. Of this. I'm like, what was I thinking? Right, now I know. Yeah, but I think I want it other order. So if it's reading for a long time, hmm, break time. I'll just click anything, click. Make sure there's dudes here. Yeah, it all works. Done. Uh, um, so a lot of this is not necessary. Print voices, set speed, tell speed, speak, yeah, whatever.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Summary, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. ID. Giddy Slink, true. Updated. Published. Title. Summary. Questions regarding NetSec and discussion related directly to NetSec are welcome here, as is sharing tool links. As always, the content and discussion guidelines should also be observed on r/netsec. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but don't post it here. Please send it to the moderator inbox. ID. Giddy Slink, true. Updated. Published. Title. Summary. ID. Giddy Slink, true. Updated. Published. Title. Summary. TLDR. I built an automation that cloned and scanned tens of thousands of public GitHub repos for leaked secrets. For each repository I restored deleted files, found angry blobs and unpacked.pack files,
Let's make a
tokens and credentials. Ended up reporting a bunch of leaks and pulled in around $64,000 from bug bounties fire. https://medium.com/@sharon.grisano/how I made 64k from deleted files. A bug bounty story. C5BD3A6F5F9B. ID. Giddy Slink, true. Updated. Published. Title. Summary. ID. Giddy Slink, true. Updated.
So I think
Here
I
are the
might
latest
be
articles from the
skipping
RSS
too
feed.
much here.
Summary. Overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their
Okay, I
education.
get it.
Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post.
Oh,
If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. ID. Giddy Slink. Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Summary. Overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also
so why did we get this lump of text? Where's the summary? So it skipped the content.
Born Again says, "What are you doing?"
I wanted to read me. Oh, Oh, that's funny. Yeah, okay, so the content is has more things in there, right. So what I want to do is to make it read me news when their news happens, right? That could be nice. But it actually skipped the content, so that's because I'm skipping these types. So we'll have to handle them instead. Knock on the door. Hello gubben. Okej, jag kommer gubben och hjälper dig. Jag kommer och hjälper dig. Jag bara jag kommer på en gång gubben. I'm gonna go and get my kitten food. I'll be right back. Yes, I was thinking I should really check out what the standard says. I mean, there's a standard, right? Um, so it's already done. Let's see here. RSS standard content, because contents. It's content. Standard content format that RSS2 specification. Elements of item. Okay. Let's grab the title. Come on there. There. Oh, and I was in the middle of typing code. And yeah, sure. That's okay. That's good. Sure. If those are in there, we assume HTML, right? Yeah, sometimes it's bad, and sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it's really good. And this was like an okay instance.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
So, no feed title. So let's hop over here and do feed dot. So what is feed? Feed is the response from feed parser parse. What does it return? It's a feed parser dict. So tell me about the feed parser dict. So we haven't actually seen any human examples of feed parser. That was not helpful. I want some examples, I guess. PyPy. The DAX. So defeed the title. So it's actually feed.feed title. Then
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion. Summary, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/nitsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead.
So it is reading the summary. It's not reading the. We need. What I was actually looking for was how is the content one structured, because I'm just skipping dicts now. So we solved that one. Why do they call it D? For dict? Access incoming item elements. I'm thinking we can like save which ones are read, so it doesn't read them again, and we can go on like the exact time thingy. Title and time, I guess. Slow. Or is it just me that didn't even see it switch pages? So if we need that, we can check it out. um, so I started the server and we haven't used it. Hmm. So I still have this up on my other screen. Oh well. Oh, by the way, why didn't I think of zooming? I'm sorry. So what I'm really looking for now is the content one. Hmm. So maybe I should just have basic info. Introduction. Let's TTS this while I fix this thing again.
Universal Feed Parser is a Python module for downloading and parsing syndicated feeds. It can handle RSS 0.90, Netscape RSS 0.90, and RSS 0.91, RSS 0.92, RSS 0.93, RSS 0.94, RSS 1.0, RSS 2.0, Atom 0.3, Atom 1.0, CDF and JSON feeds. It also parses several popular extension modules, including Dublin Core and Apple's iTunes extensions. To use Universal Feed Parser, you will need Python 3.8 or later. Universal Feed Parser is not meant to run standalone, it is a module for you to use as part of a larger Python program. Universal Feed Parser is easy to use, it has one primary public function, parse. Parse takes a number of arguments, but only one is required, and it can be a URL.
So it's
Import
only
URL, or a long
function.
string containing feed data in any format. Parsing a feed from a remote URL. Import feed parser. D equals feedparser.parse, HTTP URL. D feed title. Sample feed. Parsing a feed from a local file. The following example assumes you are on Windows, and that you have saved a feed at c:\incoming \atom10.xml. Note. Universal feed parser works on any platform that can run Python. Use the path syntax appropriate for your platform. Import feed
So
parser.
this is another way of
Import feed
typing it.
parser.parse. rc backslash incoming backslash atom10.xml. Dfeed title. Sample feed. Universal feed parser can also parse a feed in memory. Parsing a feed from a string. Import feed parser. Raw data equals RSS version equals 2.0. Channel. Title sample feed slash title. Slash channel. Slash RSS. D equals feed parser dot parse, raw data. D feed title. Sample feed. Values are returned as Python Unicode strings, except when they're not. See character encoding detection for all the gory details.
From a string. So what's previous? Okay. Says in common channel element. Is this not the same? We were not in this file. Yeah. Okay. Entries of content. Language type. Yeah, look, this is what I wanted. I want information about how content works, and this is definitely a standard, right? So this is what we want. Content could be several. A list of dictionaries. Okay. Okay, so atom feeds may contain multiple content. Content value should be the. So we have type, language, base, value. And it starts here. MD, strong. If you have open positions in your company. So it's a content value, really, we should get that. And assume that it's just one content, since it was only atom that had the other one, which we might do later, but for now. So as what I've been doing, I was just going through them, right? Uh, what? What did it do? Again, several lines. Well, yeah.
Dylan Kaiser says. Hello. Translated from German.
Hello. How
Python.
is everything? Oh, yes, this is the first day ever that I do the AI in my code thingy. So we're making it read RSS feeds for us. So let's see.
Oh nice. I once created a means of verbally communicating with AI.
Oh yeah. I did it too while I had free start OpenAI.
Jarvis from Iron Man.
Ah, okay, nice, nice. Yeah, maybe we'll make a local one later. Local, but it's one of the things I have up in my browser here. And I have lots of AI stuff here. But let's finish the RSS stuff. F5.
Have enough tabs open.
Here are the latest articles from the
Not
RSS
very
feed.
many.
Fetched 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion. Overview: if you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec
So
database,
that didn't
please
work.
leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post
So all right, right. So I still get rid of the dicts before it gets there. Let's comment these lines. And we'll see what happens. We'll get a lot of crap from these again, but I guess I'll have to.
Fetch 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion. Authors, name, /u/netsec_burn, ref, https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn.
So let's
Author _detail, name,
let's put a few
/u/netsec_burn,
things we
ref,
don't want.
https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn. Ref, https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn. Author, /u/netsec_burn. Tags, term, netsec, scheme, none, label, r/netsec. Content, type, text/HTML, language, none, base, https.
Restarting it.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
We don't
Fetch
need to
27
read
articles from
these.
technical information security content and discussion. Authors, name, /u/netsec_burn, ref, https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn. Author _detail, name, /u/netsec_burn, ref, https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn. Tags, term, netsec, scheme, none, label, r/netsec. Content, type, text/HTML, language, none, base, https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/.rss, value, -sc_off-div class equals mdp strong overview /strong/pp. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and
I'm sorry for the annoying
Here are the latest
repeating
articles from the
sounds.
RSS feed. Fetch 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion.
So here is
Author,
grading
Reddit,
the
/me/netsec
feed
underscore burn,
title.
ref, https://www.reddit.com/user/netsec_burn. Tag,
So why did
term,
it read
netsec,
that?
scheme, none, label,
Because
r/netsec.
it didn't actually add
Content, type,
authors.
text/html, language, none, base, https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/.rss, value, -sc_off-div class equals mdp strong overview /strong/pp. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the ref equals https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/r/netsec.
We can just take the ones we want to.
Detailing any open job
I
openings
just
at your
want
company
to
/feel free
find
to
all the
select a link
ones.
to post internship positions. Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion. Tags, term,
Here,
netsec,
feed
scheme,
title.
none, label, r/netsec. Content, type,
So what was it
text/html,
called?
Attaching
language,
article
none,
Tags.
base, https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec.
Wait a sec, I'll stop a second. Ah, remote administration tool. Cool. Cool. Yes, I'm trying to learn Go too. Just started a test project for a port scanner. Tags.
Go is my favorite language.
Good, good. Yeah, so can you explain to me why it is not OP?
Here are the latest articles from the
And
RSS feed.
how it is not OP?
Fetch 27 articles from technical information security content and discussion. Content, type, text/html, language, none, base, https://www.
What?
Why it's not tube.
Yeah, I heard it's not OP. Is it not OP? Because it kind of seemed a bit like that when, but I haven't done much, but it seemed OP from things you included and used. So,
I actually didn't know that. It sure feels oop.
yeah. Let's check. So, Golang
Mainly
is
because I write
OP.
everything in functions these days.
Why is Golang not OP? That was my question. Encourages composition-based design rather than relying heavily on inheritance. So it is not. So
Oh.
I will learn more when I learn more about Go, because yeah. So I don't get why anyone would not use the way humans think, which is OP, you know?
You learn
The
something
world
new every
is.
day. I mainly know how to write in it.
Okay, yeah. So the Python here is kind of OP, right? Because we have a little class here. Well, let's scroll back to the start so you can see the text where it says class.
There aren't any classes in Golang.
Yeah, that's the OP bit. Let's try this again and see. Yeah, I remember. It didn't read. It read it. If case content. Okay. Yeah, so let's put this one first. And this one we just remove. There. So if the key is content, then it's HTML. But on the value of the first entry. And then we have, if it seems to be HTML somewhere else in it, just use extract text from HTML then too. Otherwise, just speak the darn thing, right? If we didn't already abort, because it's got one of these that we don't read. And I removed removing old dictionaries and stuff. We could have had it in here instead. So, let's just try it out. So
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
let's
24
comment
articles from
these
Techdiv on information
lines.
security content and discussion. Content. Overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as
Nice.
well.
Now we
Many of
got
our
the
readers are currently in
text.
school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere.
I think summary
Include
is
the
the
geographic
same here.
location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work.
So this is
Suggest an
me
example of acceptable
learning
posts by
about
perusing past hiring
RSS.
threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. Content, type, text/HTML, language, none, base, https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/.rss, value, -sc_off-div class equals mdp strong overview
Okay.
/pp. If you have open positions at your
I
company
just
for
want
information
normal
security
objects and
professionals and would like to
classes.
hire
It's
from
very
them,
nice.
equals https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/a
So why did this
user base. Please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company /pp. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education /pp. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions /pp. Strong rules and AMP guidelines /strong/pp.
Content
include the company name in
again.
the post. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the
It's the
availability of
same
relocation
one.
assistance or remote work
I don't get
/PRD if
this.
you are a third.
So let's check out the code. Okay. I forgot to add elif. That's why. So I did both. Must wait for it to finish. We're gonna test with some
Overview.
others.
If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings
It's
at
not
your
the
company.
longest
We would also
article
like to
though.
encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in
So we
school or
didn't
are just
read
finishing their
anything
education.
else, but
Please reserve top-level
the
comments for
actual
those posting
thing.
open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post.
It
If
will
you want to be
probably
top
read the
secret,
title
go
at the
recruit elsewhere.
end if it's
Include the
like
geographic location of the position along with the
alphabetical
availability
or
of relocation
something.
assistance or
No,
remote
because
work.
tags is
You
here.
can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. Summary.
So
Overview. If you have open positions at your
yeah,
company
and
for information
summary is the
security professionals and
same.
would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base,
So let's
please leave a
add
comment detailing
summary
any
here
open job
too.
listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post. If you want to be top
I
secret,
just want
go
to
recruit
see if
elsewhere.
there's any
Include the
more.
geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. ID
Slow.
https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/t3_1jp3y90.
So it read the
Giddy
ID
Slink,
here
True.
now.
Links, ref,
Let's
https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/comments/1jp3y90/netsec_security_hire/.
grab
Alternate, type, text/html. Updated, 2025-04-01T19:09:06+00:00. Published, 2025-04-01T19:09:06+00:00. Title, /r/netsec Q2 2025 Information Security
And
Hiring
there we have
Threads.
the title.
Content, questions regarding NetSec and discussion
And
related
there's a
directly to
new
NetSec are
one
welcome
now.
here, as is sharing
It's
key
reading
others.
a new one.
As always, the content and discussion guidelines should also be observed on r/netsec. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but don't post it here. Please send it to the moderator inbox. Summary, questions regarding NetSec and discussion related directly to NetSec are welcome here, as is sharing key links. As always, the content and discussion guidelines should also be observed on r/netsec. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but don't post it here. Please send it to the moderator inbox. ID, https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/t3_1jzrx4g. Giddy Slink, True. Links, Ref. https://www.reddit.com/r/netsec/comments/1jzrx4g/runetsec_monthly_discussion_tool_tool
I'm just
slash
saving the
alternate
names and then
type
the
text
title we
slash
want,
html
right?
updated 2025-04-15t13:29:45 plus 00:00
So
published 2025-04-15t13:29:45 plus
let's
00:00
stop it. It's annoying. Um, so let's remove its instance totally and let's just use the key names if we want them. But I'm thinking this is just a temporary thing to continue this, right? So I wanted to learn more about what's in there. So let's actually let's comment these temporarily. And let's just list them instead because I'm annoyed at this. So I'm actually going to comment this too. And the only thing we will do is this is annoying. I can't see what I'm doing anymore. Okay, so let's select all the things I want to delete and just click delete because it will still be there. Stupid AI thing. I might get used to it. We'll see. Comma end equals nothing. And let's do comma space and run it. We'll just get the list of them. Oh, it listed them for everything. So here's all of the things this one has. There. And this is one example. We can delete all that. And let's do for entry and feed entries. Instead, we'll do what ChatGPT originally suggested, which was entry equals feed entry 0. This will error if there's nothing, but so we don't need that. So this is what we want, specifically that line really, and this. So this should just output a nice little list. There. And if we do another one now, so we can compare what they look like. And this is the one that's got stuff and the last one is empty, so we don't have to run that one. So let's grab some more RSS lists or feeds. Yeah, so that one crashes. So put that as a comment afterwards. The third one. So, title is in the end really here. And here we have title first, which is much nicer, right? So if we activate this again, no, let's not. Let's just continue. Yeah. It understood what I was going to type. Yeah. But I wanted just to print it. So, let's put this somewhere down here for now. And let's go up here and... Right. This is what's supposed to be. These are not really comments. This is just because I've tested a few. And this one is empty. Right now, there might be news. No. Keys equals set. This is too complicated. We don't need to do that. That's not what I want. Let's use print key instead, right? And it will error out if there's nothing. So maybe we should add that case too. And let's do this. And add if for no entries. Well, so oh, I see. I didn't indent it. How could I miss that? So now it's a function instead. Here's what actual program starts. So if we have a new feed that we want, we can do that. So let's grab a few more. Let's just see. Let's use one of these. What if can I select these like and say make these a list? How much typing did we save? Right? So select the desired one. I'm a bit impressed, to be honest. That was very nice of it. Let's do this then. Add more cyber security. Add 20 more. Sorry. Good. Cybersecurity news feeds. Can you do this? I saw it typing. I scrolled and it kinda failed.
Is that GitHub Copilot?
This is me installing code, and it by default it just did it. It asked, "Do you want this?" I was like, "Okay, let's test it." So I press Control I in here, and it opens Ask Copilot. Apparently, I can change this too. So this one I didn't scroll. When I scrolled, it failed. So no scrolling while doing that, it seems. Now it's finished, I guess I can scroll. We have Veronis, Fortinet, Malwarebytes. It removed our old ones though. So it edited away stuff. So can I, let's copy this. And let's close it. Because it removed those. So, news trends here, this one is there. The articles, it's there too. That's not news though. Yeah, so it didn't remove them, it was just removing the comments. So this is the first time ever that I tried this thing with making it. It also suggests stuff, right? So I'm like, if I type something, it check if published key exists. Adding a comment suddenly. I'm like, no, I didn't want to change anything. Thank you, you know. So uh, didn't I just add to check that, by the way? This is crap. So we want to speak the title, right? Yeah. And we don't want, yeah, here's speaking the title. So I've just changed the speak function so it also prints. So I don't need to do it. So just before it speaks, it prints it here. So it's using Win32 com client dispatch. SAPI voice. SAPI SP voice. And we're going to let's try and make it do it. Add loop for RSS feeds. So it keeps the old thing and adds it for RSS URL and RSS URLs. Feed equals parse. And the parse is here. Well, we accept that, and then we have to edit ourselves because this one is not really in use anymore either, right? And this one is, it moved it, it didn't move it, it copied it. And it copied that too, it's here. If not, feed entries continue. Yeah. If the list doesn't have anything, we don't want to read from it, that's true. And then it says fetched this number from the list. Ah, yeah, I'm going a bit nuts about the empty lines not being empty. For entry in feed entries, speak the title, print, which will also print, and then this is not pretty, this is GPT. Start example I asked for. If summary in entry, we're not interested in summary anymore. User input. Do you want to read the rest of the full article? Yeah, I didn't really like this. It annoyed me. I just want it. So yeah, this is what we have down here. So if key I'm curious about the old loop. There it is. 4 key and entry keys. 4 key and entry keys. That's what I had before. And I'm pasting a backup because I copied it before I went back. And since I'm gonna copy that and go back to the front, in case it hadn't worked, you never know, you know. So for entry in feed entries compared to for key in entry keys, because I had 2 loops. Did I? Yeah, I really should have saved that one too. So this is when I'm thinking, like, why didn't I just get it before? So this is why I still had a 0 there before I made a loop. Is it? Or is it after I removed it? It's after I removed it. There. There. For entry. And then keying keys. Copy, copy. So let's... Yeah, it was just this. So we loop the RSSs, we loop the entries, we loop the keys. I don't think I want to though. No, I want to say the names. I was just curious what it was. But now I know it. I guess I'm going slow today. My head is not working as it should. So we did most of that for nothing. Okay, so if yeah, we're not gonna have this. We're just gonna have instead feed that content. We need the 0 still there. That value, meaning if feed entries, if feed Entries. Now if entry dot so content of value. So we can assume a title, can we? Yes. And I'm gonna like just break it here. But we need the syntax to be a bit like functional so it won't by bias. What? I just wanted to tab. I wanted another tab in here. I didn't want to type this thing. I just want another tab. And since the tab key is busy, I have to do spaces. There. So I don't want it to ever do this, which it understands, so it's grayed out. And this is the same thing, right? It's just copied it. This is there, this is there. Soap find all. Response, content, status, try. We didn't get any response without adding this. Speaker speak. Yeah. So the rest is bye. So we just have this for now. It's just supposed to. Oh. Where is this line from? If entry content.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 27 articles from Technical Information Security Content and Discussion. Title, /r/netsxq2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread. Title, /r/netsxq2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread.
So, no attribute content, key error. So there is no. So this if didn't work. So we need to make an fix this if. What do you think? Can you do it? And check if content exists in the. Yes, do that. That's what it kind of, right? If content in entry. Okay, so this is what I tried to do with this. I think it was kind of obvious, right? If entry.content exists, but we have to do if content in entry. So, well, I guess we accept it and then we delete it. Why did it think it was? So they definitely didn't understand what I said or what I had done. So let's see if this works, because it went to this line even though we didn't have a content in entry.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 27 articles from Technical Information Security Content. Title, /r/netsxq2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread. Title, /r/netsxq2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread. Content, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently in school or are just finishing their education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post. If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead.
We have title twice.
Monthly discussion and tool thread. Title, r/netsec monthly discussion and tool thread. Content, questions regarding NetSec and discussion related directly to NetSec are welcome here, as is sharing tool links. As always, the content and discussion guidelines should also be observed on r/netsec. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but don't post it here. Please send it to the moderator inbox. Title, How I Made $64,000 from Deleted Files, a Bug Bounty Story. Title, How I Made $64,000 from Deleted
Now we
Files,
know
a Bug
this
Bounty
doesn't
Story.
work. It needs to
Content,
be
TL,
linked.
DR. I built an automation that cloned and scanned tens of thousands of public GitHub repos for leaked secrets. For each repository I restored deleted files, found dangling blobs in unpacked.pack files to search in them for exposed API keys, tokens, and credentials. Ended up reporting a bunch of leaks and pulled in around $64,000 from bug bounties fire. https://medium.com/@sharon.bryzano/how I made 64K from deleted files, a bug bounty story. C5BD3A6F5F9B. Title, Attacking My Landlord's Boiler. Title, Attacking My Landlord's Boiler. Content. Title, New PACU module, secret enumeration in Elastic Beanstalk.
If title in
New PACU
entry.
module, secret enumeration in Elastic Beanstalk. Content. Title, Windows.
Restarting. Yeah. I noticed that we have squigglies. Oh, it's not indented. Mm. Mm. Try to restart it when it wasn't started.
Fetched 27 articles from Technical Information Security Content and Discussion. Title, /r/netsxq2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread. Content, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security professionals and would like to hire from the /r/netsec user base, please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our
So I'm
in school or are
checking
just
on
finishing their
this.
education.
Meanwhile,
Reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines include the company name in the post.
idling.
If you want to be top secret, go recruit elsewhere. Include the geographic location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail instead. Title, r/netsec monthly discussion and tool thread. Content, questions regarding NetSec and discussion related directly to NetSec are welcome here, as is sharing tool links. As always, the content and discussion guidelines should also be observed on r/netsec. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but don't post it here. Please send it to the moderator inbox. Title, How I Made $64,000 from Deleted Files, a Bug Bounty Story. Content, TL, DR. I built an automation that cloned and scanned tens of thousands of public GitHub repos for leaked secrets. For each repository I restored deleted files, found dangling blobs in unpacked.pack files to search in them for exposed API
Oh, we
keys,
need
tokens,
one
and
more.
credentials. Ended up reporting a bunch of leaks and pulled in around $64,000 from bug bounties fire.
Oh,
https://medium.com/@sharon.bryzano/how I made 64K from deleted files, a bug bounty story.
that's good.
C5BD3A6F5F9B.
I know.
Title, Attacking My Landlord's Boiler. Content. Title, New PACU module, secret enumeration in Elastic Beanstalk. Content. Title, Windows Defender Antivirus Bypass in 2025, Part 2. Content. Title,
content,
why RAG is crucial for
nothing.
LLM analysis workflows. Content, large language models, LLMs, have revolutionized many industries by replacing the need to Google for answers. However, for cybersecurity workloads where current information is critical for accurate analysis, outdated LLM training data often results in hallucinations and incorrect answers. How can we build trust with LLMs for cybersecurity questions? This blog explores why Retrieval Augmented Generation, RAG, is essential to augment LLMs with current threat information. It overviews popular data retrieval techniques used by foundation model providers and why combining LLMs with RAG is the future of agentic cybersecurity analysis. Title, Hack Your Way In, WebCTF Challenge. Content, click here for the challenge or use the link, https://openprocessing.org/sketch/2620681. Read the rules first. If you see the sketch is private, this is part of the challenge. You can still solve it. 1. Discover the correct hidden password. 2. Log in with the correct password. 3. Find the secret message after logging in somehow without the correct password. Logging in without finding the secret message. Check if one with this Google form, https://forms.gle/oxy9aviceswa. Title, Line Jumping, the silent backdoor in MCP. Content, https://blog. Title, wrote a blog explaining V8 parser workflow with ICVAD as a case study. Content, hope it helps someone,
So
and for the experts, correct me if I'm wrong in any way or form, or if you would like a particular
some of them are
Here are
empty
the latest articles from
content.
the
I want to
RSS
see
feed.
the full content thing.
Fetch
It was
23 articles
actually
on technical
empty.
information security content and discussion.
Why then would they
One article, NSEC
exist?
Q2 2025 Information Security Hiring Thread. Content, overview. If you have open positions at your company for information security
I
professionals
guess
and
we
would like
should
to hire
check
from
the
the
length of
/com/NSEC
it
user
too,
base,
right?
please leave a comment detailing any open job listings at your company. We would also like to encourage you to post internship positions as well. Many of our readers are currently
Put
in
a
school or under
space in
finishing their
there.
education. Please reserve top-level comments for those posting open positions. Rules and guidelines refer
So
to company
these
name and
guys,
post.
they
This is meant to be
just
top
work
secret,
in
but
the
we urge you.
background, little
Please
idle
indicate
game.
the location of the position along with the availability of relocation assistance or remote work. You can see an example of acceptable posts by perusing past hiring threads. Feedback and suggestions are welcome, but please don't hijack this thread. Use moderator mail.
So I guess we'll look at
Title,
this for a
r
bit
slash
while we
NetSec monthly
wait.
discussion and tool thread. Content, questions regarding NetSec and discussion related directly to NetSec are welcome here.
So this
Share
is
and Q&A.
where I
As
usually
always,
just
the
have
content
my
and discussion guidelines
OBS
should also be
preview.
observed on r/NetSec. Feedback and suggestions are
So
welcome,
if
but don't post this
chat
late. Please send it to the
pops up
moderator
stuff,
inbox.
I'll
Title,
probably
How I Made
pop it up.
$64,000 from Deleted Files, a Bug Bounty Story. Content, TL, DR. I built an automation that cloned and scanned tens of thousands of public GitHub repos for leaked secrets. For each repository I restored deleted files, found dangling blobs in unpacked.pack files to search in them for exposed API keys, tokens, and credentials. Ended up reporting a bunch of leaks and pulled in around $64,000 from bug bounties. Fire. https://medium.com/@sharon.bryzanov/how I made 64K from deleted
Should we have
files, a bug
author
bounty story.
in there?
C5BD3A6F5F9B. Title, Attacking My Landlord's Boiler. Content. Title, New PACU module, secret enumeration in Elastic Beanstalk.
Yeah, so now we got debugging
Title,
for her.
Windows Defender Antivirus
This is
Lockout
what I
version
was
December 5,
wanting.
Part 2. Content.
So
Title, Why RAG is crucial for LLM analysis workflows. Content, large language models, LLMs, have revolutionized
value
many industries by replacing the need
submitted
to Google for
by
answers. However, for cybersecurity workloads where current information is
hackers
critical for
and
accurate analysis,
builders.
outdated
Is a
LLM training data
link
often results in hallucinations and incorrect answers.
and
How
a
can we build trust with
trap
LLMs
and
for
a
cybersecurity
link.
questions?
Yeah, there's really
This
not
blog explores
much
why
in
Retrieval
there.
Augmented Generation, RAG, is essential to augment LLMs with current threat information. It overviews popular data retrieval techniques used by foundation model providers and why combining LLMs with RAG is the future of agentic cybersecurity analysis. Title,
So let's go there. I guess this is just us getting an example.
Read the rules first. If you see the sketch is private, this is part of the challenge.
And we can also
You can still solve
download
it.
links, you
1.
know,
Discover the
if
correct
it's
hidden
actual
password. 2.
news.
Log in with the correct
This
password.
one
3.
is
Find the secret message after logging in
the
somehow
Reddit
without the
here.
correct password. Logging in without finding the secret message. Check if one with this Google form.
So I'm gonna do comment that
https://forms.gle/oxy9aviceswa.
one and
Title,
let's
Line Jumping, the silent back.
restart it.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
There were no
Top 200
P
annoying
tags
articles
in
from
there.
NTSC Newsfeed. Title, Bad Bazaar and Moonshine, Spyware targeting Uyghur, Taiwanese and Tibetan groups and civil society actors. Title, Bad Bazaar and Moonshine, Technical Analysis and Mitigations. Title, NCSC and partners share guidance for communities at high risk of digital surveillance. Title, Vulnerability affecting Next.js web development framework. Title, Cyber Chiefs unveil new roadmap for post-quantum cryptography migration. Title, NCSC joins partners to issue warning about China state-sponsored cyber activity targeting CNI networks. Title, NCSC joins
So there's no content in here.
from scams.
We can confirm this by checking our comment here.
Title, NCSC enters new partnership for PDNS delivery.
Title detail link, summary detail published,
Title, NCSC
published parse
ID.
ID.
Title, NCSC
Grizzlink.
CEO
So
shares
there's
insights into
there's
securing nuclear
no
weapons in cyberspace at major international conference.
details or
Title:
no
NCSC CEO meets with cybersecurity leaders in
content. The
India.
next one
Title:
also has
NCSC
nothing.
CEO Lindy Cameron urges UK organizations to take action. Title:
Yeah,
NCSC
I'm
CEO
thinking we'll
highlights
do
importance of advanced
summary.
oversight in
If there's
cybersecurity.
no
Title:
if there's no
NCSC CEO of UK.
content, let's use summary then. So and then I have to fix my mic so you can ask us. That's what it thinks I want. No, it wants this if summary. Ha ha ha, yeah. You remember what I said? So I wanted summary, but I just realized we want an elif. And we want that. And we want summary. There. Now this is also the same gray as whatever that wants. Yeah, Copilot. So I didn't delete the backup I made, so let's close. So let's try again. And it's
Here are the
also
latest articles from
printing
the
the
RSS feed.
links. It's
Fetch
not
209 articles from NCSC newsfeed. Title: Bad Bazaar and Moonshine. Spyware targeting Uyghur, Taiwanese and Tibetan groups and civil society actors. Summary: The
209.
NCSC and partners publish new information and mitigation measures for those at high risk from two spyware variants. Title: Bad Bazaar and Moonshine. Technical analysis and mitigations. Summary: This advisory provides new and collated threat intelligence on two variants of spyware known as Bad Bazaar and Moonshine, and includes advice for app store operators, developers, and social media companies to help keep their users safe. Title: NCSC and partners share guidance for communities at high risk of digital surveillance. Summary: Spyware variants Moonshine and Bad Bazaar are being used to target mobile devices of individuals around the world. Title: Vulnerability affecting Next.js web developers.
So what I saw before was that the summary was the same as the title. So let's put an and here. And add a comparison that summary is not the same as title. I have to test it now, right? See, can you do it? Very simple thing, but still. Good. It could do it. Because these were not the same, right? Let's comment this one out.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 12 articles from Articles RSS feed. Title: Viewing cybersecurity events in context.
So
Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Title: Navigating the rising tide of AI attacks. Summary: Daniel Shepard discusses what is needed for AI to reach its full potential to improve cybersecurity against a backdrop of attacks. Title: 6 major cyber attacks and AMP data breaches in March 2025. Summary: Cyber attacks and data breaches are wreaking havoc on organizations and users around the globe. Title: How cybersecurity experts are fighting AI-generated threats. Summary: As AI-powered cyber threats grow more sophisticated, cybersecurity teams implement proactive security measures to counter emerging risks. Title: Are you PCI compliant yet? Summary: Explore the compliance requirements of PCI.
So maybe we want a pause 1 second pause between them because it's like a bit intense, right? So let's add that here. So time, yeah, not sleep one. So yeah, I know. We could have done that instead, right? What happened with the colon? Oh, it wasn't actually there. It was just suggested by AI. And it's all grayed out, so I couldn't see the difference. So, why did it squiggly? Because I forgot to put an uppercase F. So, so what I'm thinking now is we don't just want this short summary, right? Uh, this is where we want an actual voice question. When the mic, okay, if published in entry, published time equals time strf time, entry published parsed, speaker speak, published time. No. To do when the mic works, because if it can't hear me, right? Yeah, exactly that. But it's a comments for now. And we'll add voice recognition then too, which we just copy from my other stuff here. Listen. So it'll take seconds. Well, I guess 2 minutes maybe, right? But for now, we don't have a question, so we just do it. Href. Headers. So Yeah. So we're gonna make a function of this instead. So def read. Okay, got it. But we want actually a URL. So here we have the link. Yeah, we're going to put an elif there. What did it say? We have functions. Let's put the main bit down there later. So full article, try headers, URL, headers, response. I guess this should be URL equals URL too. So let's mouse over the get function. Yeah, it's URL. Let's do that, I guess. Response race for status. So if there's an error, it erases the error. We can keep that. Then we have the beautiful soap taking care of this. Finding all paragraphs. I don't know if I like this. Title string, that's what it's suggesting. No, we don't want to speak this. So what I was going to do was different than this. I was just curious to see what it put there. Nothing more. So subtitle string. So I don't care about the link at all. So let's do contents. Soap head. Okay, so if I tab that, soap body. So let's add a few. Oh gosh, I have caps. So we want a lot of space here. Then it defines all piece. I don't know if I like that. And put article contents to that, and then print and pixels. So now I can compare it when it does this. I couldn't fetch or parse the article. I couldn't fetch or read the article. So we have debug stuff. Let's add that too. Oh, fuck. It got it. That it was debug I wanted to add. Could it hear me? So well, this is just a header here. So
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 12 articles from Articles RSS feed. Title: Viewing Cybersecurity Events in Context. Summary: Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train responders to think more like attackers. Title: Navigating the Rising Tide of AI Attacks. Summary: Daniel Shepard discusses what is needed for AI to reach its full potential to improve cybersecurity against a backdrop of attacks.
So they don't have an href. I should have checked, but that's one thing I want to do. Yeah, that's what I want. Exactly. Does it have any more suggestions? So I'll leave links in entry. Nah. For now, I think we're good with else. Oh, of course, we just don't. We need to check that still. So we don't have any else. That's all. I guess that's okay.
Here are the latest articles
Will
from
it
the
read
RSS feed.
read it for us?
Fetched 12 articles from Articles RSS feed.
I have to go
Viewing
into a
cybersecurity
sheet.
events in context.
It has
Summary:
href.
Red teaming exercises not only test an organization's security framework but also train
Oh,
responders to
this
think more
one
like
has
attackers.
links. Link.
Audio conversion provided by OpenAI. Automated security tools are invaluable in managing the vast number of alerts generated in modern networks, but there is a risk they will lead to complacency.
So
Security responders may
it's
feel tempted to
reading the
overlook
full
everything,
article now,
which can lead to missed opportunities for catching sophisticated attacks.
including
Vital
the
that responders don't become reliant on these tools.
sign up
They
for
also need to ensure
free.
they cultivate an attacker's
Contact
mindset and act
us.
accordingly. In the cybersecurity world, red teaming is an essential exercise that pits a group of ethical hackers, the red team, against a company's security team, the blue
Not
team, in a
perfect,
controlled
but
environment. This method tests the effectiveness of a company's security posture by simulating an attack scenario that mimics the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, of real-life adversaries. At Cyberus, my colleagues and I engage in these simulations to
so
challenge and enhance the defensive strategies of our clients. Red team exercises offer several benefits. Primarily, they help organizations
let's
identify
actually stop it because we just want to check the output now. So let's go up to our debug text here. Debug. The title, cybersecurity events in context. Uh, head. This is a contents there. HTML. HTML. /n. And then HTML. So then we have a long script that you definitely shouldn't read. It ends here. So contents. And then we have head, which is also all script, of course. Here's the body. Hej love. Ska jag fixa lite spaghetti till dig också? Spaghetti. Gotti bara. Lite olika saker. Blue pudding. Men säg som att vi gör det imorgon och så tar vi... Va? Blue pudding. Men då vill jag göra klart det jag håller på med först. Jag kan ge dig spaghetti nu. Men jag kan göra blue pudding lite senare. Vill du ha det? Okej. Yes, I have. Okej, den måste värmas i alla fall. Jag gjorde det ju igår. Okej. Men då fixar jag det om en stund då. När skulle du vilja äta? Okej. Suni. Jag ska testa en grej. Sen kan den få köra medan jag gör mat till dig. Och mig också. Här gubben. Hälsa. Jag fixar det snart. Ni också. Lägg. Så. Ja. Body. P. So it's grabbing only the piece. So this is, we don't want this. Drop down menus and stuff. If there was a search, I would search for peace. So here's content. Where is this? It's not anywhere in these. So I'm curious if there's a better way to grab in a way that we can reuse. So I would like to skip like footer stuff, like this. But if it's not possible, you know, that's the way it is. So let's go back, if I can write this down again. So it worked, it grabbed the full article, that's what we want. Since we've already read these, right? I'm gonna try another one. And I might just leave this running while I go and make food.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 10 articles from Threadpost. Title: Student Loan Breach Exposes 2.5M Records. Summary: 2.5 million people were affected, in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Share this article: 2.5 million people were affected, in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Ed Financial and the Oklahoma Student Loan Authority, OSLA, are notifying over 2.5 million loanies that their personal data was exposed in a data breach. The target of the breach was Nelnet Servicing, the Lincoln, Nebraska-based servicing system and web portal provider for
Oh,
OSLA and Ed
right,
Financial.
we need to remove the debug text first. Can't have all that up, that's confusing. So let's just do that.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 10 articles from Threadpost. Title: Student Loan Breach Exposes 2.5M Records. Summary: 2.5 million people were affected, in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Share this article: 2.5 million people were affected, in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Ed Financial and the Oklahoma Student Loan Authority, OSLA, are notifying over 2.5 million loanies that their personal data was exposed in a
So
data
it's
breach. The
twice.
target of the breach was Nelnet Servicing, the Lincoln, Nebraska-based servicing system and web portal provider for OSLA and Ed Financial, according to a breach disclosure letter. Nelnet revealed the breach to affected loan recipients on July 21, 2020 via a letter. Our cybersecurity team took immediate action to secure the information system, block the suspicious activity, fix the issue, and launched SICAN investigation with third-party forensic experts to determine the nature and scope of the activity, according to the
So
letter.
these are not
By
both
August 17th,
full
the
log.
investigation
It must
determined that
be a
personal
double
user information
print
was
in
accessed
the
by an
read full
unauthorized party.
article
That
still.
exposed information included names, home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers for a total of 2,501,324 student loan account holders.
Gosh.
Users' financial information was not exposed. According to a breach disclosure filing submitted by Nelnet's general counsel, Bill Munn, to the state of Maine, the breach occurred sometime between June 1, 2022 and July 22,
So
2022.
we don't need
However,
doubles.
the letter to affected customers pinpoints the breach to
So
July
I'm
22.
sorry, but I'm restarting it again. Let's actually
Here are the latest.
stop it. And since we have heard that twice now, well, I don't know what's good here. If there's like Does everybody have them? Um, give me 10 cyber security news sites. Give me RSS feeds for 10 cybersecurity news sites. Having general use, not just one brand. It's so stupid. So it started with that one at top. So I should have written ad, I guess. Look, it's yeah, it's the ones we already had. I just wanted to check. It is the same ones. Oh gosh. So threat posts, dark reading. So I guess we trust that these are general news. These were the ones we just googled, right? Except for the first one, which was ChatGPT's suggestion. For an example for using Python script for RSS with feed parser. Okay, I started again. We didn't hear that much of it. I did click delete and then it added stuff. I wanted to delete it. I clicked delete 4 times now. Right? If I do that, can I? Yeah. So select it and just delete. I do get to find the ways around the AI. So I'm gonna pull this up again and we're gonna start it. And I'm gonna go and make some food for my kid. It will take a bit, but we can listen to the news meanwhile. I'll just check that it looks good.
Summary: 2.5 million people were affected in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Share this article. 2.5 million people were affected in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Ed Financial and the
No,
Oklahoma
it's
State
just
Loan Authority,
once.
OSLA, are notifying over 2.5 million loanies that their personal data was exposed in a data breach. The target of the breach is Nelnet Servicing, the Lincoln, Nebraska-based servicing system and web portal provider for OSLA and Ed Financial, according to a breach disclosure letter. Nelnet revealed the breach to affected loan recipients on July 21, 2022 via a letter. Our cybersecurity team took immediate action to secure the information system, block the suspicious activity, fix the issue, and launched an investigation with third-party forensic experts to determine the nature and scope of the activity, according to the letter. By August 17, the investigation determined that personal user information was accessed by an unauthorized party. That exposed information included names, home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers for a total of 2,501,324 student loan account holders. Users' financial information was not exposed. According to a breach disclosure filing submitted by Nelnet's general counsel, Bill Munn, to the state of Maine, the breach occurred sometime between June 1, 2022 and July 22, 2022. However, a letter to affected customers pinpoints the breach to July 21. The breach was discovered on August 17, 2022.
I'll be right back.
On July 21, 2022, Nelnet Servicing, LLC, Nelnet, our servicing system and customer website portal provider, notified us that they had discovered a vulnerability that we believe led to this incident, according to the Nelnet. It's unclear what the vulnerability was. On August 17, 2022, this investigation determined that certain student loan account registration information was accessible by an unknown party beginning in July 2022 and ending on July 22, 2022, according to the letter. Although users' most sensitive financial data was protected, the personal information that was accessed in the Nullnet breach has potential to be leveraged in future social engineering and phishing campaigns, explained Melissa Bishop, endpoint security research specialist at Penium, in a statement via email. With recent news of student loan forgiveness, it's reasonable to expect the occasion to be used by scammers as a gateway for criminal activity, Bishoping said. Last week, the Biden administration announced a plan to cancel $10,000 of student loan debt for low and middle-income loanies. She said the loan forgiveness program will be used to lure victims into opening up phishing emails. She warns that recently breached data will be used to impersonate affected brands in waves of phishing campaigns targeting students and recent college graduates. Because they can leverage the trust from existing business relationships, they can be particularly deceptive, she wrote. According to the breach disclosure, Nullnet Servicing informed Ed Financial SLA that Nullnet Servicing's cybersecurity team took immediate action to secure the information system, block the suspicious activity, fix the issue, and launched an investigation with third-party forensic experts to determine the nature and scope of the activity. Remediation also included 2 years of free credit monitoring, credit reports, and identity theft insurance. Share this article. Says attackers gained initial access to an employee's VPN client via a compromised Google account. Attacks against U.S. companies spike in Q1 2022 with catchable and preventable external vulnerabilities responsible for bulk of attacks. Uptake in the tourism industry after the COVID-19 pandemic grabs the attention of cybercriminals to scam the tourists. The first stop for security news InfoSec insider content is written by a secret community of threat posters and subject matter experts. This contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the Threat Post audience. The Threat Post editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Watering Hole Attacks Push Scanbox Keylogger. Summary: Researchers uncover a watering hole attack likely carried out by app TA423, which attempts to plant the Scanbox JavaScript-based scanbox. Share this article. Researchers uncover a watering hole attack likely carried out by app TA423, which attempts to plant the Scanbox JavaScript-based reconnaissance tool. A China-based threat actor has ramped up efforts to distribute the Scanbox reconnaissance framework to victims that include domestic Australian organizations and offshore energy firms in the South China Sea. The bait used by the Advanced Threat Group, APT, is targeted messages that supposedly link back to Australian news websites. The cyber espionage campaigns are released from 2022 through mid-June 2022, according to a Tuesday report by Proofpoint's threat research team and PwC's threat intelligence team. Title: Tentacles of ZeroCtopus Threat Group Victimize 130 Firms. Summary: Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Share this article. Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Targeted attacks on Twilio and Cloudflare employees are tied to a massive phishing campaign that resulted in 9,931 accounts at over 130 organizations being compromised. The campaigns are tied to focused abuse of identity and access management firm Okta, which gained the threat actors the ZeroCtopus moniker, by researchers. The primary goal of the threat actors was to obtain Okta identity credentials and multi-factor authentication, MFA, codes from users of the targeted organizations, wrote Group IB researchers in a recent report. These users received text messages containing links to phishing sites that mimic the Okta authentication page of their organization. Impacted were 114 US-based firms, with additional victims of sprinkled across 68 additional countries. Roberto Martinez, senior threat intelligence analyst at Group IB, said the scope of the attacks is still an unknown. The ZeroCtopus campaign has been incredibly successful, and the full scale of it may not be known for some time, he said. The ZeroCtopus attackers are believed to have begun their campaign by targeting telecommunications companies in hopes of winning access to potential targets' phone numbers. While unsure exactly how threat actors obtained a list of phone numbers used in MFA-related attacks, one theory researchers posit is that ZeroCtopus attackers began their campaign targeting telecommunications companies. According to the compromised data analyzed by Group IB, the threat actors started their attacks by targeting mobile operators and telecommunications companies and could have collected the numbers from those initial attacks, researchers wrote. Next, attackers sent phishing links to targets via text messages. Those links led to web pages mimicking the Okta authentication page used by the target's employer. Victims were then asked to submit Okta identity credentials. MFA, codes employees used to secure their logins. In an accompanying technical blog, researchers at Group IB explained that the initial compromises of mostly software as a service firms were a phase 1 in a multi-pronged attack. ZeroCtopus' ultimate goal was to access company mailing lists or customer-facing systems in hopes of facilitating supply chain attacks. In a possible related incident, within hours of Group IB publishing its report late last week, the firm DoorDash revealed it was targeted in an attack with all the hallmarks of a ZeroCtopus-style attack. In a blog post, DoorDash revealed, unauthorized party used the stolen credentials of vendor employees to gain access to some of our internal tools. So I'm sorry I had to stop it because we'll have to add a function that it doesn't read the one we already did again. But I just have to make the food now, so I'm just commenting more of them. So
I should restart in my ear again.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 50
I'll
articles from
mute
Dark
for
Reading.
a bit
Title:
while I leave.
Anti-Byte Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. Summary: a proof of concept (POC) attack vector exploits two Azure authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications. I could not fetch or read the article content. Title: DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark web. Summary: the incident should serve as a critical wake-up call. The stakes are simply too high to treat AI security as an afterthought, especially when the dark web stands ready to capitalize on every vulnerability. I could not fetch or read the article content. Title: Fog hackers troll victims with Doge ransom notes. Summary: since January, threat actors distributing the malware have notched up more than 100 victims. I could not fetch or read the article content. Title: Elusive Comet attackers use Zoom to swindle victims. Summary: here are the latest articles from the
I will
RSS
have to
feed.
debug that when I'm done with the food.
Fetched 11 articles from Security Week. Title: Cloud Data Security Play
Let's see
Center
if
raises
this
$50
can read
million
them.
Series B. Summary: P-Centra has now raised north of $100 million for controls technology to keep sensitive data out of misconfigured AI workflows. P the post of ref equals https://www.securityweek.com.
So we need to add HTML stuff to that.
$50 Series B / Cloud Data Security Play Center raises $50 million Series B / A appeared first on of ref equals https://www.securityweek.com. SecurityWeek /A/P. I could not fetch or read the article content.
No seems
Title:
problem. Yeah, so I'm going back to the old one that worked. Sorry. Oh, I was anyway talking to someone, and the mic stopped working. So I'm gonna re-listen to this. It was right. Sorry for that. Why do these things happen? Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's comment that too. And now we shouldn't get more than we should. And I'm sorry for the same news again
Here are the latest
first.
articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 10 articles from
Might get
Threadpost.
new stuff though.
Title: Student loan breach exposes 2.5 M records.
Not the same one.
Summary:
Sorry.
2.5 million people were
I need to
affected
get
in a breach
food.
that could spell more trouble down the line. Share this article. 2.5 million people were affected in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Ed Financial and the Oklahoma Student Loan Authority, OSLA, are notifying over 2.5 million loanees that their personal data was exposed in a data breach. The target of the breach was Nelnet Servicing, the Lincoln, Nebraska-based servicing system and web portal provider for OSLA and Ed Financial, according to a breach disclosure letter. Nelnet revealed the breach to affected loan recipients on July 21, 2022 via a letter. Our cybersecurity team took immediate action to secure the information system, block the suspicious activity, fix the issue, and launched an investigation with third-party forensic experts to determine the nature and scope of the activity, according to the letter. By August 17, the investigation determined that personal user information was accessed by an unauthorized party. That exposed information included names, home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers for a total of 2,501,324 student loan account holders. Users' financial information was not exposed. According to a breach disclosure filing submitted by Nelnet's general counsel, Bill Munn, to the state of Maine, the breach occurred sometime between June 1, 2022 and July 22, 2022. However, a letter to affected customers pinpoints the breach to July 21. The breach was discovered on August 17, 2022. On July 21, 2022, Nelnet Servicing, LLC, Nelnet, our servicing system and customer website portal provider, notified us that they had discovered a vulnerability that we believe led to this incident, according to the Nelnet. It's unclear what the vulnerability was. On August 17, 2022, this investigation determined that certain student loan account registration information was accessible by an unknown party beginning in June 2022 and ending on July 22, 2022, according to the letter. Although users' most sensitive financial data was protected, the personal information that was accessed in the Nelnet breach has potential to be leveraged in future social engineering and phishing campaigns, explained Melissa Bishoping, endpoint security research specialist at Tanium, in a statement via email. With recent news of student loan forgiveness, it's reasonable to expect the occasion to be used by scammers as a gateway for criminal activity, Bishoping said. Last week, the Biden administration announced a plan to cancel $10,000 of student loan debt for low and middle income loanees. She said the loan forgiveness program will be used to lure victims into opening up phishing emails. She warns that recently breached data will be used to impersonate affected brands in waves of phishing campaigns targeting students and recent college graduates. Because they can leverage the trust from existing business relationships, they can be particularly deceptive, she wrote. According to the breach disclosure, Nelnet Servicing informed Ed Financial and OSLA that Nelnet Servicing's cybersecurity team took immediate action to secure the information system, block the suspicious activity, fix the issue, and launched an investigation with third-party forensic experts to determine the nature and scope of the activity. Remediation also included 2 years of free credit monitoring, credit reports, and up to $1 million in identity theft insurance. Share this article. Networking giant says attackers gained initial access to an employee's VPN client via a compromised Google account. Attacks against U.S. companies spike in Q1 2022 with patchable and preventable external vulnerabilities responsible for bulk of attacks. Upsurge in the tourism industry after the COVID-19 pandemic grabs the attention of cybercriminals to scam the tourists. The first stop for security news. InfoSec Insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Watering hole attacks push Scanbox keylogger. Summary: researchers uncover a watering hole attack likely carried out by app TA423, which attempts to plant the Scanbox JavaScript-based reconnaissance tool. Share this article. Researchers uncover a watering hole attack likely carried out by app TA423, which attempts to plant the Scanbox JavaScript-based reconnaissance tool. A China-based threat actor has ramped up efforts to distribute the Scanbox reconnaissance framework to victims that include domestic Australian organizations and offshore energy firms in the South China Sea. The bait used by the Advanced Threat Group, APT, is targeted messages that supposedly link back to Australian news websites. The cyber espionage campaigns are believed to have launched April 2022 through mid-June 2022, according to a Tuesday report by Proofpoint's threat research team and PwC's threat intelligence team. The threat actor, according to researchers, is believed to be the China-based app TA423, also known as Red Laden. Proofpoint assesses with moderate confidence that this activity may be attributable to the threat actor TA423/Red Laden, which multiple reports assess to operate out of Hainan Island, China, according to the report. The APT is most recently known for a recent indictment. A 2021 indictment by the U.S. Department of Justice assessed that TA423/Red Laden provides long-running support to the Hainan Province Ministry of State Security, MSS, researchers said. MSS is the civilian intelligence, security, and cyber police agency for the People's Republic of China. It is believed responsible for counterintelligence, foreign intelligence, political security and tied to industrial and cyber espionage efforts by China. The campaign leverages the Scanbox framework. Scanbox is a customizable and multifunctional JavaScript-based framework used by adversaries to conducting covert reconnaissance. Scanbox has been used by adversaries for nearly a decade and is noteworthy because criminals can use the tool to conduct counterintelligence without having to plant malware on a target's system. Scanbox is particularly dangerous as it doesn't require malware to be successfully deployed to disk in order to steal information. The keylogging functionality simply requires the JavaScript code to be executed by a web browser, according to PwC researchers referring to a previous campaign. In lieu of malware, attackers can use Scanbox in conjunction with watering hole attacks. Adversaries load the malicious JavaScript onto a compromised website where the Scanbox acts as a keylogger, snagging all of a user's typed activity on the infected watering hole website. TA423's attacks began with phishing emails, with such titles as sick leave, user research and request cooperation. Often, the emails purported to come from an employee of the Australian Morning News, a fictional organization. The employee implored targets to visit their humble news website, australianmorningnews.com. Upon clicking the link and redirecting to the site, visitors were served the Scanbox framework, researchers wrote. The link directed targets to a web page with content copied from actual news sites, like the BBC and Sky News. In the process, it also delivered the Scanbox malware framework. Scanbox keylogger data culled from waterholes is part of a multi-stage attack, giving attackers insight into the potential targets that will help them launch future attacks against them. This technique is often called browser fingerprinting. The primary, initial script source is a list of information about the target computer, including the operating system, language, and version of Adobe Flash installed. Scanbox additionally runs a check for browser extensions, plugins, and components such WebRTC. The module implements WebRTC, a free and open source technology supported on all major browsers, which allows web browsers and mobile applications to perform real-time communication, RTC, over application programming interfaces, APIs. This allows Scanbox to connect to a set of pre-configured targets, researchers explain. Adversaries can then leverage a technology called STUN, Session Traversal Utilities for NAT. This is a standardized set of methods, including a network protocol, that allows interactive communications, including real-time voice, video, and messaging applications, to traverse network address translator, NAT, gateways, researchers explain. STUN is supported by the WebRTC protocol. Through a third-party STUN server located on the internet, it allows hosts to discover the presence of a NAT, and to discover the mapped IP address and port number that the NAT has allocated for the application's user datagram protocol, UDP, flows to remote hosts. Scanbox implements NAT traversal using stun servers as part of Interactive Connectivity Establishment, ICE, a peer-to-peer communication method used for clients to communicate as directly as possible, avoiding having to communicate through NATs, firewalls, or other solutions, according to researchers. This means that the Scanbox module can set up ICE communications to stun servers, and communicate with victim machines even if they are behind NAT, they explain. The threat actors support the Chinese government in matters related to the South China Sea, including during the recent tensions in Taiwan, Sherrod DeGruppo, Vice President of Threat Research and Detection at Proofpoint, explained in a statement. This group specifically wants to know who is active in the region and, while we can't say for certain, their focus on naval issues is likely to remain a constant priority in places like Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, and Australia. The group has, in the past, expanded well beyond Australasia. According to a Department of Justice indictment from July 2021, the group has stolen trade secrets and confidential business information from victims in the United States, Austria, Cambodia, Canada, Germany, Indonesia, Malaysia, Norway, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. Targeted industries included, among others, aviation, defense, education, government, healthcare, biopharmaceutical and maritime. Despite the DOJ indictment, analysts have not observed a distinct disruption of operational tempo from TA-423, and they collectively expect TA-423/Red Lawton to continue pursuing its intelligence gathering and espionage mission. Share this article. Lockbit is by far this summer's most prolific ransomware group, trailed by two offshoots of the Conti Group. Fake travel reservations are exacting more pain from the travel weary, already dealing with the misery of cancelled flights and overbooked hotels. The incident disrupted corporate IT systems at one company while attackers misidentified the victim in a post on its website that leaked stolen data. The first stop for security news InfoSec Insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Tentacles of Zero Octopus Threat Group Victimize 130 Firms. Summary: Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Share this article. Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Targeted attacks on Twilio and Cloudflare employees are tied to a massive phishing campaign that resulted in 9,931 accounts at over 130 organizations being compromised. The campaigns are tied to focused abuse of identity and access management firm Okta, which gained the threat actors the Zero Octopus moniker, by researchers. The primary goal of the threat actors was to obtain Okta identity credentials and multi-factor authentication, MFA, codes from users of the targeted organizations, wrote Group IB researchers in a recent report. These users received text messages containing links to phishing sites that mimicked the Okta authentication page of their organization. Impacted were 114 US-based firms, with additional victims have sprinkled across 68 additional countries. Roberto Martinez, Senior Threat Intelligence Analyst at Group IB, said the scope of the attacks is still an unknown. The Zero Octopus campaign has been incredibly successful, and the full scale of it may not be known for some time, he said. The Zero Octopus attackers are believed to have begun their campaign by targeting telecommunications companies in hopes of winning access to potential targets' phone numbers. While unsure exactly how threat actors obtained a list of phone numbers used in MFA-related attacks, one theory researchers posit is that Zero Octopus attackers began their campaign targeting telecommunications companies. According to the compromised data analyzed by Group IB, the threat actors started their attacks by targeting mobile operators and telecommunications companies and could have collected the numbers from those initial attacks, researchers wrote. Next, attackers sent phishing links to targets via text messages. Those links led to web pages mimicking the Okta authentication page used by the target's employer. Victims were then asked to submit Okta identity credentials in addition to a multi-factor authentication, MFA, codes employees used to secure their logins. In an accompanying technical blog, researchers at Group IB explain that the initial compromises of mostly software as a service firms were a phase 1 in a multi-pronged attack. Zero Octopus' ultimate goal was to access company mailing lists or customer-facing systems in hopes of facilitating supply chain attacks. In a possible related incident, within hours of Group IB publishing its report late last week, the firm DoorDash revealed it was targeted in an attack with all the hallmarks of an Zero Octopus-style attack. In a blog post, DoorDash revealed, unauthorized party used the stolen credentials of vendor employees to gain access to some of our internal tools. The attackers, according to the post, went on to steal personal information including names, phone numbers, email, and delivery addresses from customers and delivery people. In the course of its campaign, the attacker compromised 5,441 MFA codes, Group IB reported. Security measures such as MFA can appear secure, but it is clear that attackers can overcome them with relatively simple tools, researchers wrote. This is yet another phishing attack showing how easy it is for adversaries to bypass supposedly secure multi-factor authentication, Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4, wrote in a statement via email. It simply does no good to move users from easily phishable passwords to easily phishable MFA. It's a lot of hard work, resources, time, and money, not to get any benefit. To mitigate Zero Octopus-style campaigns, the researchers recommended good hygiene around URLs and passwords, and using FIDO2 compliant security keys for MFA. Whatever MFA someone uses, Grimes advised, the user should be taught about the common types of attacks that are committed against their form of MFA, how to recognize those attacks, and how to respond. We do the same when we tell users to pick passwords but don't when we tell them to use supposedly more secure MFA. Share this article. Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to patch a critical, 11-month-old CVET, leaving thousands of organizations exposed. Twitter is blasted for security and privacy lapses by the company's former head of security who alleges the social media giant's actions amount to a national security risk. Separate fixes to Mac OS and iOS patch respective flaws in the kernel and WebKit that can allow threat actors to take over devices and are under attack. The first stop for security news InfoSec Insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Ransomware attacks are on the rise. Summary: Lockbit is by far this summer's most prolific ransomware group, trailed by two offshoots of the Conti Group. Share this article. Lockbit is by far this summer's most prolific ransomware group, trailed by two offshoots of the Conti Group. After a recent dip, ransomware attacks are back on the rise. According to data released by NCC Group, the resurgence is being led by old ransomware as a service, RAS, groups. With data gathered by actively monitoring the leak sites used by each ransomware group and scraping victim details as they are released, researchers have determined that Lockbit was by far the most prolific ransomware gang in July, behind 62 attacks. That's 10 more than the month prior, and more than twice as many as the second and third most prolific groups combined. Lockbit 3.0 maintain their foothold as the most threatening ransomware group, the authors wrote, and one with which all organizations should aim to be aware of. Those second and third most prolific groups are HiveLeaks 27 attacks and BlackBosta 24 attacks. These figures represent rapid rises for each group since June, a 440% rise for HiveLeaks, and a 50% rise for BlackBosta. It may well be that the resurgence in ransomware attacks, and the rise of these two particular groups, are intimately connected. Researchers from NCC Group counted 198 successful ransomware campaigns in July, up 47% from June. Sharp as that incline may be, it still falls some ways short of the high watermark set this spring, with nearly 300 such campaigns in both March and April. Well, in May, the United States government ramped up its efforts against Russian cybercrime by offering up to $15 million for prized information about Conti, then the world's foremost ransomware gang. It is likely that the threat actors that were undergoing structural changes, the authors of the report speculated, and have begun settling into their new modes of operating, resulting in their total compromises increasing in conjunction. HiveLeaks and BlackBosta are the result of that restructuring. Both groups are associated with Conti, the authors noted, HiveLeaks as an affiliate and BlackBosta as a replacement strain. As such, it appears that it has not taken long for Conti's presence to filter back into the threat landscape, albeit under a new identity. Now that Conti's properly split in two, the authors speculated, it would not be surprising to see these figures further increase as we move into August. Share this article. Researchers uncover a watering hole attack likely carried out by apt-TA423, which attempts to plant the Scanbox JavaScript-based reconnaissance tool. Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to patch a critical, 11-month-old CVET, leaving thousands of organizations exposed. CISA is warning that Palo Alto Networks' PAN OS is under active attack and needs to be patched ASAP. The first stop for security news InfoSec Insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Cybercriminals are selling access to Chinese surveillance cameras. Summary: Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to patch a critical, 11-month-old CVET, leaving thousands of organizations exposed. Share this article. Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to patch a critical, 11-month-old CVET, leaving thousands of organizations exposed. New research indicates that over 80,000 Hikvision surveillance cameras in the world today are vulnerable to an 11-month-old command injection flaw. Hikvision, short for Hangzhou Hikvision Digital Technology, is a Chinese state-owned manufacturer of video surveillance equipment. Their customers span over 100 countries, including the United States, despite the FCC labeling Hikvision an unacceptable risk to U.S. national security in 2019. Last fall, a command injection flaw in Hikvision cameras was revealed to the world as CVET 2021-36260. The exploit was given a critical 9.8 out of 10 rating by NIST. Despite the severity of the vulnerability, and nearly a year into this story, over 80,000 affected devices remain unpatched. In the time since, the researchers have discovered multiple instances of hackers looking to collaborate on exploiting Hikvision cameras using the command injection vulnerability, specifically in Russian dark web forums, where leaked credentials have been put up for sale. The extent of the damage done already is unclear. The authors of the report could only speculate that Chinese threat groups such as Mission 2025/APT41, APT10, and its affiliates, as well as unknown Russian threat actor groups, could potentially exploit vulnerabilities in these devices to fulfill their motives, which may include specific geopolitical considerations. With stories like this, it's easy to ascribe laziness to individuals and organizations that leave their software unpatched. But the story isn't always so simple. According to David Maynor, Senior Director of Threat Intelligence at Cybrary, Hikvision cameras have been vulnerable for many reasons, and for a while. Their product contains easy-to-exploit systemic vulnerabilities, or worse, uses default credentials. There is no good way to perform forensics or verify that an attacker has been excised. Furthermore, we have not observed any change in Hikvision's posture to signal an increase in security within their development cycle. A lot of the problem is endemic to the industry, not just Hikvision. IoT devices like cameras aren't always as easy or straightforward to secure as an app on your phone, Paul Bischoff, privacy advocate with Comparitech, wrote in a statement via email. Updates are not automatic, users need to manually download and install them, and many users might never get the message. Furthermore, IoT devices might not give users any indication that they're unsecured or out of date. Whereas your phone will alert you when an update is available and likely install it automatically the next time you reboot, IoT devices do not offer such conveniences. While users are none the wiser, cybercriminals can scan for their vulnerable devices with search engines like Shodan or Sensis. The problem can certainly be compounded with laziness, as Bischoff noted, by the fact that Hikvision cameras come with one of a few predetermined passwords out of the box, and many users don't change these default passwords. Between weak security, insufficient visibility, and oversight, it's unclear when or if these tens of thousands of cameras will ever be secured. Share this article. Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Lockbit is by far this summer's most prolific ransomware group, trailed by two offshoots of the Conti Group. Twitter is blasted for security and privacy lapses by the company's former head of security who alleges the social media giant's actions amount to a national security risk. The first stop for security news InfoSec insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing of sponsored content. Title: Twitter Whistleblower Complaint, the TL/DR version. Summary: Twitter is blasted for security and privacy lapses by the company's former head of security who alleges the social media giant's actions amount to a national security risk. Share this article. Twitter is blasted for security and privacy lapses by the company's former head of security who alleges the social media giant's actions amount to a national security risk. A recently surfaced 84-page whistleblower report filed with the U.S. government by Twitter's former head of security Peter Mujzatko last month blasts his former employer for its alleged shoddy security practices and being out of compliance with an FTC order to protect user data. Twitter has responded alleging that Zatko is a disgruntled employee who was fired for poor performance and leadership. In a letter to employees, Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal asserts that Zatko's claims are a false narrative that is riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies, and presented without important context. Here is an abbreviated overview of the allegations and Twitter's reaction. Zatko, a respected white hat hacker who served as Twitter's head of security for roughly 15 months between 2020 and 2022, accused Twitter of a litany of poor security and privacy practices that together constituted a national security risk. Top accusations include: the thrust of Twitter's response to Zatko is that he is a disgruntled employee, bad at his job and scapegoating Twitter for his failures. It points out that it has addressed and continues to aggressively address many of the IT security issues pointed out by Zatko. An alleged response by Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal sent internally to Twitter employees was posted online. New: first-time Twitter CEO at Parag weighs in on whistleblower story. Sending this message to staff this morning. pic.twitter.com/WY4TCQBA5Q Donny O'Sullivan, at Donny, August 23, 2022. Meanwhile, top Democrats and Republicans in Congress have reacted by promising to investigate the claims. Senator Richard Durbin, DIL, chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, confirmed he was investigating the whistleblower disclosure. The whistleblower's allegations of widespread security failures at Twitter, willful misrepresentations by top executives to government agencies, and penetration of the company by foreign intelligence raise serious concerns. https://t.co/9 Senator Dick Durbin, at Senator Durbin, August 23, 2022. Share this article. Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to patch a critical, 11-month-old KVET, leaving thousands of organizations exposed. The North Korean APT is using a fake job posting for Coinbase in a cyber espionage campaign targeting users of both Apple and Intel-based systems. The first stop for security news InfoSec insider content is written by a trusted community of ThreatPost cybersecurity subject matter experts. Each contribution has a goal of bringing a unique voice to important cybersecurity topics. Content strives to be of the highest quality, objective, and non-commercial. Sponsored content is paid for by an advertiser. Sponsored content is written and edited by members of our sponsor community. This content creates an opportunity for a sponsor to provide insight and commentary from their point of view directly to the ThreatPost audience. The ThreatPost editorial team does not participate in the writing or editing.
Well, it became quite obvious that the date is not today, right? So let's actually output the date too, right? And yeah, I need to get my mic fixed. I've got food. Oh, it's too hot. Let's get the dinner thingy away. So let's the date, right? So the syntax of the date is published. We have published, published, published. They all have published. Right? So let's grab the published one. And let's put it like before the link. Well, like here. And we're gonna fix, yeah, if published in entry. That was not long typing. Um, I think this is a not a good format. So let's do. We don't want to speak if we want to print it too. So it wasn't correct. um, uh, format the date in 2025 05. So I guess I can use this format, please. Oh, we'll see if it works. Yeah, daytime. Accept. Nice. This is so odd. First day ever I try this, having AI in my code editor. So we're gonna not speak the whole thing for now. The summary we should also do the extract from HTML because a lot of them had HTML in there. So if and I'm going to see if it can do it from me typing from if no, in entry summary. Yeah. Will it do anything more than that? No, it just added a stupid comment that I don't want. Oh, I clicked caps instead of tab. And here we want extract text from HTML. There. I think that's good enough. The summary is supposed to be quite short, but it's not fun when it types when it reads P and the things. Hmm. So these two. Go there instead. So this is a code. If well, um, I'm waiting for it to remember how to do this. If name, yeah, that's what I want. Hmm. Hahaha. No, I just want to indent this. So there. And then we want the URLs, the list here at the top. Oh my. So the data. So we have this. We have the URLs to grab stuff from. And I'm very curious about the dates for this one. And for now, we're going to actually comment these out because I don't want it to read the full text. So, knock on the door.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetch 10 articles from Threatpost. Title: Student loan breach exposes
Fiskeben,
2.5
jag håller på
million.
att äta fortfarande.
Summary: 2.5 million people were affected in a breach that could spell more trouble down the line. Title: Watering hole attacks push Skinbox
Okej,
keylogger.
okej.
Summary: Researchers uncover a watering hole attack
Det hade jag väl
perpetrated
inte
by
tänkt.
FTA
Jag vill vänta
which
lite.
attempts to plant the Skinbox JavaScript-based reconnaissance tool.
Men du kanske vill sova
Title:
fort?
Tentacles of Zero Octopus threat group victimize 130 firms.
Okay.
Summary: Over 130 companies tangled in sprawling phishing campaign that spoofed a multi-factor authentication system. Title: Ransomware attacks are on the rise. Summary: Lockbit is by far this summer's most prolific ransomware group, trailed by two offshoots of the Putty Group.
Jag ska äta, ja.
Title: Cybercriminals are selling access to Chinese surveillance cameras. Summary: Tens of thousands of cameras have failed to catch a critical 11-month-old threat, leaving thousands of organizations
So,
exposed.
dates. Give me the dates now.
Title: Twitter whistleblower
Yeah, I
victims,
knew
the
this.
DR verdict.
The date,
Summary:
they
Twitter
said
is blasted for
like
security
so
incident over
much
lapses by the
old
company's
stuff
former head of
there.
security who alleges the social media giant's actions amount to a national security breach.
So,
Title: Firewall bug under active attack triggers CISA warning.
so this one is was a good test to learn how to do this, but news from 2022. So let's try this one. We didn't get any links here, so we need to let's do this every time. Print key names with the feed. So I just put it in a list. Maybe we should add them to a list instead. Nah, this is good enough. It's just to get a list for knowing what we have to work with and to grab the full articles. So let's run it.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 50 articles from Dark Reading. Title: Cookie Byte Enter ID Attack Exposes Microsoft 365.
So we have href here. Yeah, and this doesn't work. Because it's not the type. Title published Tuesdays, 22nd April. So the other one had an object, and this is a string. This is fresh news from today. So type. Mm, so it worked for the other case. I don't know what it changed. So let's copy this, and let's close. And why do we have yellow stuff? Because it's still running. So let's so it added a try, right?
22 raiders from Invoke Reversing have joined.
Invoke Reversing brought
Welcome
22 friends to the
in.
party. Go drop them a follow.
Thank you very much for the raid. Too bad I missed your stream. have to catch it next time. So what were you doing? Something fun, I assume. So we're grabbing some RSS feeds here and having it read them to us. But the date format for this one was wrong, and also it's the first time I'm trying Copilot in my IE. I haven't had any AI in my code editor before ever. So
Invoke Reversing says, we worked on analyzing Stealer malware today.
oh, cool. I'd like to see that, but I want to learn all the things. I can't do everything at once. I know. Have to like limit yourself to some things. So I'm like after vacation winding up the speed of things here now.
Yeah, it's good to focus on specific projects, haha.
Yeah. Yes, I want to learn all the things, so should we do like AI? Should we do like Hack the Box or Hack Me or something? Should we do, I'm making a port scanner in Go. Should we continue on that for learning Go? So many things that you want to learn at the same time, but time is not infinite, unfortunately. So to decide what to do.
Nice eye, go love.
Ah, yeah. So actually, someone else said
Dylan Kaiser
they like
Hello, Rose.
Go, and then I said like, yeah, but I like OP, and they were like, it's not OP. I didn't notice. So I'll see what. I'm curious to see what it does instead, because I'm thinking OP is like the natural way of humans to think and the world to be. Like things have properties and things they can do, methods. It's not like they don't. They're objects are objects. Everything is objects. Why not use it that way? So I'm curious to see why.
Invoke reversing says, yeah, I think they intentionally left out Goop to reduce complexity.
But OP is the simplest thing, right? It's the logical thing. Yeah, I don't know. You don't have to do all the OP things. You don't have to do everything just because you have objects and a little bit of inheritance and stuff.
I think once you get into virtual functions, inheritance,
Hmm.
etc., it gets crazy.
Yeah, but you don't have to. If you make your own language, you don't have to do everything there. You can we'll see. I'll see what. I did some Go routines. So I started one uh, as a test to see if it. I assumed it would crash. So one Go routine for every port, right? And it worked. So when I didn't have a delay, I crashed my Proxmox server though that I was scanning. So it got dust. But otherwise, mm, yeah.
Dylan Kaiser says, as far as C++ is aware at least.
Mm, yeah. So let's see if this works. Um, I'm trying to
Here
test
are the latest
the.
articles from the RSS feed. Fetched 50 articles from Dark Reading. Title: Cookie Byte Entrant ID Attack Exposes Microsoft 365. Summary: A proof of
So
concept, POC.
yeah, we
Attack
we,
vector
we
exploits
have
two-factor
this now.
authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications.
There.
Title: DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark web. Summary: The incident should serve as a critical wake-up call. The
This was
stakes are simply
from
too high
that
to treat
was
lightly
old
security as an
news.
afterthought, especially when the dark web stands ready to capitalize on every vulnerability.
So we have href here
Title: Fog hackers troll victims
and
with versions of
link.
notes. Summary: Since January, threat actors distributing the malware have notched up more than 100 victims. Title:
So this link, should this work? Let's click a link. So we get a web page, and the last one didn't work, and then I added a header, for what browser we have, and then it worked. So, so let's just check this. So let's compare the values. So let's print both of them. This is when it's so funny when it types itself. It just guess what I want to do. So I want to print, and what does it think? Into link, but I want to do. Yeah, this is one of the things I want to do. No, then I want to do also href. Right, and then we run it and see.
Here are the latest articles from the RSS feed.
So let's
Fresh
comment
weekly
these
articles from
again
Dark
because it's a bit
Title,
annoying.
Cookie by
Takes
Enter
so
ID
much
attack
time.
exposes Microsoft 365. Summary, a proof of concept, POC, attack vector exploits two Azure authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications. I could not fetch or read the article content. Title, DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark
So
web.
it
Summary,
couldn't
the
read
incident
it.
should serve as a critical wake-up call.
So stop. Let's see what is the error message too. Link. And then we have let's comment that line. Oh my god, I'm scrolling too far up all the time. Print key names there. Comment. Should we have a new line at the start? Probably. Link summary. Link. This is empty. And this is not. So that's why, because I have the order here mixed. So href shouldn't really be the link. But why is there an href then? Let's just do this and assume that it's a link that is the correct for reading the full article. So if my actual mic worked, we could do it with speech instead.
Cookie by Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. Summary, a proof of concept, POC, attack vector exploits two Azure authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications. I could not fetch or read the article content. Title,
But no
DeepSeek breach
error
opens floodgates to dark web.
message. So I could not fetch or read. Am I like blind? Yeah. I could not. Here it is. So why are we not printing the exception here? Let's ask Copilot. Add a few common error codes and appropriate error messages. I have my food in front of me. It's very funny to type. So yeah, that's good, I guess. Else. Okay. Request exception as E. Also, for the non-request ones, for the exceptions, print the error text. So I wanted to print, yeah, E. Good. Should we accept this? I don't remember what it was before, so I'm actually going to copy it. That's what I did when you guys joined. And we close it, and I can see what it was, because we don't want to miss anything. I don't trust it. Yeah, and also I don't care about this. But it's true that we should probably check that first. Right, so that's what it added, and that is why we have an else here with the sexual line. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm good with that. It's for the speak bit. So it's mostly just badly tabbed. So let me delete that. So now we don't get a mysterious error, we get more specifics. So let's see. For
Title:
443
Cookie by Enter ID
500.
attack exposes Microsoft 365. Summary: a proof of concept (POC) attack vector exploits two Azure authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article. Title: DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark web.
Network error. So 403. So maybe we need to put some more headers there. It doesn't like our request. So I had to add this one for the other site. Let's Copilot. I don't even remember the name. Add some more common headers. So let's see. Yeah, yeah. Keep alive. Oh well. So let's accept that and run it and see if it accepts this.
Title: Cookie by Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. Summary: a proof of concept (POC) attack vector exploits two Azure authentication tokens from within a browser, giving threat actors persistent access to key cloud services, including Microsoft 365 applications. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article. Title: DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark web.
I'm not sure if this is correct. So it says network error 403. 43 doesn't. It's not a response here that gives it, but we have this. So if we comment out that one and we run it again, and maybe I should not speak stuff. So let's comment out the summary. So it's hard to click this key on the Swedish keyboard. That's why I use the menu. I'll have to fix it, but I just reinstalled the computer, so it's fresh. So F5.
Title: Cookie Byte Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. Access to the article is forbidden. Error 403. Title: DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to dark web.
So I'm just putting in a little space between there. So that's why we got a network error, because we erased it ourselves here. So now we just get this response code. So if we didn't get these, we wouldn't be able to retrieve the. So for as a quick test here, let's just copy this one and put it here. And it's not like I don't want to see the errors. I'm just curious to see if there's anything in there. And it started to print it then to comment something. So will it crash from no data there or
Title:
something?
Cookie
I
Byte
don't
Enter
think
ID attack
so.
exposes Microsoft
It will probably
365.
just print it
This website
empty.
is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. There are
Yeah,
several actions that
that's
could
what
trigger
I
this block,
thought.
including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command, or malformed data. You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page.
Oh
Cloudflare
well.
Ray ID 9347C7F2-5E82AC.
So that's what happened. I kind of thought so. We're blocked by Cloudflare because this is Python doing it, I guess. So I think the right way of getting around it is fixing this information a little bit. So we have this up. We could just see what Firefox sends. If we go to the same page, let's grab that URL. Well, we can start Firefox and burp. Meanwhile, it will take some time. So URL link. I'm just control clicking it again here. Open. So opening it. So let's grab this link. So I don't have burp on this machine, so we'll have to hop over here. Turn burp on. Go to the site, but first we want to make sure that burp started, and it didn't. So I'm just waiting. There. Oh, update. When you update burp, you have to do that every time. So so let's just hop over to Firefox and do this. And here's the requested sending. We can just steal it. So I'm curious why it didn't like what we had. So let's see here. Here. Um. Useless data. Instead of converting it myself, I've actually got code that converts this to headers in another script. But okay, I'm assuming it will do this. So, that means it just added these. So now it should look like Firefox. It didn't do it the way I told it to. Well, so if we hop over here again, this is Firefox, you know? So let's actually put it here so we can see it better, right? It's not having the same data. Well, the host one, I'm assuming we don't have to. So let's just grab this and paste it in the code. What? I don't think this is the same. There. Then we have ENUS Q equals 5. Then after that, it is accept encoding, which is not there. I told it use this, right? So we know it doesn't work very well. So it's not like this is a lot of work. Come on. Then upgrade insecure requests. After that, it has document, navigate, known. I'm just reading at the end. Sec fetch user percent question mark 1 priority TE, and then it has the connection keep alive. Let it put it here. I don't think the order matters, but it's much easier to see that it's actually doing what I asked it to. Oh, it didn't put a comma there. Just like, why not? So, fingers crossed.
Title: Cookie Byte Enter ID Attack Exposes Microsoft 365. Title: DeepSeek Breach Opens Floodgates to Dark Web. Title: Fog Hackers Troll Victims with Doge Ransom
No,
Bots. Title: Elusive.
we didn't get any errors, we didn't get any text, but we got decoded character. Interesting. So now we're getting an error message from something else. So it's pausing the error check, please. I'm kinda. This is too much, but so let's just do the erase and remove these because it's much tinier. Let's actually remove this from this try and put it underneath. There. So, is it here? Let it errors? Is it here? Let it errors? I don't think it's anywhere here at all. I mean,
Title, Cookie Byte Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article.
okay. And we actually got an error here too. Okay, so we got a 403 again.
Fixerbot says,
Thank you for the
Year
follow.
5
Welcome
+1
in.
YB0RG. Less than 3.
So that's annoying because we kind of know why, right? 403 means we were blocked again. Why? So we use this, the same thing. Why would it not think we're good guys? Soap find all. Context look where it was sober, it's not associated with a value because it was within the tribe. Let's see. Headers, response. So by the way, I wanted this one outside too. So the rates for status is the last one there. So here, Control Shift F5 for restart.
Title, Cookie Byte Enter ID attack exposes Microsoft 365. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article.
So
Title, DeepSeek breach opens floodgates to
yeah,
dark web.
stop. So some characters are not decoded. At least we're getting new news. So we did get this. Oh gosh. This is like a million times in there? And that's a bit of an annoying thing. Email site owner. So this is an RSS feed link to this article, right? It's not odd for a script to get it, is it? But I've heard how much AI annoys sites, and most of the traffic might even be AI traffic, right? So I can understand it if it has to be a human in a browser that clicks. Mm. So, hmm. By the way, if you have any cool RSS feeds, this is one that it came up with. It's AI-ified. Hmm. Oh, so what? Why so money? Um, did you think that, well, that IP is odd? Or is the request doing something odd when it's sending the request? So obviously I can't put the host in the requests in the headers here, right? It has to be different. We can always try to make it identical. So yes, yes, Ben. Oh, I'll be right back. So one of my kids, the shy one, wants to say goodnight, but the other one wants a bit more food. But I'm not even finished with the food. He's already eaten dinner. My dinner is still on the table. I've actually got blood pudding with lingonberry jam. Kids' food. So I'm thinking, oh, there's no M here. Ozilla. That's not a good browser, is it?
Title: 3 more healthcare orgs hit by ransomware attacks. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article.
Again.
Title: Cookie Byte Entrant ID Attack Expo.
Yeah, so let's try the next site. And as we're building something with this, right? So let's also say 403. And let's just run it again.
Title: Whistleblower. Doge siphoned NLRB case data. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article. Title:
So now we have a 502.
Database. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article.
So bad gateway for URL. So did I put the host one in there? So of course it's bad. So now
Title: Whistleblower. Doge siphoned NLRB case data. A security architect with the National Labor Relations
so
Board,
it works
NLRB,
fine.
alleges that employees from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, transferred gigabytes of sensitive data
So
from
this
agency
would
case
take
files
some
in early
time
March,
to
leaving
to
short-lived
listen
accounts
to.
configured to leave few traces of network activity. The NLRB whistleblower
But
said
it's
the unusual large
also
data outflows
current
coincided with
news.
multiple block login attempts from an internet address in Russia that tried to use valid credentials for a newly created Doge user account. The cover letter from Barry Lee's whistleblower statement, sent to the leaders of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The allegations came in an April 14th letter to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, signed by Daniel J. Berrylees, a 38-year-old
So I
security
don't
architect
like
at the
that.
NLRB.
It's cut off.
NPR, which was the first to report on Barry Lee's whistleblower complaint, says NLRB is a small, independent federal agency that investigates and adjudicates complaints about unfair labor practices, and stores reams of potentially sensitive data, from confidential information about employees who want to form unions to proprietary business information. The complaint documents a 1-month period beginning March 3rd, during which Doge officials
Oh
reported using the creation
gosh.
of all-powerful 10
Oh
admin accounts
gosh.
in NLRB
Okay.
systems that were to be exempted from network logging activity that would otherwise keep a detailed record of all actions taken by those accounts. Barry Lee said the new Doge accounts
I need to
could
have
restrict
more
information to
intelligence in
copy,
this.
and alter information contained in NLRB databases. The new accounts also could restrict log visibility, delay retention, route logs elsewhere, or even
So
remove
how
entirely
does
top-tier
this
user privileges
site
that neither Barry Lee's nor his boss
say?
possessed.
Here
Barry
is
Lees
the
writes that on March 3rd,
article,
a black
right?
SUV accompanied by a police escort arrived at his building, the NLRB headquarters in Southeast Washington, D.C. The Doge staffers did not speak with Barry Lees or anyone else in NLRB's IT staff, but instead met with the agency leadership. Our acting chief information officer told us not to adhere to standard operating procedure with the Doge account creation, and there was to be no logs or records made of the accounts created for Doge employees, who required the highest level of access. Barry Lees wrote of their instructions after that meeting. We have built-in roles that auditors can use and have used extensively in the past but would not give the ability to make changes or access subsystems without approval, he continued. The suggestion that they use these accounts was not open to discussion. Barry Lees found that on March 3rd one of the Doge accounts created an opaque, virtual environment known as a container, which can be used to build and run programs or scripts without revealing its activities to the rest of the world. Barry Lees said the container caught his attention because he polled his colleagues and found none of them had ever used containers within the NLRB network. Barry Lees said he also noticed that early the next morning between approximately 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. EST on Tuesday, March 4th, there was a large increase in outgoing traffic from the agency. He said it took several days of investigating with his colleagues to determine that one of the new accounts had transferred approximately 10 gigabytes worth of data from the NLRB's NXGen case management system. Barry Lees said neither he nor his coworkers had the necessary network access rights to review which files were touched or transferred or even where they went. but his complaint notes the NXGen database contains sensitive information on unions, ongoing legal cases, and corporate secrets. I also don't know if the data was only 10 GB in total or whether or not they were consolidated and
What?
compressed
I
prior,
didn't copy
Varialis told the
that.
senators. This opens up the possibility that even more data was exfiltrated. Regardless, that kind of spike is extremely unusual because data almost never directly
It's
leaves
in two
NLRB's databases.
places.
Varialis said he and his colleagues were even
Here's
more
the
alarmed
main
when they
thing.
noticed nearly 24 login attempts from a Russian internet address,
Entry content.
83.149.30,186, that
Entry
presented
header.
valid login credentials for a Doge employee account, one that had been created just minutes earlier. Varialis said those attempts were all blocked thanks to rules in place that prohibit logins from non-U.S locations. Someone was
So,
attempting to log into one of the newly created accounts that were used in the other Doge-related activities, and it appeared they had the correct username and password due to the authentication flow only stopping them due to our no out-of-country logins policy activating, Varialis wrote. There were more than 20 such attempts, and what is particularly concerning is that many of these login attempts occurred within 15 minutes of the accounts being created by Doge
entry
employees.
content here is
According
the
to Varialis,
article,
an email
right?
capture of one Microsoft user account connected to the suspicious
We
activity
can
suggested
check out
that
the
they
other
created and later deleted for Doge
sites.
use in the NLRB's cloud systems. Doge SA _2D
See what they use.
C30446F9 at nlrb.microsoft.com. He also found other new Microsoft Cloud Administrator accounts with non-standard usernames, including with Ezox, Chicago
So
and
this is what
Paul,
these
India
guys
are.
use. We
A
could,
screenshot shared by Varialis showing the
make
suspicious user
specific
accounts.
ones,
On
but
March 5th,
it's like
Varialis documented that a large section of
annoying.
logs for recently created network resources were
But
missing,
we don't
and
want
that
all the
correctly,
chat
Microsoft Azure
messages
was sent
or
to the app state,
comments or
meaning it was
whatever,
no
you
longer
know?
collecting and recording data like it should have. Varialis said he discovered someone had downloaded 3 external code libraries from GitHub that neither NLRB nor its contractors ever use. A README file in one of the code bundles explained it was created to rotate connections through a large pool of cloud internet addresses that serve as a proxy to generate pseudo-infinite IPs for web scraping and brute forcing. Brute force attacks involve automated login attempts that try many credential
So
combinations in
I
repetition.
expect a
With
menu
the
and
findings
let me
published
just
by March
copy
17th, it became
this.
clear the NLRB no longer had the
So,
resources or network access needed to fully investigate the odd activity
phrase
from the
not
Doge account,
found.
and that on March 24th, the agency's Associate Chief Information Officer had agreed the matter should be reported to USCIRT. Operated by the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and
So
Infrastructure
it's not
Security
in
Agency,
there.
CISA, USCIRT provides on-site cyber incident
There it
response
is.
capabilities to federal and state agencies. But Varialis said that between April 3rd and 4, he and the associate CIO were informed that instructions had come down to drop all certain
Yeah.
code
So we
and
can. It
directed
kind
not
of
to move
is
forward with
good
the
then.
official report. Varialis said it was at this point he decided
It's
to go
just
public with his
bad.
findings.
Paid to
An email from Daniel
co.
Varialis to his colleagues dated March 28th, referencing the unexplained traffic spike
Literally
earlier in the month and the
paid
unauthorized
to.
changing of security controls for user
So
accounts.
this
Tim Barrett,
bit
the NLRB's acting press secretary,
is
told NPR
gone.
that Doge neither requested nor received access to its systems, and that the agency conducted an investigation after
I
Varialis
guess
raised
it
his
kind of
concerns, but
did
claiming
an
that no breach
okay
of agency
job, but
systems
it
occurred.
cut some
The
characters
NLRB
there
did
at the
not respond
end.
to questions from Krebs on security. Nevertheless, Varialis has shared a number of supporting screenshots showing agency email discussions about the unexplained account activity attributed to the Doge accounts, as
So I'm
well as
not even
NLRB security alerts
listening
from Microsoft
actually.
about network anomalies observed during the time frames described. As CNN reported last month, the NLRB has been effectively hobbled since President Trump fired 3 board members, leaving the agency without the quorum it needs to function. Despite its limitations, the agency had become a thorn in the side of some of the richest and most powerful people in the nation, notably Elon Musk, Trump's key supporter both financially and arguably politically, CNN wrote. Both Amazon and Musk's SpaceX have been suing the NLRB over complaints the agency filed in disputes about
Yeah, we
workers not
can't
joining
listen
in
to
organizing,
all of this,
arguing that
can
the
we?
NLRB's very existence is unconstitutional. On March 5th, the
Maybe
U.S.
we should
appeals court
limit it
unanimously rejected Musk's.
for testing at least, right? But, this was a good test. Let's do the next site really. So let's make a comment. Okay here, and comment it, and let's do the next one.
Title: Cloud Data Security Play Center raises $50 million Series B. There was a network error while trying to fetch the article.
Okay.
Title: Industry moves for the week of April 21st, 2025.
So current
there was a network error while
news.
trying to fetch the article.
We're getting forbiddens again.
Title: Data Crypto launches homomorphic encryption framework to secure enterprise AI model. Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, charting an America First course to secure the U.S. homeland. LWS, W7ZI _ BEMJ/4 backs.
Okay. Some characters could not be decoded. Some characters could not be decoded. So, we could use something else to get the information than this. So is this like the image or something? It's not a very long one. So it's a beautiful soap with dust off. We might just skip it. So let's change this a bit. So response content. Temporarily. Oh gosh, there's a C instead of an S. So
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. BUF /XB11 /X0B /XE9J /XA7
so
/XFB
this is what
/X87
it
/XA89
actually was there.
/XD /X0 /X13C /XDC /XD0 /X1F /XBF /SFA
So
/XFC
why
/XFA
binary? Cause why? So when we get this kind of data, yeah, we need to check for binary, the byte string. Why is this the content that is received? I'm kind of thinking I'm very full, and my kid wanted me to go microwave some more food. So let's test the next one. And see if we can listen to something for just like 3 minutes. It's quick. B all data. Cyber. So these are from this thing. I said, could you add a few more, please? And it added in. So supposed to be RSS feeds.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. BUF /XB11 /X0B
Same
/XE9J
problem.
/XA7 /XFD /X87 /XA89I /XED.
So let's add that by byte data check. They don't want no. Really? Come on, give me something with actual data.
Title: Biometrics versus passcodes. What lawyers say if you are worried about warrantless phone searches. B. Doctype HTML /n HTML data.
Yeah, so now we have an
data.
okay document, so you can't read the HTML. So Well, let's replace my Googling for syntax. Yeah, we used this just a bit ago with the is instance. Mm. So, huh. Why did it put it there? That's so odd. So the bad character thingy we got. We'll have to fix that later. Um, yeah, and let's better some kind of info at least.
Title: Biometrics versus passcodes. What lawyers say if you are worried about warrantless phone searches. The article content is byte data.
No, it's
Title:
not.
Tired of unsolicited nude pics? Google.
If is instance not bytes. I'm annoyed now. So this doesn't work. We did before with list and dates. Mm. Let's uncomment this first and run it again. If it prints this now.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity.
Yeah, it did. So it's reversed then. That's odd. That's so odd. No, because I removed the not. So it worked this time.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials.
So tried adding string here
the
instead.
article content is byte data. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience.
We'll see byte data again then. So let's fix it meanwhile.
Title: Biometrics versus passcodes. What lawyers say if you are worried about warrantless phone searches. The article content is byte data. Title: Tired.
So actually, that's so. So I wanted to delete this and replace it with this. Okay. That gave me a tip. Yeah, this is good. Go for it. We actually have a content type that we didn't look at. Actually, let's print the content type here. Mm. No? Mm. So this is interesting. So maybe I should mute the two TTSs because it takes a little bit of time.
About warrantless phone searches. Accompanying the rise in detentions and deportations by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and other authorities are increasingly frequent reports of smartphone searches.
So,
U.S. authorities allegedly dig through past emails, photos, social network activity, and
good.
other content to establish grounds for apprehension or other enforcement.
So, works. And let's do it for the one that we had a different content type. Oh, the data was what I called it.
Title,
So, I never used RSS before, so I don't know how it usually works.
Title,
Right?
Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, Charting in America.
No, it actually says it's text HTML still. So this is obviously not text HTML, right? Why? Why? Well, at least it works for the one with good data. And that's what I was going for. This one is okay. And I'm gonna go and microwave some spaghetti and meat sauce that I made yesterday. And let that go meanwhile. And we can listen to the news.
Title, Biometrics versus Passcodes, What Lawyers Say If You Are Worried About Warrantless Phone Searches. Accompanying the rise in detentions and deportations by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and other authorities are increasingly frequent reports of smartphone searches. U.S. authorities allegedly dig through past emails, photos, social network activity, and other content to establish grounds for apprehension or other enforcement decisions. While such intrusions as a function of domestic law enforcement are nothing new, concern that more people could be held accountable for their beliefs, acquaintances, work, or speech is on the rise. Also, 5 simple ways to regain your data privacy online. Starting today this week, the Detroit Free Press reported that Cleveland-based civil rights and criminal defense attorney Amir Maygold experienced such a search on Sunday, April 6, at the Detroit Metro Airport while he and his family were returning home from the Dominican Republic. Maygold told the Detroit Free Press that he was questioned about his clients and asked to give up his cell phone. Maygold is an American citizen, but he also happens to be the attorney for a pro-Palestinian demonstrator who was arrested at the University of Michigan last year. As these smartphone searches starts to enter the national conversation, many people, including New York citizens, wonder how law enforcement officials could compel them to unlock their phones without a court-issued warrant. Also, 5 tools I trust to keep my online conversations private and anonymous. Last week, a graphic that discouraged smartphone users from relying on biometrics to unlock their phones made the social network rounds. The graphic states, reminder, if you are using thumbprint or facial recognition, you can be forced to hand over or open your phone. You can't be forced to open your phone if you are using a passcode. This requires a search warrant. The more you know. Given the growing importance of a robust credential management strategy, I decided to double-check the legal veracity of that reminder. Spoiler alert, as opposed to passcodes, passwords, finger-drawn patterns, etc., biometrics currently live in a gray area of the law. Depending on the jurisdiction, state versus federal, and context, i.e., customs office at a point of entry, you might be compelled to unlock your devices or your apps without a court-issued warrant. According to law enforcement veteran and attorney Ignacio Alvarez, courts are struggling to find common legal ground on the constitutionality of compelled password selection. But the majority of the courts have found that being required by law enforcement to give your code to your devices violates your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Alvarez, a former law enforcement executive with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, is currently a managing partner specializing in civil and criminal litigation at the Miami-based Algo law firm. Also, is your phone eavesdropping on you? Try Nord's simple test to find out. Joseph Rosenbaum, a New York-based attorney specializing in cybersecurity, privacy, and data protection at Ryman Law, concurred. Passwords or passcodes, because they represent information contained in a person's mind, seem to generally be considered the same as requiring someone to testify against themselves in court or in a deposition, he told CBNet. That information is more likely to be legally protected under the Fifth Amendment as potentially self-incriminating. These Fifth Amendment references hint at a nuanced area of the law regarding your constitutional rights and the technical difference between passcodes and biometrics. Whereas passcodes can be spoken, biometrics can. Therefore, in the spirit of the well-known that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, law enforcement officials cannot compel you to speak your password any more than they can compel you to say anything else that's potentially self-incriminating. On the other hand, depending on which agency or authority has jurisdiction over a given situation, the unspoken scan of your fingerprint, face, or retina might be considered non-testimonial. In other words, since a biometric isn't spoken, production of that biometric may not legally qualify as the act of testifying against yourself, and therefore, you can be compelled to unlock a phone or an app without necessarily having your rights violated. Also, 7 password rules security experts live by in 2025. This area of law is a seriously moving target. Over time, things with greater passcodes being non-testimonial or biometrics being testimonial. Biometrics are a more unsettled area of the law because, relatively speaking, devices are just starting to use biometrics. Alvarez told CDNet. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit just decided in 2024 that the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination does not prohibit police officers from forcing a suspect to unlock a phone with a thumbprint scan. State courts have gone both ways on this issue, some claiming you cannot be compelled to use biometrics, but the U.S. Supreme Court just denied certiorari on this case, so it will remain unsettled for now. In other words, until the Supreme Court shows an interest in reviewing the Ninth Circuit's decision, you could be compelled to produce a biometric without violating your rights. This leads to the next obvious question: to what extent can a law enforcement officer forcibly compel you to unlock your phone with a biometric? Also, the best data removal services, delete yourself from the internet if they have probable cause. They can also be said Alvarez. I would argue in court that my client law enforcement forced my client, using force, to use biometrics. This is still an evolving area of the law. All these issues will be extensively litigated at the right time. In terms of your credential management strategy, what, if any, action should you take? ZDNet is not in the business of handing out legal advice. For that, consult with an attorney. However, given the degree to which the law is still developing, common sense seems to suggest that the safest route, the one where your rights currently offer you the most leverage, might be to rely on some form of password or passcode instead of a biometric, where the option exists. Also, travel VPNs of 2025, expert tested and reviewed back at the Detroit Metro Airport, even after federal agents produced a document explaining that they can legally confiscate cell phones. Attorney Richard stood his ground. When he was asked to turn his phone over to federal agents, he refused. After a 90-minute detention, Mayfield was released. But not before CBP agents allegedly got to look at his contacts list. Alvarez told ZDNet, I do tell my clients that unless you are ordered by the court through a search warrant, do not give your code to your cell phone or computer device. But if you're a non-US citizen and you refuse to comply, Alvarez warns that ICE has a right to question you before entering. You can refuse and go back to where you came from. Get the morning's top stories in your inbox each day with our Tech Today newsletter. Title: Tired of unsolicited nude pics? Google's new safety feature can help. How it works. A new Google feature designed to prevent you from seeing unwanted nudity is rolling out to Google Messages. First announced last fall, sensitive content warnings is an optional feature that blurs images with nudity before you see them and warns about the dangers of sending nude images while trying to do so. Also, 6 hidden Android features every user should know on how they make life easier. Google calls it a speed bump designed to keep users safe. If you receive a questionable image, not only will messages blur the image, but you will also see a link to resources explaining why nude images can be harmful, as well as an option to block the number. You can tap next if you do want to see the image. If you are sending an image, you will see a reminder about the risks, and you will have to click confirm to continue to prevent accidental sharing. Also, your Android phone is getting a new security secret weapon. How it works: the feature does not currently work on videos. Google adds that photo detection happens entirely on the device, so the company does not have access to any images. Content warnings are off by default for adult users, so you will need to enable the feature if you want to use it. To turn on sensitive content warnings, go to the settings menu of Google Messages and tap Protection and Safety. You will see the option at the bottom, along with an explanation that it will blur incoming nude photos and require confirmation to send nude photos. Also, how to factory reset your Android phone without unlocking it first for non-adult users. The feature is on by default. Supervised users cannot turn it off, but parents can through the Family Link app. Teen accounts can turn it off through their settings. Sensitive content warnings for Google Messages is part of Android System Safety Core, a service that hit Android phones last month with no official announcement. Google explained to ZDNet that Safety Core provides the on-device infrastructure that detects unwanted content. Get the morning's top stories in your inbox each day with our Tech Today newsletter. Title: New Google email scams are alarmingly convincing. How to spot them. A sophisticated phishing scheme has been taking advantage of Google security flaws to convince people that the malicious emails from websites are legitimate. In a series of X posts spotted by Android authorities, developer Nick Johnson explained how he was targeted by a phishing attack that exploits flaws in Google's own infrastructure. In his first post, the writer includes a screenshot of the scam email claiming that Google had been served a subpoena requiring it to produce a copy of his Google account data. Also, clicked on a phishing link. 7 steps to take immediately to protect your accounts. The text of the email reads correctly, that is, it uses the right terms and doesn't contain any typos or broken English. The message itself is considered valid and signed by Google. It's sent from no-reply@google.com, a legitimate, automated company-used address. The email itself passes the DKIM signature check, which aims to verify the authenticity of a message. No other warnings appear, so this looks completely legitimate. Clicking the text link in the email takes you to a support portal that looks like an actual Google page. The page is even hosted on Google Sites, a platform where people can create and run their own websites. Using such a platform adds legitimacy to the scam as people assume it's the real deal. Clicking a link to upload additional documents or view case takes you to a sign-in screen, which also looks like it comes from Google. At this point, there is one tip-off that this could be a scam. As Johnson notes, the sign-in screen is hosted on Google Sites instead of a Google account page.
It's recording. My
in.
computer's
That's where
recording the
Johnson ended the
stream.
process. Had he entered his username and password, his presumption is that the attackers would have stolen his login credentials and used
Do
them
we
to
have that
compromise his Google account.
enabled
This
like
recent
by
phishing attack
default
exploits
somewhere?
legitimate Google features to send crafted emails that bypass some traditional checks, as well as leverage Google sites to host spoofed pages and harvest credentials, said Melissa Bishoping, head of security research at cybersecurity
So,
Titanium. Also, the best VPN extensions for Chrome, expert tested and reviewed.
so
Using
the
developers
point
block
here is that
applications
this is
combined with
supposed to
creative AI and
be
workaround to bypass the types of safeguards.
you're supposed to be able to talk to it, okay? So we need some more stuff, but the output looks okay, right? So we have the published, we can see the date. So we could also filter on the date. That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? You don't want old news from several sites. Maybe we even want AI to shorten stuff that's too long, if we dare, for it to edit stuff. Like this one, right? And then we have that. So why? So that one is okay. Let's just check the rest. So this one we can really delete, the threat post, because it was from 2022. That's odd. So now we have var.com category security feed. What happens now?
Title: How to protect yourself from phone searches at the U.S. border.
Is this what we just
Title:
did?
Florida man enters the encryption wars.
No, it's not.
Title:
It's just the same theme. So some characters could not be decoded. A lot of them have this, though they say text, HTML, short sets. So something must be wrong with encoding. Can we do this? Is there any coding problem? It shows as bytes data if we print it. Okay, so let's try ChatGPT instead. I mean the normal one. Here? Yeah. We didn't add these. I should look at that later. It also gave me suggestions I did not ask. So let's copy that. Response that content. Dot content. From my goodness. Beautiful soap. Even though the format is so. Let's try all its tests. Also, I don't like that beautiful soap doesn't error. Let's take it slow then, I guess. So first of all, we have one of these now, right? It can't do it. The current one. So we don't need to find some example. So this is not interesting anymore, as all of them were, right? And yeah. So that's like just the same. This is if we make a new variable with it. And this is just, we could just try adding this line first. Response.text. Oh, that's annoying. In Unicode, is it response in bytes? So if it can do it itself without me doing anything.
Title: How to protect yourself from phone searches at the U.S. border. Entering the United States has become more precarious since the start of the second Trump administration in January. There has been an apparent surge in both foreign visitors and U.S. visa holders being detained, questioned, and even deported.
So maybe problem solved. So let's uncomment the ordered ones here.
Title: How to protect yourself from phone searches at the U.S. border. Title: Florida man enters the encryption wars. Title: ICE is paying Palantir $30 million.
Okay, not fixed. I think I'm done with this for today. It's time is flying, and I'm kind of thinking that there's other stuff I need to do too. Oh, the AWS one should be up here. Where is it? So I should have gone back, but I rebooted. No, yeah. Nothing. No history there. It's there. I'm just blind. So that's a lot of years ago. Yeah, that's like finished. I kind of want to do something of that. This was the first test to because code couldn't run Python scripts, so I just tested it here, and it worked. Oh gosh. Let's see. Where's my level? So, what should I do? So I've been doing this idle game meanwhile, so sometimes it finishes something that I should have stopped it long ago, but this was all green spots here before. Yeah, I kind of felt I needed a break from that thing. Doesn't mean that. Oh, so you can't use these. You can? Curious what the limitations was on this one. From seat 5 or higher, but so Grim should not actually be supposed to work. That's a bug then. It's only seat 5 and higher is supposed to work. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this off again. So, bug in the game. Let's see if it says anything more here, because what I read here is that the text is content of the response in Unicode. Or content is the content of the response in bytes. So then it wouldn't be odd to have a byte string. Now I want to continue. I shouldn't have read this. As bytes for non-text requests. So let's do this, I guess. No, I just want to continue, you know. Let's see which one hops up. So let's remove that so we have a buggy one. We can output both. Well, I guess we should do that. And then we have this line that needs to be commented. So these replace that one. It's one way of getting the soap. I should have run it first.
Title: How to protect yourself from phone searches at the US border. Entering the United States has become more precarious since the start of the second Trump administration in January. There has been an apparent surge in both foreign.
So it worked.
Title: How to protect yourself from phone searches at the US border. Entering the United States has become more precarious since
So
the start
this
of the
one
second Trump
worked
administration in
still.
January. There has been an apparent surge in both foreign visitors and US visa holders.
Yeah. So stuff just starts working.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, Charting an America First Course to Secure the U.S.
Yeah,
Homeland.
this one doesn't work.
AWS, W7.
So now we have definite broken stuff, right? So gosh, why can't I find it? What am I looking for? A read full article. This is, I should remember that. That's what I want to do. And let's remove so we can see better. And this was actually this kind of debugging. So we can leave that for now. So Just putting some space here. Um,
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, Charting an America First Course to Secure the U.S. Homeland. LWS, W7ZI _ BEMJ/4 /+YNDI.
so that didn't help. Back to basic and checking the third alternative. Okay, trying both. There's actually a comment there too that we want. So
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, Charting an America First Course to Secure the U.S. Homeland. Plus or minus Luzu, W7UIZ registered trademark I _.
So we see different characters, but it's a scrappy. So let's just not do the try catch. And let's just do damn. There. So manual test and whatever. Let's just run them. We can read. We can wait for it to read stuff.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits.
Nice. Country code byte at position 2. Invalid start byte. So we have an actual error now. Unicode decode error. Good. So meaning that this is what it did last time when it did a bit different. So let's do the third one then.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits.
So I'm so happy that it happens on the first one. So let's now do the middle one just to try.
Title: Attackers
So I
stick with
like
effective
when we
intrusion
get
points, valid
errors and not
credentials, and
just
exploits.
random,
Title:
not
Rebuilding Maritime
function
Cybersecurity Resilience,
like
Charting an
that.
America First Course to Secure the U.S. Homeland. Plus or minus Luzu, W7UIZ registered trademark I _ BE3.
So I'll let two others are out. Um, uh, Jesus. Let's grab the binary data and see what it thinks of it instead. So let's just print it again.
Title:
Hmm.
Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title.
So let's grab this. Oh, that's a lot of data. We can't take all of it. I'll take a few lines. The data starts with definitely compressed binary data, most likely GC. Returned by mistake. Yeah, this is ChatGPT nonsense. Okay, let's try this. It's not a big step away. So we're not using OS. Geez. There. So nice with the big space here, so I can find the spot again. Now try GSEP with the response content as F read decode errors replace. Print HTML 500, just preview. And actually exit here because we don't need more after that anyway. That's good.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits.
So IO. So did I remove IO? When did I need that? Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits.
Not GCPO failed to decompress. Yeah. So let's give that some time and let's try CLib instead. CLib. Those are interesting to know, though.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits.
Could not decompress. I just thought it was wrong from the start, but the same for CLib. Also, the web pages looks normal in the browser. I'm gonna send it what we use. I'm like blind. Where is it? It must be before our requests. Oh, that's why I can't find it. Oh, let's just copy that. This is the start of the function. Also, gosh, oh, it works fine for most sites. For most RSS feed links. But a few are like this. A few feeds links are like this. Or bot protection running Response from non-browser hits. Even better, some like Google Pro traffic directly if the JS or cookies aren't handled. Hmm. Yeah, we did check the content type. Oh, this is just still. Yeah, this was nothing new. So it doesn't help. So Python HTTPX. So we could have gone to Python, I guess, right? So first thing is, how old is this? Requires Python 3.8. Let's see when it was updated. Last month, docs. But 2 months ago, yeah, it's live. 14,000 stars. Next generation CLI stuff. Okay, sure, let's go. Uh, and wiki there. So this is the places where it's used. I really thought of doing this before, so now let's do it. like any errors are expected. So now we only have one occurrence of it because this and the include. So it's just a get. Well, the question is it smart and actually works the same way? So if I made something better than requests, I would use the same syntax, right? Is the syntax for HTTPX similar to requests current? So let's just grab the ones we want. So the basic one, where we use the response text now. With. I don't like using with in this kind of thing. Response text, response content, race for status. So identical. So if I don't want to use with, I'll give it, let it give me the stuff instead. So I don't want to type. I was like, should I type client equals no? So why do this when you can do this? If it's a file that's opening and closing, I can get it, but not like this, right? So this is something we can do first before, and then we just send it requests. Hmm? Yeah, close to. So where's the start of the code? Here. Actually, HTTPX client, client. There. So just like we do with a file, for example, and then we go here to the requests line and we change it to this. I'm gonna keep the old line. This might not help, you know. And let's also make sure we have the base set up that I said I had. Right, let's delete this bit. So it was just a test of CLib. So let's delete CLib and there. There. So we didn't install it, so this is totally normal. But it's cool that it gave us such an explicit error message. Not just install H2 or something, but that. It's almost midnight. Hmm. Oh gosh. I'm like, I pasted it. Why didn't it paste?
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials.
I
and
get like
exploit.
jump scared every time that
Title:
happens.
Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience, Charting an America First
So we
Course
got the
for the U.S.
exact
Homeland.
same thing.
LWS.
Uh, so we get the same with HTTPX. So Antibot.js challenge or CDN blob. This was interesting. Pre-redirect JS or challenge pages on those full browser behavior, simulated cookie JS, well, etc. They might even serve. Mm, Ah, this is not fun. So, how about testing by downgrading our browser instead? I could also use burp to send stuff. I had to wait for 4 hours. Downgrade your browser user is smart move to test out. Some sites deliver similar but familiar pages to older or non-JavaScript clients. Right, we can do this. So that's smart. I like it. So we're going to set our user agent to old style. Instead of 128, we're going 52. So no comma. It was like, why?
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion point, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity Resilience.
Ooh.
Charting in America.
Did
First
we
port
get
is
data on the
238
first one now? Did we
LWF
before?
W7ZI underscore BEMJ/4 / +YND IP maj LBEGA OF equals M plus IQ7 TGFMUMMPFHX00 at XDMO asterisk XAND %$W QMND Chu B6 equals asterisk C 46 plus XVJ QW Z PJ5 9EK Julian
So
9
somewhere here it
XDS
just
BAR.FAY
changed
equals
style.
GCTDK0HD at A/Q2 and BBBGSC07 BTHCWAO exit plus underscore number 1U SXTCT24 3 at MJ4PX and D J AENV15GEV plus LW K.
Oh, and it does the same here. Yeah, it's the same kind. I recognize the style, right? Uh, so I have heard things about these being complicated. When I had a problem before that I kind of wanted to solve away, and I didn't. I used request instead. Well, let's try this then. Oh yeah, that's a def. We'll call it there though. So def. And this is also on, but we need this to be first. So Hmm. Yeah, this is what I was going to do. Oh, it's probably a different name. Playwright. Okay, the whole thing. Hmm. Oh, I didn't read it. Yeah, I could have tried that. So, mm, so let's grab the URL of this thing that makes it go funny. So copy, but I wanted to go there too. Um, I need to see what you can see. No? So I still have my food. I haven't finished it, it's too much. Well, let's just hop over here and go to the URL. No, that's the wrong one. This one. It's quite slow. So, oh my god, I'm blind. Here. VP content. That's not the first one. There. This is definitely not binary. So maybe I should like make these tinier. Make them bigger. Too much. Maybe. Or maybe just move this out of the way a bit. Hmm. So, 10-hour stream already. I just said I've been recording for 7:40. I don't know why I'm recording. I'll just stop it. Well, why would it start recording it like some odd time? 2 hours in. Odd. Um. The URL is. It probably knows this already. And it worked fine to send a request. with burp. A small difference in the headers. No, because I copied the headers from there. Copy as Python. Sure. I don't have that. I don't have copy as Python. And I did get the headers I use in the script from the burp. So it's already identical. That was my first step to fix it. Cookies are identical. Yeah, there's no cookies. Sure, we can add this, but cookies. I don't know where it got. I didn't say anything about cookies. Where did it get that from? So it's hard to see sometimes what you've written and what's just AI guessing stuff.
Title: Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. An error occurred while processing the article.
Okay, so we got an error now. I copied its text and it was bad. Yeah. We can try both too. We have the older
Title:
one too.
Attackers stick with effective intrusion points, valid credentials, and exploits. Title: Rebuilding Maritime Cybersecurity.
So no, Burp doesn't have those. I already told it. So let's check in the history. Alright, you're still there. Will this work now? Yeah, good. So we can see here if it does anything with cookies, because it will put in a cookie column here. So this is something else. Let's put the scope here. Yeah, the text size is a problem here. So this is definitely not binary data. Let's fix the font size. It's not as pretty. And it's not pretty at all, this ugly font. Why do you have this font? Let's try that. I don't think it's much better. It's a little better. It was too thin. The letters were like not visible. Uh, mm, well, we still get the same thing. So I'm kind of thinking that it's pause time. Pause time. And oh my god, this one is still going. By the way, maybe I should like. I was thinking of doing something before. Let's fix something here. See if I can multitask. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, fuff. This mic works here. Is my USB problem another problem? Is it an OBS problem? So, is it an OBS problem? No, this one works now. What on earth? This is so interesting. Obviously, it's boosted beyond what's supposed to be there. So we need to go into the advanced audio properties, and we're going to go pull this down quite far. Let's start with 10 instead. So it's still too loud there. So 1. What about 1? 0. 0, 0, 0. And it's good. Okay, okay. So I can toggle mic now. So you guys, if there's anyone there, can you hear me now? Can you hear me double? Let's see. Let's see if I can pull the stream up somewhere. So let's see. So testing. Okay, I need to unmute it. So testing. So we just have a noise. This is so crazy. It just started working. Let's just see if it's this mic. This is so crazy. It just started working. Let's just see if it's this mic. It's that mic, right? Yeah. Hello, hi we are. So let's just see. Yeah. Hello, hi we are. So let's just see. This must be the right mic, right? This must be the right mic, right? It's been dead for weeks. And now it's just back. So let's see if I can bring the noise down. Now it's just back. So let's see if I can bring the noise down. So it's quite crazy there. So now it's low. So I'm gonna put the keyboard under the table and do this. So I'm gonna put the keyboard under the table and do this. Yeah, I don't like this. Is my voice odd? Is it like robotic? Yeah, I don't like this. Is my voice odd? Is it like robotic? So I can bring it back up again, no problem. So we just this was at 16 before. That's one of the things that was odd. So no, it should be. It's about similar here now, right? So 6. Testing. So 1 difference isn't too much. So testing this. Testing. So let's bring it back to 10. So the thing is that I have never had it this low on the gain knob. It's like almost nothing. Very odd. So now it's very similar to my other mic, but of course I can lean forward to this one and it goes quite red there. But of course I can lean forward to this one and it goes quite red there. Yeah. So you can still see these. Good. Well, if it's just... So my plan for tomorrow was to call Microsoft and say, WTF, what do you do with my mic, you know? So my plan for tomorrow was to call Microsoft and say what. And now it works? Just randomly. So the reason we didn't work on the assistant chatting with the computer is that this didn't work, right? So it started working when I opened this one, possibly. And this is 16 here too. So as we can see, this one has a second mic too, and this one is also. Let's bring it down to 10 then. There. So I'm talking to myself so much now. Maybe 10 is too much. What do you think? Should I go down a bit? Maybe 10 is too much. What do you think? Should I go? We'll see. We'll see if this goes crazy. We'll see. We'll see if this goes crazy. Did it clip? I kind of heard a clip there. Did it clip? I kind of heard a clip there. So let's see if this is better. Am I talking? And it doesn't go like all red at least. If I don't scream. Am I talking? And it doesn't go like all red at least. If I don't scream. Okay, okay. So close. Let's see here. So I'm gonna actually. Let's see here. So I say let's see here at the same time as I said let's see here before. Alright, let's actually click this thing here. They can start doing something. Alright, let's actually click Why does those hop up? Oh, because it's a new day. It's well past midnight. Okay, is it like this? No? So, let's see here. So, here we go. So, VR. Stuff is expensive. Is it? So, VR. Stuff is expensive. Is it? So, let's see here. I'm going studio mode on my second one.
These prices are a disaster. 20 years ago the company paid the employee. 10 years ago the job was zero. Today employee must pay ticket go to job entry kappa.
Oh. Let's see. There. Good. So, I'm actually going to do a little test here and hop over. I'm going to continue streaming for a little bit more. Not long, but for a little bit. So, I'm not going to say raid in there. That's wrong here. Raid. Raid myself. So I'm affected by the echo. I should mute it. Cause I'm like, what's the channel called? So I'm gonna raid myself, and I'm gonna maybe see if the audio is okay on that channel too. And we're going to play a little of this game. I have a lot of chests open. I was kind of thinking, I kind of said to someone yesterday I was gonna stream the opening the chests. We have like 1 million chests open in that game. Right, so the raid is going here. And if you wanna join me for a little bit of gaming too. So they're kind of doing it without me doing anything here, but we can make that team better, and we can go and open some chests and stuff. And then I'll raid some cybersecurity thing again after that, for sure. Because I don't want to play games on this channel. I feel like I get a bit like, oh, is that person streaming something I'm interested in or not? I don't know, because they're not streaming cybersecurity. They're streaming some game, and I don't want to do that, you know. So I want to keep this channel possibly doing streaming things on streaming, you know, streaming, making a script for streaming or whatever, you know, tools, something tech related. Yeah, we'll see how it goes with the IRL stuff. I'm gonna hop it over to this channel too. So bye bye YouTube, and you're welcome to hop over. I'm gonna send the channel link. Let's see if I can grab it. And I'm gonna fix a camera in this channel. So we get rated. I rated myself. So God, right? I can knock in myself there too. So I'm gonna send the link here for YouTube. So this stream, I'm going to close it down. Right. So I'm gonna hop the camera over now to the new one. So I'm gonna close here. Stop streaming. So if you're not already in the unwinding one,